If you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. Chapter 501, Grand Prize. Finally, after the momentary celebration, Hiro got the opportunity to explore his rewards. But he still had to attend the banquet later, so he had little time. Whatever it was, he had to be quick. For scoring on your debut, you have been awarded 50 points. 200 points have been awarded for scoring a hat-trick on your debut. For achieving an incredible feat, 300 points have been awarded to the host. Combined with his already existing points, he now had a little over 1,000 points. These points could either be used to increase his stats or buy something from the system shop. Truly, he had reaped a lot from today's match. Hiro revealed a satiated grin on his face before exclaiming in shock, "Damn, I can already max one of my stat if I put it all in one stat." For reference, if he puts all the points in his dribbling, he'll have 99 dribbling. Given the present evaluation 100 was supposed to be the max. But what if he could raise his stats beyond 100? Would that be possible? Although it seemed unlikely to happen, Hiro couldn't reject the possibility. Who knows, it might be possible to raise the stat beyond 100. The concept was rather enticing, but it wasn't the time to entertain such thoughts. So, he immediately dispelled those thoughts. After all, it was only the appetizer. The main dish was yet to be served. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the quest. You have managed to leave a deep impact on the target. You have been awarded the talent Shadow Tactician, SS. The name sounded quite grand. As for its rating, it was the highest caliber talent he was about to possess. So, Hiro felt quite exhilarated when he saw his grand reward. His heart was already thumping with excitement while he had a glee on his face. However, when he went through its contents, his eyes dilapidated, while at the same time, his smile froze on his face. Then slowly he gasped before mumbling, "Holy shit! Shadow Tactician, SS." Description: allows the host to constantly exert a subtle influence over the game, causing opposing players within a 10-yard radius to have slightly reduced reaction times and making them just a fraction slower to reposition. This effect makes it harder for the opposing team to anticipate and respond to the host's moves, allowing the host to maintain better control over the game's flow. Unique ability: at unpredictable moments during the match, it dramatically enhances the host's influence for a brief period. The effects last for about 7 seconds and can occur multiple times in critical situations, helping the host to turn the tide of the game. At this period, all opposing players within a 15-yard radius will experience a 20% reduction in reaction time, while at the same time, the host will gain a +10 boost in passing accuracy and a +5 increase in speed. The host will be able to detect the activation of its unique ability. It might be because of his excellent results, but he wasn't required to complete any condition to dive into the talent, meaning he was able to immediately tap into it. A talent that could mask his presence while at the same time giving him a massive boost. Such a talent was indeed rare to come by. It was almost like a cheat. But what intrigued Hiro was its unique effect. An ability that reduced the reaction speed of every opponent present within a 15-yard radius was something to fathom. Also, it gave him a massive boost in speed and passing accuracy. Truly, it was a talent that he could sell his soul to demons to get his hand. The only downside was that it activated at random. Well, at least he was able to tell when he activated its unique effect. It would have been quite upsetting if he couldn't tell its activation. But the mere fact that he could activate the unique effect multiple times in a game was something to rejoice. Wouldn't I be invincible with this talent? Hiro murmured. After going through its description, he couldn't help but think about using this talent in a real game already. For an explosive dribbler like him to be able to reduce the reaction speed of his opponents was something omnipotent. In many instances, he was already able to dribble past multiple opponents when their reaction speed was as sharp as a cat. Now, what would happen when their reaction speed was reduced by 20%? They'd be utterly helpless against him. Before they could even reach him, he'd leave them behind. But right when he was entertaining the thoughts of passing his opponents with ease, System's prompt rang in his ear, making his delighted mood bitter. Just like the host, some individuals will possess the ability that counter the effect of the host's talent. So it's unlikely that the host would be omnipotent. The system spilled water on his bliss. A moment ago, he was already imagining the havoc he would be causing after equipping himself with his newly acquired talent. But now he got to know that there might be individuals to whom his ability might have no effect. Was the system trying to be sarcastic? Or was he overestimating the ability of his newly acquired talent? So basically it means that if I encounter such individuals, then I'm on my own, huh? He murmured, sounding a bit dejected. The previously cheerful eyes that were glistening with excitement now became dull as he figured out the reality. It seems that he still has to be cautious despite possessing such a marvelous talent. But as he pondered about how he was copying the talents of others via his system, his expression turned solemn. Well, it won't be entirely unfeasible for someone to possess talents that could counter the talent that I possess. After all, I myself have obtained these talents from others. So, it's not entirely impossible for someone to have talents that could counter mine. Hiro tried to make do with the situation through his analysis. Chapter 502, Rio de Janeiro. The next day after the celebration banquet, Hiro spent his day exploring the city with his teammates. Even Hiro, who had previously vowed to exclude himself from exploration until after the match, joined the rest in exploring the city. Although he didn't get many minutes on the pitch, he still got to play. So, he was satisfied with the amount of minutes he had gotten on the pitch. After all, he hadn't expected to get a lot of minutes to begin with. Spending a whole day exploring the city, they enjoyed their stay in Georgia. Then the next day, they boarded the plane to Brazil. It took them quite a while to reach their destination. Inside the airplane, Hiro had many encounters as some people recognized him due to his performance in the exhibition match against Georgia. To a great extent, his popularity could be attributed to the opposing number 7, who had many fans who monitored his actions closely. Someone completely unknown had demolished their favorite player's team. So, how could they not take notice of him? Until now, he was relatively unknown in the world. But after delivering a marvelous performance in the match against Georgia, Hiro's reputation had soared to new heights. After a long, comfortable flight, the plane entered the Brazilian territory. "We're here," Tatsuki exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glistening with joy. "Look, it's Jesus," he added, nudging Hiro as he tried to inform Hiro, who was seated right beside him. The journey was going to be long, and Hiro wanted to take the opportunity to explore the land of football to its fullest. So, Hiro was deep asleep. Feeling the touch, he drifted awake. "What?" Hiro asked in a half-awake state. "We have arrived in Brazil," Tatsuki said excitedly. As he heard the mention of their arrival, he slowly opened his eyes. Then he pushed Tatsuki to his seat before stretching his head to take a peek outside the window. Just as he looked out of the window, a magnificent, gigantic stone statue of Jesus stood before his eyes. It seemed as if the statue could touch the clouds. Even from a distance, he could clearly see the statue. As for other structures, it seemed like scattered ants when looking from above. Hiro's eyes glistened with awe as he looked through the window. At the same time, his head buzzed with excitement. Finally, he arrived at the nation which was famously known as the land of football around the world. It had been his wish from his past life to visit this nation once. The country that birthed legends of the game like Pelé, Ronaldo, Roberto Carlos, Ronaldinho, Kaká, and many others. He couldn't help but wonder what it'd look like. Would there be people playing football everywhere? He went like the rumor he had heard previously. Until the plane began to descend, Hiro kept on fixedly staring out of the window. Though his actions irked Tatsuki, he wasn't concerned about him the least. As the plane began its descent, Hiro suddenly felt unusually light. The sudden feeling made him clench his fist while at the same time, it made him hold his breath. Though he desperately maintained the calm on his face, he was a bit terrified. Only after the plane's successful landing did he heave a sigh of relief. The feeling of weightlessness that he'd get during the plane's descent, he could never get used to it. After they landed, Seiko gave him a strange look before asking him, "Are you really terrified of the plane's descent?" Hearing him, Hiro blinked his eyes before rolling his eyes away from him. You're scared of ghosts. So, why can't I have a fear of landing? He replied coldly. How did he know that I'm scared of ghosts? Hearing the mention of his phobia, his expression changed. He hadn't mentioned his phobia to him before. So, how did he find out that he was terrified of ghosts? He became alarmed as he heard the mention of his phobia. Immediately, he tried to defend himself. Who said that I'm afraid of ghosts? Well, seeing him warily making his way to the restroom at night after staying up watching a haunted movie, Hiro could tell that he was afraid of ghosts. But even though he had noticed his fear, Hiro never mentioned it. Naoto, Hiro answered briskly, shifting the blame to Naoto. Then he stood from his seat to leave. So, it was Naoto who had sold him out. Upon the mention of Naoto, he darted his eyes to Naoto, glaring at him. If it was Naoto, then it made sense. After all, he was the only other person than his parents who was aware of his phobia. They then exited the airport. The sun was almost at its zenith. Sparse clouds were floating in the azure blue sky, masking the brilliance of the sun at times. Some people were gathered in a certain stadium. Bam! Your shot has improved quite a lot, Tiago, Gabriel, who was a robustly built player, praised. The effort of his friend Tiago, who had a rather lean and tan body. Just now, Tiago, a tan-skinned guy with curly hair, had fired an impressive shot from a distance. Perspiration could be seen on his face to a great amount, a testament to the hot and humid climate of Brazil. Even though he was praised, Tiago didn't look happy. Instead, he had a rather complacent look on his face. It was as if he was unsatisfied with the results. Noticing the frown on his friend's face, Gabriel couldn't help but address his worry. You don't look happy about it. Is something boggling you? Heaving a deep sigh, Tiago said in a low tone, I don't know, but I still feel like I'm missing something. Like I can comfortably nail the shots in training. But in an actual match, I don't know why I keep missing by a hair's breadth. Tiago often shared his thoughts with Gabriel, and the two were rather close to each other despite playing in different leagues. Gabriel represented Arsenal, while Tiago played for Fluminense FC. So, there wasn't any need for him to hide his worries from him. Though they had started their career together, Gabriel had already gone on to play for a top-6 club of the Premier League while he was playing for a team in the Serie A, which constantly struggled in the relegation zone. However, it didn't mean that he was jealous of his friend's success. It was just that he was starting to feel ashamed to call him his friend. He was well aware that his friend never thought about him in such a way, but he couldn't help thinking about it. Upon hearing the worries of his friend, Gabriel couldn't help but frown. Having known him for a long time, Gabriel naturally knew how hard-working his friend was. In fact, during their early years, he often dazzled everyone who watched him. Due to such a dazzling performance, many people had speculated Tiago would make it grand on the world stage once he debuted. But contrary to their expectations, he had turned out to be an average player. The expectations on him were great, but he failed to fulfill them. Rather, he was outdone by his friend, who later went on to become a starting player of the national team while he struggled to get a call up. So, it was only natural for him to feel frustrated. Gabriel looked at him deeply before responding. You're doing well, Tiago. So, you shouldn't feel burdened about it. Tiago was well aware that Gabriel was merely trying to cheer him. Even so, he was in turmoil. After all, he was well aware that performance was all that mattered on the pitch. Effort doesn't matter if it can yield results. It doesn't matter if you perform well if you don't get your hand on silverware. People might remember you for your performance for a while, but they'll eventually forget about you because of your lack of achievements. Just from his lack of response, Gabriel could figure out he wasn't convinced. So, he tried to change the topic of conversation in an attempt to shift his attention elsewhere. All right, I heard that there's an amazing youngster in the Japanese squad. Just some days ago, he slotted 3 goals against Georgia despite playing with the reserve squad. Tiago's eyes perked as he heard him. It seemed that this topic was to his liking. Gabriel, who had been watching him closely, immediately caught his interest. Just from his eyes, Gabriel could tell that he had hooked him. Gabriel walked close to him, closing the distance between the two. Then he revealed a grin on his face before continuing. And do you know what's the best part? I heard that it was his debut, and he's only 16. Just how good was he to score a hat-trick on his debut? There's been only a handful of players who have managed to do so. And you're also telling me that he's only 16? Also, it wasn't against an unknown team, but a full-fledged squad with a solid foundation. Just what kind of ridiculous talent was he? Thiago was stunned by the revelation. Here, he was having trouble registering a goal for his nation. But their 16-year prodigy had already managed to score 3 goals on his very first game. For a while, he could only look at him without being able to open his mouth. Then he acted mesmerized as he said, "Damn, even the youngsters from our squad weren't able to have such an impressive debut." Then he paused as he calmed himself before continuing in a calm tone. Georgia must have played their reserve squad for them to get scored 3 goals by a debuting teenager. Thiago wanted to dismiss the topic, but the fact that he scored 3 goals on his international debut, that alone is praiseworthy. So, he must be a talented individual. Saying so, he walked toward the ball close to him. I heard that it was the opposite. The Georgian squad played with their starting players, but the Japanese side started their reserve players. Many of their star players were absent in the match, Gabriel said. As Thiago heard him, he stopped on his track. He couldn't believe the words he had heard just now. After all, by no means was Georgia a weak team. Their recent performances had been quite impressive. But a completely unknown kid demolished their squad? Disbelief clouded his eyes as he rolled it towards Gabriel. Was he trying to play a prank on him? Inside a hotel room, Hiro was seated right beside the window, his gaze fixated on the smartphone in his hand. The smartphone screen displayed the chats he had with his mother. His expression appeared a bit dejected. It had been quite a while since he last talked to his mother. Previously, during his abroad stay, she'd call him every day. But lately, she hadn't called him much. And even if he tried contacting her, she wouldn't answer. It's not like she didn't return the call, but by the time she tried contacting him back, he wouldn't be available. Then again, it could be attributed to the time difference. Going through their conversation, his brows knotted as a thought popped inside his head. I hope father's doing well. Hopeful, he called her again. Ring, ring, ring. The more the phone buzzed, the more desperate he got. He desperately wanted her to pick up the call. Subconsciously, he crossed his fingers as he clung to the tiniest hope of her picking up the call. But it seemed that she wouldn't pick up again. Right when he had thought of giving up, she answered the call. "Hello, Hiro," she said, her voice sounding a little unusual. Even so, it had been quite some time since he last heard her. So, upon hearing her familiar voice, he couldn't help but rejoice. The knot in his brows eased as his expression lightened. Sounding a bit shaky, he answered, "Hello, Mom. How are you doing?" There were many things he wanted to ask, but for some reason when he heard her, he couldn't bring himself to ask those pre-prepared questions. "I'm good. How about you? Are you eating well?" she responded in a low whisper. Usually, she was quite loud. In normal times, she'd bombard him with her worries. But recently, her voice had lost its liveliness. But the concern she had for him, even at such a time, hadn't diminished. "Yes, Mom, I'm eating well." Hiro paused for a while before getting to the main topic. "Dad, how's he doing?" At this moment, Hiro's eyes reflected deep concern. Chapter 504, City Exploration. Even though she couldn't see him, she could tell he was worried. Hence, as she heard him, she replied immediately to alleviate his worries. "Don't worry, he's doing well. Lately, he has been able to stay awake for long. By the time you return, he'll probably start walking too." She responded, her tone reassuring. Hiro couldn't detect any shred of lies in her voice. So, he heaved a sigh of relief as he heard her. After confirming his father's well-being, he conversed with her for a while. The matter regarding his father's health had been troubling him for quite a while. But now that he confirmed his well-being, he felt quite delighted. It was as if somebody had lifted a heavy burden from his shoulder. As he ended the call, he walked to his bed and hopped onto the bed. With his arms spread, he lay flat on the bed, his back pressed against the soft mattress. For a while, he remained still at his place. Then he raised his arms, bringing his phone close to his face. "I wonder how others are doing. It has been quite a long time since we last talked," Hiro murmured while staring at his phone screen. There were many unread chats shown on his phone screen. Those messages were mostly from his friends. After all, Only a few close people could text him on this account. One by one, he then started to reply to the messages sent to him. Most of them were about his debut. They were congratulating him for his magnificent debut. "Congratulations, Hiro. You're quite something. I thought that you were simply trying to cheer yourself up when you said that you would score on your debut. But after watching your performance, you have left us all speechless." Read one of the messages. It belonged to Ishikawa. When he was in Japan, he used to almost converse with her daily, apart from the match days. Their conversation mostly consisted of their daily activities. But since his departure from Japan, they hadn't talked much. Smiling, he answered, "Thank you. I saw that your channel is doing quite well too. So, congratulations to you too." Teaming up with Akashi and a few others, Ishikawa had been running a YouTube channel. It was the same channel where Hiro once made an appearance. Lately, because of their cooperation, it has been doing quite well. Some of its fame could also be attributed to Hiro's rising popularity. After all, due to Hiro's rising popularity, their channel had been getting quite a traffic. All those people who searched for him were led to their channel. Buzz. Ishikawa's phone buzzed. At the moment, she was in front of her study table, doing some schoolwork. The lamp on her table shone on the notebook placed on her table. Coincidentally, she was just about to take a break. Hearing the buzz, she reached for her phone. Then as she turned on her phone, she found a message from Hiro. Upon seeing the text, her face bloomed like a blooming spring flower while at the same time, a subtle smile graced her plump lips. But when she went through his message, her face withered. She had left him with such a long message, but all he replied was a simple thank you. Was he for real? Then again, as she recalled his personality, she couldn't help but sigh. It was just like him. At times, he'd be the most interesting person to talk with, while at times, he would become the most boring person. Thinking about his split personality, at times, she couldn't help but think if he had a split personality disorder. "Most of it is thanks to you." "No, it's all because of your collective effort," Hiro responded. "Are you trying to act humble now? If you are, then you are quite a terrible actor. You know well that I can't act well. If only I could borrow Akashi's acting talent, I might. I've been even better." Talking about Akashi, how is he? As usual, he keeps on boasting about you. He never misses a chance to introduce you to every new people he meets. Sometimes, I wonder if he's running a fan club. Exchanging conversations, the two talk for a while. Alongside lengthy texts, many flashy emojis could be seen on their screen. Since he had all day to himself, he could do as he pleased. So, he spent most of his free time conversing with his friends. Though he couldn't get in touch with all of his friends, he still got to talk to a few of his closest friends. As for Shun, he couldn't reach him, but he had received a warm message from him as well. The next day, Hiro and his teammates hit the street in the evening. They were accompanied by a local who went by the name Carlos. With tanned skin, curly hair, and sharp penetrating eyes, he had a rather lean body. Carlos worked as a waiter in the hotel they were lodging at the moment. But right now, he was their guide to the city. Yesterday, some guys from the team put forward the proposition of exploring the city to the coaches. However, even though they were practically grown-ups, it was quite risky to let them wander on their own. After all, it was an unknown place. So, who knows if they'd wander into some places they shouldn't enter? Worse, they might get robbed or kidnapped. With such dangers lurking around, how could they allow them to leave? But they couldn't deny their proposal either. So to prevent such disasters, the coaching staff asked the manager of the hotel for a favor. Responding to their concerns, the manager of the hotel hired a local to guide the players. And that person whom the manager had hired to guide the players was Carlos. Carlos could fluently speak English. Also, he was a local who knew his way around the city. So for such reasons, he was hired as their guide. "Carlos, you remember about our deal, don't you?" Hiro asked. Carlos gave him a wry smile before responding, "Don't worry, I'll take you to an amazing place you'll never forget." Chapter 505, Street Football. Previously, Hiro had struck a deal with Carlos. Since they were only granted permission to explore the safer part of the city, Hiro had bribed Carlos to take them to the part of the city where they could experience the culture of the city to its fullest. And for that, They had to delve into the part of the city that was considered forbidden. As they followed Carlos's lead closely, after a while the scenery around them started to change. Previously, they were surrounded by tall concrete buildings, wide paved roads, and rather extravagant-looking places. But right now they passed through rather shabby-looking places. They had entered the so-called slum areas. "Hiro, are you sure about it?" Glancing around him timidly, Hiro asked. For someone his age, he seemed rather frightened. If he had known that they'd be entering such a place, he wouldn't have followed them. But by the time he was informed about their plans, it was too late for him to back out. "Ha, Karu-san, it doesn't suit someone your age to chicken out," Tatsuki said cheerfully. "Also, what's there to be terrified about? It's not like we'll get kidnapped or anything," he added. Just at this moment, suddenly a dog jumped out in front of Tatsuki. "Bark! Bark!" "Ah?" He was startled by the sudden appearance of the dog. Immediately, he took several steps back as he hid behind Hiro. As for Hiro, he wasn't startled. Due to his excitement, he had been observing his surroundings. So, he had already seen the dog. Also, the dog was chained. So, while many shouted out of startlement, he remained calm about the situation. "Ha ha! Big words from someone terrified of chained dogs," Naoto exclaimed, his tone full of mockery. At once, as realization struck him, Tatsuki felt embarrassed. Then he calmly answered, pretending as if nothing had taken place. "But we still need to be vigilant while walking here." Upon hearing his remarks, others let out a hearty laughter. "Ha ha! We need to be vigilant around here. Who knows, another dog might jump on us. We can't rule out cats too. Ha ha." Carlos, who was leading the bunch, also couldn't help but break into smiles. Though he understood nothing, he still found their way of conduct funny. He found those bunches extremely amicable. Though many of them were already earning big bucks, not a shred of arrogance could be seen on their face. They seemed like the type of people who could mingle in any clique. Walking along the narrow alleys that at times passed through someone's front door, Hiro and his friends weaved their way through the alleys. If it wasn't for Carlos's guidance, they might easily get lost in it. On the far western horizon, the sky had transformed into a fiery pit, while the eastern horizon had started to darken. Some houses had already lit up, while many were following suit. Yet still more and more people were chilling outside. The temperature had dropped. So many people had come out of their houses to enjoy the gentle breeze. It seemed almost everyone in the neighborhood was familiar with Carlos. The greetings didn't stop no matter where they went. But since they spoke in Portuguese, Hiro and the company failed to understand. They were like circus animals in an exhibition. At times they'd chance upon some local kids playing football in the narrow alley under the streetlight, while at times they'd chance upon some local gangs. Those encounters were rather dreadful, as every time they'd chance upon those bunches they'd glare at them in an intimidating manner. By no means did they appear friendly. If not for Carlos, who knows what would happen to them? But for some reason, despite the intimidating gaze he would get occasionally, Hiro found the place rather lively. The developed part of the city, although it looked extravagant, lacked the soul. But here, though the place appeared rather shabby, it was full of life. "You're not uncomfortable, are you?" Carlos asked as he led the way. "Uncomfortable? Why would I be? If I had to be honest, then I'd say that I was uncomfortable in the hotel than here," Hiro responded. Hearing his response, Carlos chuckled as he said, "Huh, you're quite funny. Many people living here dream of spending a night at the luxurious hotel in which you're staying, but you feel comfortable in such a shabby place." Finally, after walking for a while, Hiro and the rest started hearing some loud noises. It was as if many people had gathered together at a place to do something. "We're getting close," Carlos said. Upon hearing his words, Hiro's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, after walking so much, they were close to their destination. Then as they walked, it got even more noisier, while at the same time, something became visible in the far corner. Amidst the dim alleys, a place was dazzling with bright light. Pointing at the brightly illuminated place, Carlos said with a smile, "We're here." The place in front was bustling with life. Sounds of cheers, balls colliding against metal fences, running of people, music, and many other sounds were coming from that place. It was almost as if a party was taking place over there. Then, as they rounded up the corner, A concrete pitch surrounded by a mesh fence came into their sight. In the pitch, a group of people consisting of both young and adults, male and female, was engaging in an intense showdown. It wasn't just the people present on the pitch, but many others were watching the match from the sidelines, cheering and jeering on the players playing. The atmosphere of the place was electrifying. Campo de Santana. Here you'll find people of all age groups playing together in harmony. As you can see, some of these guys are laborers who have returned after a day's work, while some are kids who spend their entire day balling. Carlos began to talk, introducing the place to Hiro and others. And all those people you see on the sidelines, don't confuse them as mere supporters. They're waiting for their turn to play. Chapter 506. Do you want to play? Excitedly, Hiro swept his gaze. Street football, although a popular sport worldwide, was different here in Brazil. Here the people worshipped football as a religion. Be it children or adults, everyone liked playing football. Even now, Hiro could see people of varying age groups playing together. Hiro had always wanted to experience Brazilian street football. Though he couldn't experience it in his previous life, now he can experience it. It was at such place that many legends were born. Damn, what's with that kid? He doesn't look older than 15, but look at him go. What the heck is with that uncle? How can he pull such flawless moves despite being out of shape? Most of Hiro's teammates were stunned by the performance of the players on the field. Those flawless, flashy dribbles and passes had captivated their heart. Watching the excitement on Hiro's face, Carlos couldn't help but ask, I'm sure you hadn't come all the way here to watch. So what do you say about match? Exactly. He hadn't come all the way here to watch the match from the sidelines. Hiro had come here to experience the game firsthand. But their coach had forbidden them to take part in any physical activities outside the training until their scheduled match. It was a precautionary measure to prevent unwanted injuries. So, although Hiro desperately wanted to play, he couldn't bring himself to speak about it. A single game wouldn't hurt, Naoto said as he noticed the frown on Hiro's face. He could tell just from a glance that Hiro wanted to play. But because of their coach's command, he couldn't bring himself to go against his true feelings. Hearing him, Hiro rolled his eyes to look at him. His eyes glistened with a deep feeling of gratitude. Hiro was touched, but before he could bring himself to speak, Naoto gave him an understanding nod. Usually, he wasn't the type of person who'd go against the command of the coach. Rather, he had an obedient personality. Thus, upon hearing such disobedient words coming out of his mouth, Tatsuki couldn't help but stare at him with his eyes opened wide in disbelief. What happened to rules over personal interest? What? Naoto asked as he caught him staring at him. Why such a change of heart? He blurted in response as he asked dazedly. If you don't want to play, then you can sit out. Naoto responded dismissively as he tried to shift the topic of their conversation. He didn't want to clarify his reasons. Knowing him, he should have figured it out. But he was just too stupid to figure it out by himself. And Naoto didn't want to clarify either. What about you all? Naoto turned to ask others. Even if they wanted to sit out, he wasn't going to force them to play. So, it was all up to them to decide whether they wanted to participate or not. Apart from Kiru, who seemed a bit reluctant, others readily agreed to participate. But since he was already here, he agreed as well. Then it's decided. After confirming their participation, Naoto turned to look in Carlos's direction. We 5 will join the match, Naoto announced. 5? Why are you excluding me? Tatsuki growled. I thought that you were going to sit out. Naoto responded calmly, without a shred of guilt in his voice. It seemed as if he was truly excluding him from the team. This further infuriated Tatsuki. Thus he began to complain even more vigorously. Why should I sit out? What did I say that I was going to sit out? Yet still amidst his rampant, Naoto maintained his cool. Although Carlos found their situation quite amusing, he couldn't help but feel slightly awkward. A lot of people were looking their way, giving them strange glances. It was as if a show was taking place here. So, Carlos couldn't help but feel a bit awkward being at the center of attention. Even so, one of you still needs to sit out. After all, it's a 5v5 game, Carlos said in an attempt to control the situation. Then it's decided, he'll sit out. Naoto presented his verdict with a solemn expression on his face as he pointed at Tatsuki. Huh? Why me? Why don't you sit out instead? At this point, it seemed as if Naoto was intentionally teasing Tatsuki. Seeing him so riled up, Hiro and the rest couldn't help but chuckle. Even if they were causing a scene, Hiro was finding the situation quite amusing. But if it went on any longer, who knows if it wouldn't escalate any further. Also, who knows if they wouldn't get kicked out for causing a fuss. So to prevent such a scenario from happening, some of them volunteered to sit out. Then I'll sit out for now. At once 2 people volunteered to sit out. One was Sugawara, while the other was Kiru. Coincidentally, both said it at the same time. So they couldn't help but exchange glances. You can play Sugawara-san. I'll sit out, Kiru said as he tried to persuade him to change his decision. No, it's all right. You can play, Kaoru-san. Both were trying to be courteous to each other. So for a while, neither of them could conclude. Each was willing to sit out for the sake of the other. What are they talking about? Carlos was confused by their exchange. Although he could somewhat tell what was taking place between the two, he couldn't understand the two. So he had to turn to Hiro for help. They're fighting over who gets to participate. Each of them wants to sit out for the sake of the other. Hiro explained. Then can you tell that both of them can participate? After all, a single substitution is allowed, Carlos said. Guys, Hiro intervened. All of us can play. We can substitute for each other. As they heard him, both felt quite embarrassed. In an attempt to be courteous, they had completely ruled out the possibility of substitution. Then, as the confusion cleared, Carlos walked inside the pitch. Chapter 507, Diamond in the Rough. As he walked inside the pitch, many took notice of him. Then he walked to some people and began to converse. It seemed as if he was making some sort of arrangements. The people whom he was talking to showed a greedy smile on their faces as they talked with him. Then he returned, after conversing for a moment. Smiling, he returned as he said with a glee on his face, "It's done. You're up." "What do you mean it's done?" Weren't they supposed to wait for their turn? Just how did he convince those people to let them skip the queue? They were puzzled to hear. After all, just a moment ago, Carlos had said that all those people on the sidelines were waiting for their turn. So, how did he manage to convince them to let them jump the queue? Seems like he had struck a deal with those bunches. Otherwise, how could they allow such special privileges to them? Even so, why does it matter what deal he had struck with those people? Excitedly, his friends entered the pitch. But Hiro couldn't help but ask, "Carlos, what kind of deal did you strike with them?" He let out a mischievous chuckle before responding. "I said that they could earn $1,000 if they beat you. To top it all, I also said that they could assemble the very best players here. So they readily agreed to let you play." Hiro had only bribed him with $500 to guide them to this place. But he was betting twice the amount. Did he have such faith in them to bet the money out of his pocket? Hiro couldn't help but wonder. But before he could have some other thoughts, Carlos added, "Obviously, if they lose, they'll have to pay me $200, but if you lose, then you'll have to pay them $1,000. I've got nothing to lose." Hiro wasn't surprised by his words. Rather, it was expected. After all, knowing him, if he could go against the words of his senior for money, then how could he be expected to pay money out of his pocket? It seemed that Hiro was getting his hopes high for nothing. So, upon hearing him, he revealed an awkward smile on his face. But since $1,000 wasn't a large sum to him, he didn't mind his actions. Also, if they wanted to take his money, then they'd have to defeat him first. All right, be aware of that kid in Barcelona jersey. Before sending them off, Carlos warned Hiro about a kid dressed in Barcelona jersey. As he heard him, Hiro swept his gaze to the kid dressed in Barcelona jersey. He appeared rather emaciated, almost as if he hadn't had anything to proper to eat for months. Even the jersey he wore was smeared with countless stains. If one looked closely behind his back, one could see something written on it. The letters had already faded, but upon closer inspection, one could see Neymar written on it. He had a curly black hair. As for his dark eyes, it was full of determination and confidence. The sun-kissed skin of his, which was a testament to the countless hours he had spent under the scorching sun, completed his looks. As for his pair of old, beat-up sneakers, it could be displayed in some antique museum. Shall we check his stats briefly before starting the match? Hiro thought as he decided to run a quick scan before proceeding with the match. Name: João Silva. Position: free. Age: 16. Height: 170 centimeters, 5 feet 7 inches. Weight: 52 kilograms. Pace: 86 dribbling, 90 passing, 78 shooting, 74 vision, 80 agility, 88 physicality, 65 defensive awareness, 55 stamina, 82 technique, 87. As Hiro analyzed him, he couldn't help but stare at him with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The person in front of him could already play on the professional stage. Yet, he appeared so miserable at the moment. Isn't Brazil famous for producing megastars? So, how come he wasn't scouted yet? Those numbers could easily rival his. Hiro could tell for certainty that he was a diamond in the rough. But he couldn't tell why he wasn't noticed yet by anyone. What's a player of such caliber doing here, fighting for spare change? It's just that he couldn't get to look at his talents. Otherwise, he'd have known more about him. Yet still, after going through his stats, Hiro couldn't help but feel curious about the talent he possessed. Nonetheless, it was clear that João was greatly emaciated. I can already tell that he's a formidable player, Hiro said after going through his stats. Hearing him, Carlos broke into laughter before responding. You've got quite the intuition. Indeed, he's quite tricky. So, be careful while approaching him. After all, you need to earn me some more bucks. Though Hiro had discovered a diamond in the rough, he wasn't worried about it. Rather, he was excited to clash against this raw talent. Let's see who comes out on top, Hiro thought as his eyes glistened with excitement and determination. Then he proceeded to tell his teammates about his findings. Based on the stats, Hiro could somewhat guess his style of play. So he instructed his teammates accordingly to prevent any unwanted disasters from taking place. As they stepped onto the field, the crowd roared. Show these foreigners that it isn't easy to play against the mighty Brazil. Who wants to place a wager? I bet 50 real on the home side. I bet 10 real on the foreigners. What? Why are you betting on the foreigners? Because the stakes are much higher. All of a sudden the venue got extremely lively. At the same time, the already electrifying atmosphere of the pitch got even more electrifying. Many people also began to bet. Whoa, look at all those people shouting. It somehow feels like even if we win the game, we'll experience the wrath of these people, Tatsuki said timidly. As they prepared to start the match, Carlos announced, the first team to score 3 wins the match. Chapter 508. Can we start the real game? Carlos held the ball in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the players as he declared, the one who gets the ball after it bounces starts the game. Got it. Hiro, representing his side, nodded confidently. But the burly man with a tattooed arm, who stood as the opposition's leader, smirked arrogantly. He said something in a condescending tone, though Hiro couldn't understand his exact words. It was clear, however, that the man was taunting him, perhaps saying something like, "Go ahead, take the ball." Hiro wasn't fazed by the man's arrogance. If his opponent were willing to give up the opportunity, Hiro would gladly take it. Carlos then tossed the ball high into the air. As the ball ascended, the burly man casually stepped back, as if to make way for Hiro. The crowd cheers grew louder, almost as if they were in on some joke. Grins spread across their faces, dripping with mockery. But Hiro remained unbothered by their derision. He was focused on the opportunity at hand, grateful for the chance to take the ball. With a nod of appreciation, he stepped forward, accepting the opposing side's generosity. The burly man and his teammates watched with smug smiles as Hiro moved into position. To them, he wasn't even a threat so much so that they didn't even bother to position themselves defensively. If you're all being so courteous, Hiro thought, a glint of determination in his eyes, then it's only fair I return the favor. In a flash, Hiro unleashed a thunderous volley, sending the ball rocketing toward the opposing goal. The change in the opposition's expressions was immediate, their complexion pale, smirks wiped clean, replaced by wide-eyed shock. They couldn't even bring themselves to react. At the same time, a stunned silence fell upon the venue. The haughty opposing keeper, who until a moment ago was taking Hiro lightly, hadn't even prepared himself. Against Hiro's quick onslaught, he was rendered helpless, reduced to a mere spectator to Hiro's impressive volley. Let alone expecting such an impressive shot from the half line, he hadn't even expected him to strike so early in the game. At most, he had thought that he'd pass the ball to play it safe. But who would have expected that he'd unleash such a formidable shot so early in the match? Fortunately, it missed the post by a hair's breadth. The ball hit the pole and bounced right into his arms, leaving him utterly stunned and relieved simultaneously. But it became clear to him that he couldn't underestimate the opposing side any further. Who knows if others are even more threatening than him? Just from a single strike, it became clear to everybody present at the venue that they couldn't be underestimated. Who in their right mind would underestimate such a formidable opponent after such an unfathomable display of might? But when they noticed with his head bowed down, it became even more crystal clear to the people present on the field that they couldn't be underestimated. Now that I have returned the favor for your courtesy, shall we begin the real match? Hiro said politely as he stood in a respectful position. The burly man looked in the direction of Carlos, as if he were asking him to interpret his words. Carlos, who had a wide grin on his face, proudly interpreted his words to him. He said that he has returned the favor for your courtesy, and he wants you to play the match seriously. Upon hearing the interpretation, they couldn't help but look at Hiro with a mixture of shock, awe, fear, and rage. How were they supposed to react? What was he trying to say? Was he trying to say that he purposely missed the shot? They also couldn't help but feel slightly skeptical of his claims. But it didn't matter if he was flaunting or not. The shot he had displayed was enough to prove his skills. Their arrogance had almost cost them. Now, they could no longer afford to act arrogant. They had learned their lesson. So, at once as they realized the threat level of the opposing team, their expression turned serious. A moment of carelessness might cost them greatly. Before they had thought of this as an easy opportunity to earn some big bucks. But now their perception had completely altered. It was clear to them that if they wanted to win this match, then they'd need to go all out. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the burly man shouted, "Everyone, go all out. Don't hold back. I'll kill anyone if they don't play seriously." A strange glint flashed past their eyes as they nodded in agreement. After learning about the level of Hiro and his teammates, the perception of the crowd changed as well. Many people started to bet on them. At the same time, many people became interested in the match. Previously, it had failed to excite many of the people present there. They had only thought of it as some kind of exhibition match, and most had already predicted the loss of the other side. If not for Hiro's action, who knows if they'd still be thinking of them as the same? Then Hiro turned to face his teammates as he announced determinedly, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The real match begins now." "Show off." Tatsuki scoffed jokingly. Naoto revealed a helpless sigh as he figured out Hiro's intention. Sigh. What a pain in the ass. Now, it doesn't seem like I'll have a comfortable time. Ha ha ha, it's so like him, Kenji said with a smile on his face. It almost seemed like he was enjoying the show. The opposing keeper then tossed the ball to his teammate to resume the game. Playing quick short passes, the opposing players moved the ball. There wasn't much space to play long balls. So, short passes were the only effective option. Due to the compact size of the pitch, it was easier for the retaining side to lose possession of the ball if they weren't careful enough. So ball control played an important role. If a player wasn't good with ball retention, then it would hamper the entire team negatively. Fortunately enough, Brazilian players who had grown up playing on such compact pitches didn't have any issues with playing here. But for Hiro's side, who were mostly used to playing in full-size pitch, it was rather difficult for them to operate. And their weakness quickly became evident as they struggled to adapt to the pitch. Tatsuki, who often relied on his explosive acceleration, found it quite difficult to operate. But Hiro, who excelled in compact dribbling, didn't find it that difficult to play. Chipter pisto divit, yo, fos brilhans. In the opening minutes, Hiro's team struggled to find their rhythm. Pass after pass missed its mark, leaving them disjointed and frustrated. Then, in the 8th minute, disaster struck. Joe, ever alert, intercepted a careless pass from Hiro. Hiro, who had misjudged the ball, felt his heart lurch as he watched it stolen right before his eyes. For a split second, panic gripped him, but Hiro quickly steeled himself, determined to right his wrong. Jo, uvastid nuchimi. With a burst of speed, he darted forward, his movements so fluid that Kenji could do nothing but watch as the Brazilian phenom left him in the dust. Hiro, however, was ready. He positioned himself like a grizzly bear towering over its prey, his eyes locked on a Joe. Oh, try to read his next move. Which way will he go? Keiru's mind raced, every muscle in his body tense and ready. Joe? Oh, feinted to the left. Hiro, not one to be fooled easily, lunged to block him. But in an instant, Joe, vanished from his view, as if he had never been there. Keiru's eyes widened in shock. Where had he gone? A moment later, he realized with a sinking feeling that Joe had already slipped past him. The Brazilian had pivoted with the grace of a dancer, leaving Hiro frozen in place, his failed attempt to intercept a glaring reminder of Joe's brilliance. To the onlookers, it seemed as if he was dancing on the pitch. With a wide grin on their face, they stood on the sidelines enjoying the show. Their eyes hinted at a feeling of euphoria. After dribbling past Hiro, Joe took a quick glance at the post before sending the ball flying. The post wasn't that big, barely half the size of the real post. Even so, Naoto found it rather troublesome to stop the shot. It might be because it was from such a close distance. But despite his attempt to save the ball, he failed. The ball, as it slid past his reach, shook the net. Goal! The venue erupted into euphoric cheers. Along with the cheers of the people, the rattling sound of the fence could also be heard. Joe, who had scored the goal, ran up to his teammates to celebrate the goal. Hiro looked at him with intrigue. Does this guy even realize that he had scored against pros? Since Carlos hadn't revealed their identity, they mostly thought of them as some random foreigners who wanted to experience their culture. So, Hiro couldn't help but wonder about his reaction if he were to know about their identity. Would he demean them if he knew about their identity? Or would he act surprised? As for Naoto, who had failed to stop the shot, he could be seen with a smile full of amusement on his face. Despite his attempt, he couldn't save the goal, but still wasn't disheartened by his failure to stop the ball. Previously, when seeing the post, I was confident to stop any shots. But it seems like it isn't as easy as I've thought Naoto thought while reaching out to the ball behind him. Just then, Keiru came over to him. His brows were knotted in a frown, and he had a rather dejected expression. Then he said with an apologetic tone, "Sorry, it's my fault." Naoto revealed a subtle smile as he said, "Don't fret over it, Keiru-san. It's just a friendly match. So, just don't think too much about it and enjoy the game." Well, if only he knew that Hiro's money was at stake. Perhaps he wouldn't be taking the match lightly. Keiru gave him a light nod in response. Then Naoto threw the ball to Hiro to resume the match. Since he dribbled past two of our players, it's only right for me to return the favor twofold, Hiro thought, a smirk adorning his visage. As the match resumed, he accelerated with the ball. "Stop him!" shouted the burly man as he steadily retreated to position himself better. Joe? And one other guy rushed onto him, attempting to stop him. A dark brilliance flashed past Hiro's eyes as he quickly glanced at the people before him. The other guy felt a foreboding feeling as he locked eyes with him. It might be due to the terror he had struck earlier with his magnificent shot, or it might be an invisible force. But for some reason, he felt quite out of place. It was due to the unique effect of his newly acquired talent. Then the next second, Hiro broke free from their entanglement in one fell swoop. What? Joe? And the other guy were stunned as they desperately attempted to follow him. Just in a split second, he had left the two behind. They could only see his back, which for reason appeared broader than it was in reality. Was he always that big? The other guy thought as he looked at him. After leaving the two behind, he then approached the remaining players. At this moment, he pulled a move that almost resembled the move Joe had pulled out a moment ago. The entire venue was left speechless by his blatant display. Just how was he able to perform such skills so flawlessly? Many were left in bewilderment as they tried to figure him out. At the same time, for some inexplicable reason, many couldn't suppress the feeling of excitement. They could feel their heart racing. It was almost as if they were the ones facing the danger. In a couple of seconds, Hiro had dribbled the entire team. And now, after dribbling past the entirety of the opposing squad, he found himself before the post. There was only a keeper to stop him. Hiro could have closed the distance even further after all. He was all by himself. But instead, he let out a mouth full of turbid air as he glanced at the opposing keeper. The opposing keeper squeezed his glutes as he prepared himself for what was to come. He could feel his senses tingling, almost as if it was warning him about a foreboding danger heading his way. Chapter 5:10 Finding Out the Truth. For a split second, he felt his heart shudder. Was it fear? The inexplicable feeling he felt for that split second, he couldn't be sure about it. Shaking the feeling, he then composed himself as he prepared himself for what was about to come. The appearance of Hiro appeared quite threatening. Yet still, he couldn't afford to bring his gaze away from him. Neither could he afford to hesitate. Just then Hiro unleashed a powerful shot. The sheer magnitude of the shot was so great that it sent a ripple across the ball, causing it to wobble. Bam! The crowd watched the ball with their eyes open wide, their heart thumping with excitement. As for the opposing keeper, his complexion paled while at the same time cold sweat accumulated on his forehead. For some reason, he felt his body stiffen. He also felt a chill running down his spine. Even so, he forced his body to move against the intimidating aura pressing on him. As the ball got close to him, it appeared bigger than what it looked like a moment ago. It was as if the ball was multiplying in size. As for the reason why it was multiplying in size, it was because it was headed straight to his face. If he didn't block it, his face might get squashed like a tomato. That's what his guts told him. A part of him wanted to duck to avoid getting hit, but the pride of being a goalkeeper wanted to brace the impact at all costs to prevent the ball from going inside. Even if it meant sacrificing his face, he didn't want to move away. However, at the final moment, he still slightly ducked his head to avoid the impact. Though he had his hands raised, he closed his eyes out of fear a moment before the ball reached him. This action of his although prevented injury cost his team the goal. Goal! Damn, just what kind of ridiculous shot was that? What are you doing, Romero? The people standing on the sideline were mesmerized. At the same time, many were complaining about the goalkeeper's cowardice. If only he hadn't moved his head, he could have prevented the goal. Alas, he was too scared to do so. Although the opposing goalkeeper was fairly talented, he wasn't an ambitious person. The person was already 32 years old. Yet still, he had been playing better than many youngsters. They had rarely seen him make such a mistake. Romero, after allowing the goal, looked at his hands, feeling empty inside. His face, devoid of any emotion, appeared rather complicated. As for his hands, it was trembling violently. For a while, he couldn't bring himself to act. Even though it was noisy around him, he couldn't hear any noise. It was as if the entire world around him had gone silent. Looking at his trembling hands, he was reminded of the dread he felt from the shot. Soon, despair clawed his heart as he realized the severity of his actions. I got scared. Romero felt as if he was plunged into an empty void with nothing but darkness around him. For some reason, it triggered the memory he had always wanted to forget. Romero, I'm sorry to say, but you can't play anymore. It was the words of the doctor after he injured his legs in a match. Upon hearing such cruel words, he was plunged into a whirlpool of darkness. How would you feel when you've helped your team earn a promotion, but you learn that you have to give up on your dream? As a young talent, he was one of the promising talents from the hood. He even went on to play for a professional club. But after helping his team with a promotion to the first division, he had to learn about the unfortunate news that he couldn't play anymore. After that injury, although he had recovered enough to play, his life hadn't been the same as it had been before his injury. But the mere fact that he could play was enough to prove the words of the doctor wrong. He had said that he wouldn't be able to play again. However, Here he was right now, playing. Clenching his fist, Romero gritted his teeth as he muttered through the gaps of his teeth with great difficulty, "Fuck it." Then he mustered his strength to stand. Though he had been defeated once, he wasn't done yet. Romero had much more to give. As he rose, his fighting spirit rekindled. At the same time, his dull eyes gained the spark they had lost a moment ago. With a newfound vigor, he then turned to look at Hiro, who was celebrating at a distance. "Are you okay, Romero?" Joe? O asked, his tone laced with concern. Until now, he hadn't seen such a devastated sight of Romero. So, he couldn't help but worry about him after seeing him in such a miserable state. He feared that it had left a deep impact on Romero. But Romero's words relieved him. "It's okay. I was just shaken a bit. Rest assured, kid, I won't repeat the same mistake." Romero sounded quite reliable at this moment. So Joe, I could only have faith in him. Then Romero leaned closer to Joe, as he said in a serious tone, "Kid, I think we were playing against professionals. They aren't just some random foreigners. Although some of them appear clumsy, I can tell that they are professionals. So be extra careful when dealing with them. Alert others as well." Upon hearing him, his eyes jolted toward their direction. Though he had been feeling that these guys weren't simple, he hadn't thought that far. But now that he heard him, everything became clear to him. Now that he learned about their identity, he could no longer rest easy. Then he shared the findings with others as well. What are they doing? The people outside were confused by their gestures. Are they discussing strategy? The people outside could only guess. A glint of seriousness flashed past their eyes as they learned the truth. Now that it became clear that they were up against professionals, they had to become even more careful. Chapter 511, Awakening of the Genius. Their expressions grew serious as they snapped to attention upon realizing the truth. Sure, it was bad news, but with the match already halfway through, there was no turning back. Despite facing professionals, they didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, their minds were already racing, strategizing ways to outplay their opponents. They quickly huddled together to discuss their tactics. During this, Joe's eyes lingered on Hiro. Just moments ago, Hiro had dribbled past their entire team with an effortless grace, as if he was dancing with the wind. How did he pull off such flawless moves? Joe could tell at a glance that Hiro was a natural talent. But there was no time to be starstruck. They still had a match to win. Adjusting their formation, the opposing side resumed play. Their weaknesses had been exposed, so sticking with the same strategy was out of the question. As the game restarted, those watching from the sidelines couldn't help but frown. After seeing them huddled in discussion, the crowd had expected some intense action. But to their disappointment, the team was playing even more cautiously. This wasn't what anyone had anticipated. Frustration began to bubble up as the spectators watched the team play defensively. It had been 5 minutes since they conceded the goal, yet they hadn't created a single promising opportunity. Instead, they kept passing the ball among themselves, refusing to advance. The lackluster play was getting on the fans' nerves. "If you're going to play so defensively, sub me in. I'll show you how the game should be played," one of them grumbled. Though the jeers from the fans were starting to wear on them, the team maintained their composure, focusing on the game at hand. Easy for you to say. Some of the opposing players sneered internally, dismissing the crowd's criticism. By now, Kaoru and Tatsuki had adjusted to the pitch, and as they grew more comfortable, their mistakes dwindled. Their performance began to improve significantly. With fewer errors being made, Hiro found the game even more exhilarating. Their coordination on the field had reached a new level, and even the crowd was captivated by their seamless play. Just moments ago, the team had been struggling, but now it seemed as though they were born to play here. At the center of it all was the young player who had equalized the score for the opposing side with a brilliant shot. He was everywhere on the pitch, orchestrating the game like a maestro piecing different instruments together to create a grand symphony. Then, after a series of fluid plays, Hiro scored another goal, putting his team in the lead. It was a cross from Kenji that Hiro converted with precision, and the opposing team's desperate attempts to defend were in vain. Despite their efforts, they couldn't stop the inevitable. How could you let him get past you? The burly man, who had been relatively quiet since conceding the first goal, suddenly erupted in anger. All eyes turned to him as he vented his fury. "You brat! Didn't you hear the instructions? You were supposed to fall back immediately when he got the ball. What's with your pathetic reaction?" "Sigh. Here we go again," someone muttered, the exasperation in their voice clear. It seemed this outburst was expected. "Some things never change," another added, as those on the sidelines exchanged knowing glances and began to gossip. The man's words were as harsh as the coldest northern winds. Joe, who bore the brunt of the tirade, felt his heart sink despite being used to the man's personality. Though he wanted to block out the insults, they still stung. If only he were stronger, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. But all he could do now was swallow his anger. Why act like you're better than the rest? Joe, sneered inwardly, try to push the rage down. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" Tatsuki remarked, clearly entertained by the commotion. Hiro, however, remained indifferent. Though he couldn't understand the man's words, the enraged expression made it clear that he was complaining. If only you knew how to use him properly, you wouldn't be complaining right now, Hiro thought as he observed the scene calmly. Joe, had been playing out of position all along. Despite his impressive stats, he was being forced to defend when he should have been attacking. Even as an outsider, Hiro could see where the opposing team was going wrong, but they weren't aware of it. Alas, they wouldn't find their faults either now that the situation had turned such unsightly. The more he complains, the more he'll fall out of favor. As a result, players will start playing unharmoniously. The disagreement in the team would also increase, and by the time they realize, it'll already be too late to turn back. Thinking about their inevitable loss, Hiro couldn't help but reveal a deep sigh. Seems like it won't be exciting any further. More than anything, Hiro wanted to enjoy the game. But now that the opposing players were arguing among themselves, he could tell that their performance would worsen even further. If it were an important match, he'd be rejoicing the scene before him. Alas, it wasn't an important match. So, he couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved upon seeing them arguing. But only if he knew that it wouldn't turn out exactly as he had envisioned. Perhaps he'd still play the match with utmost excitement. When Neymar moved to PSG, many had criticized him. Many had called him he had failed to meet his potential. If only he hadn't left Barcelona, he might have actually gone on to become one of the best in history. Even so, despite the criticism, he proved himself with his play. And right now, I need to prove myself with my performance as well. Joe, thought as flames of determination ignited in his eyes. Then the next moment as the game resumed, he pulled a move that was almost similar to what Hiro had displayed before scoring his first goal. As he dribbled past his opponents with lightning-fast dribble, he left the onlookers in awe. Then within a couple of seconds, he equalized the game. Chapter 5:12 Clash. While his teammates were frozen in shock, Hiro's face lit up with exhilaration as he watched the figure before him. A subtle smirk tugged at his lips, and a strange surge of energy pulsed through his veins like lightning. Naoto lay on the ground, bewildered, his expression mirrored by the rest of the team, who were equally stunned. Standing tall before them was a figure that seemed larger than life, his presence more imposing than it had ever been. His cold, indifferent eyes were fixed on the goal, exuding a sense of superiority, like a king surveying his subjects. He didn't move, yet there was something about him that made everyone feel uneasy, as if he were radiating an aura of intimidation that gripped the hearts of those watching. Even his teammates seemed caught in a trance. What on earth just happened? So, you finally decided to show your true colors, Hiro thought, his excitement growing as he watched with keen interest. A thrill coursed through him, an overwhelming urge to take on the figure before him. Suddenly, the previously quiet venue exploded with thunderous cheers. The spectators, who had been left in awe, could no longer hold back their excitement. The marvel they felt at witnessing this transformation could only be expressed through their voices. Chaos erupted as the crowd reacted, their disbelief palpable. Even those familiar with their neighborhood, Star had never seen anything like this. It was almost as if he had transformed into a different being. What's happened to him? Is he possessed or something? Whispers of shock and amazement spread among the crowd. At that moment, Joe finally turned around. His gaze, icy and intense, locked onto Hiro, who had been staring at him with unwavering focus. As those cold eyes met Hiro's, a chill ran down his spine. Those eyes carried a silent challenge. Hiro felt it deep within, and his excitement only grew. The thrill of competition surged through him, and his smile widened in anticipation. "Bring it on, genius," he thought, meeting Joe's gaze with unwavering confidence. A silent battle of wills had begun, sparks flying between them as they stared each other down. Then the next moment, as the game resumed, Hiro took charge. The effect was immediate as the crowd felt the rising intensity of the match. The intense showdown between the two geniuses only aroused their excitement. Yet for a while, neither side managed to score the desired goal to clinch the victory. The game had prolonged to the point that it was wearing down some of the players on the field. Exhausted and out of breath, they appeared as if their vitality had been sapped out of their body. Yet still, compared to the opposing players, Hiro's teammates appeared rather energetic. They might catch up to them in terms of skill, but when it came to physicality, professionals would have the upper hand against any normal person. After all, how could people who played football leisurely fare against those who train day in and day out? The gap between the two sides became even more evident as the match progressed. The matter that they had held their ground against pros for such long was already commendable. But alas, the gap between the two sides would only continue to grow as the match progresses further. So realizing their weakness, opposing players opted for one final strike to conclude the game. If they failed to score on this attack, then their defeat was inevitable. Despite the risk, it was the only way for them to change the situation. They had already given their all to stop the onslaught of the opposing players. But if they continued to do the same, then eventually their body would give out, causing them to make some mistakes. For sure, their guerrilla tactics would eventually fall against the continuous onslaught of the opposing players. So, rather than waiting for such an incident to occur, it was better to take the initiative. At once as they concluded, all of them charged ahead. Even Romero walked out of his zone to take part in the attack. The strike started from Romero as he supplied the pass to one of his teammates. Then he made a short run up to attract Tatsuki. Just as Tatsuki was about to reach him, he let go of the ball, making a short pass to his other teammate. Hiro stepped up to intercept him. But before he could get to him, he passed the ball back to Romero, who in turn sent the rolling in the center of the pitch where Joe took hold of the ball. Kenji had already seen him move, so he rushed to intercept him. But Joe skillfully avoided Kenji's tackle with ease. Making use of his acceleration and fluidity, he avoided Kenji, leaving him in a daze. Just as he got past Kenji, Hiro retreated from his blind spot. After getting past Kenji, Joe steadily approached Kiru. However, unlike before, he couldn't find any spaces to exploit. It might be because he was distracted by the sight of the burly man who was making a run from the flanks. Completely unmarked, he had all the room to operate. So, if he could just get the ball to him, they might actually win the game. A sudden thought popped into his head as he noticed the sight of the burly man. But he should at least try to draw the opposing player a bit closer to him before making a pass, to make things easier for his teammate. After all, who knows if he'd immediately chase his teammate right after he made the pass and managed to take him down? Due to such concern, he tried to close the distance between him and Kiru before making a pass. After getting close enough, he was about to make the pass. But right then Hiro swept the ball from him. At first, Joe was puzzled, but soon his expression changed as he felt his heart palpitate. Just for where did he come? No sooner had Hiro got the ball than he accelerated. Then right from the half, he attempted a shot at the empty post. Chapter 5:13, I'll take the win for now. After skillfully stealing the ball from Joe, Hiro immediately surged forward. The sudden burst of speed sent a wave of alarm through the opposing team. Romero, who was caught completely out of position, felt a pang of dread as he saw Hiro with the ball. Of all players, why did it have to be him? In a panic, the opposing players scrambled to retreat. But before Romero could regain his position or any other players could get to him, Hiro unleashed a powerful shot from midfield. The crowd held their breath, their eyes wide with a mix of horror and anticipation as they watched the ball soar toward the goal. The ball's trajectory was steady and unwavering. Despite being out of position, Romero made a desperate attempt to save it, hurling himself toward the post with arms outstretched. One glance was enough to see that his landing wouldn't be gentle. The rough concrete beneath him promised injury, and he knew it better than anyone. But the passion and determination he displayed in that moment, risking it all for the save, were nothing short of remarkable. Yet despite his attempt, he failed to save the ball in the end. Evading his reach, the ball effortlessly glided inside the post. As Joe watched the goal, different complicated emotions started to well up inside his heart. A moment ago, he had daringly issued a challenge to him, but now he had turned into a mere spectator to Hiro's brilliance. He had been utterly defeated. His expression froze as he watched him with a defeated look on his face. The figure before his eyes appeared mightier than the mightiest mountain. It was as if he was in the presence of some mighty figure whose foot had been kissed by the god of football himself. Even though he hadn't considered himself a genius, after competing against many players in the arena, he believed that he was cut above the rest. But right now, against a behemoth who seemed like he could score from any part of the pitch, he felt like he was overestimating himself. About a certain distance away from him, Romero, who had failed to stop the goal, was writhing in pain. He could barely bring himself to keep his eyes open. Clenching his chest tightly, he lay on the ground with an expression full of pain. Many people rushed to him to check his condition. Even though they had already predicted the outcome, still watching his painful expression made them anxious. Upon seeing him writhing in pain, many people couldn't help but have an ill omen about his condition. They couldn't shake the feeling of terror they felt upon seeing him in such a miserable condition. Romero, Romero. They called out to him worriedly. Romero could audibly hear the voices of the feeling around him, but the stinging pain in his leg was making it hard for him to speak. If he hadn't cushioned his fall with his hand, he might have actually broken his rib cage. But right before his collision, he shielded most of the impact with his hand. Even so, he couldn't help prevent the inevitable collision. So, during the collision, he hurt his legs. Well, it was already hurt to begin with. Most probably, he had triggered his dormant injury. Thankfully, it wasn't anything major. More and more people rushed to him to check his state, leaving a few of the people exasperated. All of them crowding around him was worsening the situation. So, one of them yelled, "Don't crowd over here." Around this time, taking advantage of the chaos, Roberto, the burly guy who had made the bet, tried to sneak his way out of the pitch. But how could he evade the greedy eyes of Carlos? "Roberto, going somewhere?" Carlos said in a questioning tone while standing before him. Roberto, with his huge feature, towered over Carlos, who was rather lean. Yet still, now that he had been found out, he couldn't help but droop his shoulder. Rubbing his palm, he displayed a timid smile on his face. I was just going to get some first aid for Romero." He explained himself. "Oh, forgive me for thinking that you were trying to run away without paying," Carlos said in an apologetic tone while emphasizing a few words, "run away without paying." Upon hearing him, he let out a nervous laugh as he said, "Ha. You know me well, don't you, Carlos? I'd never do such a thing." Carlos, however, looked at him strangely without uttering anything. "I know well what kind of person you are," he scoffed internally, but didn't show any of his emotions on his face. But Roberto paused as he looked at him the way a greedy businessman would look at his lender after being unable to pay up the money he owed, shamelessly. Carlos asked, feeling a premonition, "But what? But can you give me some time to pay you back?" At this moment, Carlos couldn't help but regret his decision to make a bet with him. Carlos contorted his face in disgust and agitation as he heard him. But then again, he had brought this upon himself by making a deal with such an unreliable person in the first place. So, If he ended up fleeing without paying, then he was the person to blame. Revealing a helpless sigh, he looked at him. Sigh. Then why did you even make a deal if you were going to pay later? I thought that we'd win easily since we were playing against some foreigners. So, I didn't think about losing, he explained himself. There wasn't even a hint of shame reflecting on his face. Just how could someone be such shameless? Don't you have any pride? But if he allowed him to walk away now, he wouldn't get his money. That much Carlos was aware of it. Also, the fatso in front of him wasn't being entirely truthful either. Even if he had to let him go, he had to keep something that belonged to him as collateral to get his money. So he walked him. Then he skillfully reached out to his pocket. Before the burly man could even resist him, Carlos already snatched his phone away from his pocket. Enraged, he watched him with his bloodshot eyes, gnashing his teeth. He wanted to retaliate, but if he did that, he'd probably get pummeled by the people present in the venue. So, he could only tuck his fury. Flinging his phone, Carlos said with a casual tone, "Until you repay me, I'll be holding your phone as collateral. But if you don't bring me my money by the end of this week, I'll sell it. Though I doubt that I'd get enough money to compensate," he added. Chapter 514. Hurrying back. Now that he had his phone confiscated, he didn't have any option but to pay. So, he couldn't help but glare at him. The phone itself wasn't expensive, but the contacts he had, he couldn't ignore it. So, even if it was for the sake of the contacts he had in his phone, he couldn't discard his phone. With that said, Carlos turned to leave. Since he wasn't going to pay immediately, why must he bother with him right now? By now, Romero had recovered somewhat. Until a moment ago, he could barely bring himself to speak. However, right now, with the support of a few people, he could bring himself to talk. Even his complexion had recovered somewhat. Confirming his well-being, Carlos heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that everything is fine. Then he whimsically raised his head to look at the sky. The sky stretched wide, an endless expanse of calm, painted with soft hues that blended seamlessly into one another. The moon, surrounded by countless shimmering stars, hung like a pearl, its silvery light casting a gentle glow that bathed the world in a serene, otherworldly beauty. Carlos felt an unusual calm while looking at the sky above him. Why does the sky appear so serene today? Looking at the sky, he couldn't help but mutter. It might be because he had earned himself quite a hefty sum today. But why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? For some inexplicable reason, he couldn't help but feel uneasy at the same time. It was as if he was forgetting something important, but wasn't sure what exactly it was. At once, his eyes widened in alarm as he realized, time. What time is it now? Immediately, he raised his arm to check the time on the watch on his wrist. As he checked his watch, panic began to set in. He was supposed to bring them back to the hotel by 8, but he had already exceeded the time he had been given. As he realized his predicament, he hurried his way to Hiro. At this moment, Joe was trying to convey something to him. However, since Hiro didn't understand him, he could only watch him in confusion. Joe's eyes lit up as he saw Carlos. Now, he could have him translate his words. So, he rejoiced upon seeing him. Great, Carlos, can you help? But before he could ask him for a favor, Carlos said something to Hiro in a rush and pulled him away. He didn't even spare a glance at him. He ignored him as if he were invisible. Yet still, he didn't feel disappointed by such silent treatment. Rather, he could feel the urgency in his voice. Sorry, we need to leave right now, Hiro said as he bid his farewell to Joe, who had been attempting to tell him something for a while by now. Joe could only nod his head and wave him goodbye. As he watched Hiro and others leave the pitch in a hurry, he whispered under his breath, "Maybe next time if we meet, I'll be able to tell that you were truly amazing to watch." Young Joe was greatly impacted by this encounter. The reverence he held for Hiro could be seen in his eyes, which were fixedly following Hiro. Soon, as they hurried their way out of the venue, their figure vanished in the distant dark alley. After hitting the road, Hiro and the company took a cab to get to the hotel. Having stayed over the time limit, if they walk to the hotel, who knows how long it'll take. Although others could be seen panicking, Hiro, for some reason, appeared more tranquil than anyone in the cab. It was as if he wasn't worried about what was to come. Though he appeared to be looking outside the window, he appeared lost. His eyes, a deep, enigmatic hazel, seemed as if it was looking past the blinding lights outside that they passed along their way to their destination. Just what is he looking at so amusingly? Upon catching a glimpse of him looking outside, wearing an amusing smile on his face, Tatsuki couldn't help but wonder. After all, how could he remain so calm when they were clearly in trouble? Curious, he turned to look outside. As he looked outside the window, he noticed the street filled with people. People dressed elegantly flocked the streets, while at the same time bars and restaurants lit in vibrant colors had come to life. They had bright smiles on their faces. Also, it appeared as if they were glowing. It wasn't as crowded when they had stepped outside of their hotel. But right now the world outside was oozing life. For a moment, even he couldn't help but feel captivated by the ambience outside the window. He felt as if the street outside was inviting him to be part of it. Sadly, however, he was shackled by the responsibility of a player. If only he didn't have any limit, he might actually step out of the cab to experience the wonders of the place before him. As such desires welled up inside his heart, he shook his head to bring him back to reality. Temptation, it's only a temptation, he reminded himself as he tried to resist the urge to party. Those happy faces are nothing but facade, he kept reminding himself. After all, it wasn't his only encounter with the nightlife of the city. Though compared to what he was used to seeing, it was on a slightly different level. Nonetheless, it was the same. Then as he snapped back to his senses, he rolled his eyes to look at Hiro. Staring at him, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon noticing him looking outside so eagerly. Don't tell me he's already sinking in this shithole. Having played professional football for quite a while by now, he was well versed with the dark side of some footballers. Many players, although appeared humble on the outside, had a pretty nasty side where they let themselves wild partying. Chapter 5:15, Joke. Somehow, he seemed as if he was captivated by the world outside. So, he couldn't help but feel disappointed in him. A player of such caliber shouldn't be distracted by the allure of worldly desires. There had already been countless victims of such temptations. So, he didn't want Hiro, who was like a brother, to join the victims list. If only he knew about Hiro's thoughts, perhaps he might not be as worried about him. Alas, he was in the dark, so he couldn't stop worrying about him. Then he nudged him, shaking him out of his reverie. Hiro, what will say to the coach if he asks us about the delay? Rolling his eyes to him, he answered solemnly. Then we'll have to tell him the truth. Was he for real? Hearing him, he couldn't help but feel taken aback. For a while, he stared at him fixedly. He appeared unusually serious. It was almost as if he was telling the truth. Was he nuts? Do you understand what you were saying? He asked as he failed to decipher his expression. After all, if they revealed the truth, they might get into even greater trouble. So, how could they answer honestly? Wasn't it like intentionally asking for trouble? If they had to answer honestly, then what was even the point of hurrying right now? Even others couldn't help but glance at him, dazedly. Again, with no changes in his expression, he said, I'm saying we should tell the truth if we are asked about our delay. Yup, he's lost it. He's gone insane. They thought as they heard him. All of a sudden, it got eerily silent inside the cab. Then Hiro chuckled as he said, Haha, obviously we'll make some excuses. After all, who in their right mind would dig their own grave? Unless they're nuts, obviously. They were left dumbfounded for a while. Then as they heard him, everyone let out a heart laughter as they realized that he was trying to pull their legs a while ago. The atmosphere around them was rather tense a moment ago. But right now, his pranks had lightened the mood. They no longer felt threatened as before. Even if they were to get penalized, it didn't matter at all. Later, as they arrived at the hotel, although they were asked to clarify, they evaded the punishment with only a warning. Time passed like the slipping sand in an hourglass. Beep! The shrill sound of the whistle pierced through the heated atmosphere. On a certain pitch, a match was taking place. A sea of people mostly dressed in yellow could be seen in the stands surrounding the pitch. They were the Brazilian fans who had shown up to show their support for their team, who right now were playing a match against Japan. The match was already more than halfway done, as 70 minutes had already gone by. Brazil, 3 versus Japan, 1. The scoreboard read as such, hinting at the victory of Brazil at the moment. The faces of the supporters of Brazil held great delight and passion as right now their team was leading the game. They were exhilarated beyond measure that even when the game had been paused for a corner against their team, they couldn't stop cheering. The energy in the stadium was palpable. Although their effort is commendable, how could they compete against us? One of the fans spoke with pride. Yeah, they had been defending almost for the entirety of the game, yet they are losing, another added as he presented his opinion. I think they might be trying their defensive tactics. Sadly, it was against us, ha ha ha. Many people in the stand were presenting their opinions of the game until now. Arrogance was dripping from every word they said. Well, considering the opposing side's performance until now, it was only natural for them to talk in such a contemptuous manner. Japan had been on their edge almost for the entirety of the game. Though they had tried to attack in the beginning, after experiencing the offense of the Brazilian side, they were forced into defending. Even the single goal they had registered in the match was an own goal. Their delightful mood was further enhanced by the performance of one-man Thiago. Having scored a hat trick, he was on a roll today. Yet just from a glance, one could feel the hunger in his eyes. It was as if he was hungry for even more goals. There was simply no stopping this man today. Right then, an announcement regarding player change sounded in the stadium, interrupting many fans' conversation. As they heard the announcement, they turned to look at the sidelines where 3 players were lined side by side, preparing to enter the field. Many recognized one of the players among the 3 Kubo of Real Sociedad. As many people here follow the Spanish league closely to watch their players like Vinicius, Rodrigo, Rafinha, and many others, they also recognized some other players who stood out in the league. And from Japan, Kubo was one such player alongside Yamada, who stood out in the league. So as they noticed him, they immediately recognized him. As for the other 2, they didn't recognize either of them. But since they appeared so young, they couldn't help but feel delighted. TCH, TCH, TCH. Seems like they're throwing the game away now that they realize that they can't beat us. One of the fans said in a condescending tone, clearly mocking the decision of the opposing coach to bring out such young players. While many were making fun of the decision of the opposing coach, some appeared rather anxious. Their eyes were filled with terror, almost as if they had seen something horrible. "Isn't he that guy?" someone whispered, recognizing Hiro. "Yeah, he looks the same." Until a moment ago, even though Tatsuki and Kenji were already on the field, they couldn't recognize either because they had forgotten their faces. After all, their impression of others who had participated in the match they had witnessed some days ago wasn't as deep as Hiro's. But when they saw his visage, it triggered their memories of him. Chapter 516, Gol Olimpico. Their expression paled as they remembered the horror they had witnessed a few days ago. They watched him as if they had seen a ghost. Beads of sweat appeared on their forehead. That familiar face didn't bring any fond memories. It's that stinky brat, Roberto, who had to bear a heavy loss because Hiro snorted in disdain. At the moment, he was present at the venue to witness the match. Crack, crack. As he prepared to enter, Hiro cracked his neck to loosen up some stiffness. Then he turned to face Kubo, who was standing right beside him. "Can I take the corner?" he asked. Since Kubo was the appointed set-piece taker, Hiro had to ask him for the opportunity. Upon hearing his request, Kubo looked at him briefly before responding, "Sure." Though he hadn't had much time to familiarize himself with him, he had observed him closely in the training. Especially his free kicks, it had left a deep impression on him. Even now, he could palpably feel the confidence oozing out from him. Those shades of hazel held a strange charm that could captivate the hearts of any onlookers. So, how could he deny it when faced with such innocence? Wearing an expression filled with sorrow, some players made their way out of the field. They were the players who were getting substituted. They had a rather defeated look on their face. "Now, it's all up to you guys," said one of the exiting players dejectedly, his voice filled with grief. Even until now, Hiro remained fairly unknown. Many ignored his presence as if he was just another random kid making his appearance for the first time. But to those few who recognized him, he appeared as if he was some kind of calamity that had befallen from heaven. Oh, he's going to step up for the corner? Many were slightly intrigued to see him making his way to the corner. It hadn't even been a minute, yet he was already springing into action. So, many couldn't help but feel slightly interested in him now that he was going to take the set piece for his team as soon as he entered the field. As he stood before the ball, he swept his gaze in front of him. Making use of his available skills, he analyzed the position of the players before him. Almost every player of the opposing team had crammed inside that small penalty box, making it seemingly impossible to find any flaws. As for his teammates, they were struggling to position themselves. There were only a few of his teammates to whom he could supply the cross if he wanted to make a cross inside the box. They were the only capable ones who could head their way in. Hiro was already familiar with the specialty of most of his teammates, so he was fairly knowledgeable about the strong points of his teammates. But even that advantage seemed to have no effect against the intimidating pressure and tight-knit tactics of the opposing players. The only option he had was either to play it short or risk it all, and by no means he had stepped up to play it safe. So, it only left with the latter option. Letting out a mouth full of turbid air, he retracted his gaze to the ball. He could audibly hear the complaints of the fans close to him. They were urging him to hurry. Frustration was evident in their speech. Since he had been taking his time to deliver the corner, it was only natural for them to feel irritated by his gesture. An eerie calmness flashed in his eyes as he started sprinting toward the ball. Rotating his hip, he swept his leg with full force. Bam! The ball went flying as he struck it, producing a crisp sound. The complaining mouths turned silent as the irritated eyes followed the trajectory of the ball with the utmost attention. Chaos befell on the pitch as players from both sides moved into action. At once, many shot themselves from the surface, attempting to reach the ball. Yet despite the attempts of many, it evaded the reach of all those who tried to reach it. It was almost as if it had transformed into a slippery eel that couldn't be caught. For a while, it even appeared as if it was going astray. But then just when many had assumed it to go out of bounds, something unexpected took place. The ball glided inside the opposite top corner effortlessly after evading the reach of many who had tried to reach it. The opposing keeper Bento, who had been excellent until now, couldn't even bring himself to react. At this moment, he had been reduced to a mere spectator between the poles. His eyes, filled with shock, turned to look at the ball that had glided inside the post. While his complexion had gone pale, the entire stadium had gone silent. The supporters who had shown up in large numbers had gone silent. Just what the hell had they witnessed? There was an evident disbelief in their eyes. Those same eyes that were glistening with elation and confidence had shock written on them right now. Their expression, full of arrogance, had been replaced with a frown. Yet amidst this relatively silent atmosphere, certain sounds could be heard. It was the sound of the celebration of the Japanese players. After confirming the goal, almost everybody present on the scene rushed to Hiro to celebrate the goal. Compared to the dull and tense expression on their face until a moment ago, now their face was glistening with elation. It was as if they had finally found the spark of hope in the darkness. Then, as those sounds of cheers reached their ears, many turned to look at Hiro, who was standing at the corner with an indifferent expression on his face. Upon seeing the cold and indifferent expression on his face, many couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions such as rage and fear at the same time. The lack of expression on his face annoyed them. At the same time, it evoked a certain fear in them. It was almost as if he was saying that he wasn't satisfied with just this goal. Nonetheless, Hiro had made his presence known. Chapter 517. Against a world-class defender. It hadn't even been a minute since he stepped inside, yet he had already scored a goal with his very first touch. Just how ridiculous was it? Then, as the match resumed, slowly the tide of the match started shifting. Hiro proved extremely tricky for the opposing players to handle as he weaved his way through the pitch, orchestrating countless plays for his team. The change was so palpable that any person present at the venue could tell that they had to limit him or else some great calamity might befall their team. If even the onlookers could identify the problem, then it was only obvious for the players to identify the problem as well. Yet, they weren't being able to put a stop to him. It wasn't just Hiro that they had to be vigilant against. Kubo was proving equally difficult to handle. The opposing coach was growing equally anxious. However, it was his responsibility to handle such a situation, so he was racking his mind to his fullest to figure out a solution. Rubbing his chin, he squinched his eyes as he thought with a frown. Seems like the opposing coach had allowed him to play as a free man. After much analysis, he figured out that Hiro had been playing as a free man, unshackled by the responsibility of a mere position. Though he was supposed to be an offensive midfielder, he had been running wild on the field. At times, he'd drop deep while at times, he'd be far in front. It was as if he didn't have a fixed position, almost making him seem like a player who could roam every part of the field freely. Yet despite playing freely, he wasn't making any errors. Upon leaving his assigned position, it was inevitable for him to leave some gaps. Yet even after leaving his position multiple times, he couldn't see any flaws left by him. It shouldn't be possible unless some other players fill in the gap he left behind. There had to be some loophole. Thinking so, the opposing coach intensified his observation. Just then, as he saw Hiro leaving his position to drop down, he noticed Kubo dropping down to fill in the gaps left behind by him, while at the same time, he also caught a glimpse of the opposing forwards shifting their position. Tamanaga, who had come up as a winger, moved to the center. Exactly. How could he move freely without support from his teammates? The opposing coach's eyes perked up as realization dawned on him. Then a sinister glint flashed past his eyes as he turned around to look at his reserve box. Upon receiving the ball deep in his half, Hiro instantly accelerated, leaving behind his pursuers. Even deep in his half, his talent shadow tactician was in effect. Combined with his already impressive arsenal of talent, Hiro was simply unstoppable. As he got past his first pursuer, many onlookers felt their hearts palpitating. For some inexplicable reason, seeing him on the ball invoked an eerie feeling in them. It was almost as if they were having some kind of foreboding. Then as he got through another player, a foreboding sense of horror gripped their heart, causing their expression to turn pale. Stop him! They desperately wished for someone to stop him from advancing. At the same time, the opposing coach lost the smile on his face. Just when he had finally figured out the secret behind the opposing team's smooth play, he had to witness the sight of Hiro getting through his players like a hot knife placed atop the butter. Mark those two, he shouted anxiously as he tried to warn his players. Though he had managed to get past two opposing players with ease, Hiro wasn't an idiot who overestimated his prowess. He was well aware of his limitations. So, if he tried to push his luck farther than this, he might ruin the chance. Against a solid defender like Marquinhos, he wasn't going to push his luck. Even though Brazil was mostly renowned for their offensive players, their defense couldn't be underestimated either. Hence, he searched for his options before trying to advance further. Kubo was right beside him, but he couldn't pass him hastily. Before deciding to pass, he must draw the attention of the defender in front of him. Only by doing that would he be able to create space for Kubo to operate. Luckily, Hiro specialized in playing as a decoy. Due to his high offensive stats and threat level, he was the best there was in the entirety of the Japanese squad who could act as the decoy. He could even be regarded as the greatest decoy in the entirety of the team. At first, he bravely charged ahead as if he was hell-bent on taking the ball all the way to the finish line by himself. There wasn't even a single fluctuation in his expression that others could detect. Despite his experience, Marquinhos found it rather troublesome to see through him. He couldn't tell whether he was really challenging him or simply provoking him into making some mistake. So, at first, he maintained his distance from him. After all, he wasn't like any other defender who would rush blindly in the face of danger. Before even deciding, he had to weigh his options. Obviously, he was experienced enough to process all those thoughts in a flash. As a defender, timing and observation were extremely crucial. A momentary hesitation could cost his team greatly. So he had to remain on guard all times. As expected, Hiro couldn't see through his indifferent eyes. Well, it was the same for his opponent too. By now, Hiro was too close for him to avoid, so he didn't have any option but to rush on him. Even if he was against a world-class defender, Hiro wasn't a bit panicked. Instead, he calmly took on the challenge of Marquinhos. As for why he decided to challenge him instead of passing the ball originally, as he had thought, was because of the activation of the unique effect of his talent, Shadow Tactician. A fierce showdown began as the two engaged in a battle of skill. Chapter 5:18, Acrobatics. Due to the special effects of his talent, he held a certain advantage over the tall defender before him, or so he thought. Hence, he confidently approached him. If for some reason he struggled to get through him, the man before him stood tall like a fortress, unmoving and solid. It didn't matter how he tried to get through him. Body feints, flashy footwork, quick acceleration, all his efforts were getting thwarted effortlessly. At this moment, it seemed like his greatest achievement was to keep possession of the ball. It took him a while to realize that he couldn't get through him with his current self, even with the help of the system. Probably, Marquinhos possessed some talent that allowed him to overpower Hiro. After all, it wasn't unlikely for a player of such caliber to possess some terrifying talents. Hiro had hit a wall. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he had been humbled. After failing to get past him, he passed the ball to Kubo. Though he didn't want to admit it, still it was an undeniable fact that he had lost in a one-on-one duel. So as he let go of the ball, he felt a pang of shame clawing his heart. Still, it wasn't the time to be feeling demotivated after all. The match was far from over. Hence, he immediately made a run right after he let go of the ball. Upon seeing him making a pass, many rejoiced as they felt triumphant for some reason. They were so intoxicated by that momentary satisfaction that they failed to look at the bigger picture. Sure, Hiro's defeat was evident, but it didn't mean that they were out of danger. They were still under siege. Hiro might have been their biggest concern, but he wasn't their sole concern. So, what were they even rejoicing? As soon as Kubo got the ball, he accelerated. Since Marquinhos was occupied with Hiro, it provided him space to accelerate, which he didn't waste. Hiro wasn't the only player who was fast on the ball. Kubo, being the star player he was, wasted no moment to strike terror in the hearts of the opposing fans with his threatening pace. The opposing players scrambled to their positions as they prepared to face him. Hiro was a wild card, but Kubo wasn't. They were familiar with his playstyle, so they didn't waste any moment to obstruct him. But how could stopping him be so simple? If it was that easy to stop him, many players in the Spanish league wouldn't be struggling against him. Kubo's small frame only added to his advantage, as he could bring out even more explosiveness in his dribble thanks to his center of gravity being low. Kubo easily got through the first defender, forcing Marquinhos to stop his pursuit of Hiro. After all, if he didn't stop Kubo, what use would pursuing Hiro do? So, he momentarily retracted his focus from Hiro to stop Kubo. As for the remaining opposing defenders, they were occupied by Tominaga and Tatsuki, leaving Hiro completely unmarked. Even so, making a pass in the center was like giving away the ball. So, Kubo couldn't hastily make a pass in the center. Was forcing himself the only way? A desperate thought flashed in his mind as he failed to find any options available. Right at this moment, he caught a glimpse of something. Hiro was sprinting an unbelievable speed to the opposite corner. A cold gleam flashed past his eyes before he struck the ball, sending the ball flying toward the opposite corner. If the pass was short, someone else might intercept it. So with that thought in mind, Kubo was only left with the other option. By no means could he deliver a pass right at Hiro's feet, as it'd only result in the ball being stolen. Hence, he sent a long ball. If Hiro wanted to reach this pass, he'd have to push past his limits. Since it was far away from the post, despite catching the whiff of Kubo's intentions, Bento couldn't leave his position to chase the ball. After all, it wasn't just Hiro that he had to worry about, but another opposing player was already rushing in that direction as well. So, he couldn't hastily leave his position. Following the soaring ball, many in the stand were already on their toes. Curiosity and fear gripped their heart making their heart thump. Would he make it? There's no way he'll reach that ball. Many had different views regarding the outcome. As for Hiro, although he had been humbled just recently, he had already let that matter go. At this moment, his attention was solely concentrated on the moment at hand. The only thing he was concerned about was reaching the ball. Many eyes lit up as they figured out that Hiro wouldn't reach the ball. The distance between him and the ball was so great that he'd have to fly to reach it. Seeing the distance between Hiro and the ball, they couldn't help but rejoice. However, the next moment their eyes dilapidated as they witnessed something they hadn't even thought in their wildest imagination. Hiro seemed to be flying. The daily conditioning and flexibility exercises he did seemed to be proving useful, as right now, he was soaring above the surface. More like, he seemed to be performing a butterfly kick. Such acrobatic moves were rarely seen in football. The onlookers were left stunned by his amazing display of acrobatics. The way they stared at him almost made it seem as if their eyes would pop out of their eyes. Due to the spin, Hiro could cover a great distance in a short moment, so it was rather practicable for him to be performing such a move. If it connects, there's no doubt it'd be one of the greatest goals one would be able to witness in their lifetime. Even if he doesn't connect, people will still have to admire his performance. After all, how many could have the courage to display such techniques in a real match? But to everybody's astonishment, he connected. Chapter 519, Anonymous Person. It was a shot packed with an unimaginable might. Spectators watched the spectacular display of Hiro's acrobatics with growing enthrallment. Who would have thought he'd pull such a move that would stun almost everybody? Even though he played against them, for a slight moment, they couldn't help but cheer on him. The ball glided straight inside the post without any obstruction. Bento, who was supposed to protect the goal, couldn't even bring himself to react. It was simply too fast for him to respond. So while the ball glided inside the post, he remained rooted at his spot. The stadium went into an uproar as many spectators sprung from their seats to celebrate the goal. It was a goal against their side, yet they couldn't bring themselves to sit still. Such a magnificent goal deserved all the praise. Just as Hiro scored that stunner, many of his teammates ran to his side to celebrate the goal. As for Hiro, he was on the ground, trying to raise himself. Kubo, who had assisted him, said as he appeared before him, "You are truly built differently. Truth be told, even though I'd made that cross, I didn't expect you to reach it." There was an unusual hint of elation hidden in his visage. As for the emotions he was feeling at the moment, it was as clear as the clear night sky to Hiro. Hiro could tell that he was captivated by his display. Yet still, while many were congratulating him, Tominaga watched him from the distance, albeit appearing unwilling to join the celebration. Well, since he didn't have a great relationship with some, he couldn't expect everybody to feel the same. So, he didn't pay any heed to his unwillingness to join. For a while, Hiro continued to celebrate alongside his teammate. He could audibly hear the sounds of applause from the stands. It was a sign of appreciation. So, he didn't put on an excessive display of celebration, even if he had scored a stunner. While celebrating, he put on a humble appearance on his face as he reciprocated the feeling with a bow. Seems like he's not the arrogant type. Upon seeing his gestures, many couldn't help but view him in a different light. With that, Hiro leveled the score, keeping the hope of victory alive for his side. Rather, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he had revitalized the team with his performance. The previously struggling Japanese side had been revitalized. After the celebration came to an end, the match proceeded with rising intensity as the opposing coach made some changes in his team. Now that he had figured out the strategy of the opposing team, how could he stay idle? He didn't waste any moment to implement the result of his finding. As such, due to his timely intervention, both sides struggled to register any goal afterward, pushing the match into a dreadlock. Despite the changes he had made, the Japanese side, who had been revitalized, put up a magnificent display as they challenged the opposing side. They refused to let the other side score a goal on them. Finally, even after countless efforts, the match ended in a draw. Beep. As the additional time that the referee had given was spent, He concluded the match by sounding his whistle. Upon hearing the sound of the whistle, many Japanese players heaved a sigh of relief as they slowed down. Finally, their torment had come to an end, so they couldn't help but feel relieved. Those final minutes of the match had been nothing but intense. Defending against those flurry of attacks from the opposing players wasn't an easy task, so it was only natural for them to feel relieved. Even now, they could feel their heart racing. The fatigue from defending tirelessly had left them exhausted, so many couldn't help but sit for a while to recover some of the energy. Many felt an urge to remove their cleats to relieve some pain. The reactions of the opposing players were completely different of the Japanese players. While the Japanese players felt relieved hearing the final whistle, they felt frustrated. Well, considering how they blew away the match, it was only to be expected. They were leading by 2 goals until the 70th minute of the match, only to give away equivalent goals in the remaining minutes. Also, it was clearly evident that they were the superior team, yet they could only manage a draw against a weaker side. If only they had a minute more, they might have won the game. Alas, there wasn't any point in thinking such now that the match had concluded. The result of the match was already before their eyes. Moreover, it was a single player who had driven them to such a desperate situation. The player who had single-handedly changed the outcome of the game, Takahashi Hiro. As they thought about the turning point of the game, they couldn't help but roll their eyes to look at Hiro. At that moment, he was interacting with his teammates. "It sucks that we couldn't win the game," one of the people present on the stand complained. Another who was right by his side nodded his head. "Yeah, it sucks. But at least the match wasn't boring until the end." Now that you mention it. Indeed, after the opposing side made those substitutions, the entire match took a drastic turn. Especially that kid with the number 10. He was really fun to watch. While some people were chatting about the match, a man dressed in a floral shirt seated right beside those people stood up from his seat with a smile of intrigue on his face. Then he swept his glance toward Tiago, who was giving an interview. "I look forward to seeing you perform for the club," he said, a hint of excitement escaping his lips. Then he swept his gaze to find Hiro before leaving. As he left the pitch, he heard his phone buzz in his pocket. So, he reached out to his phone to receive the call. The match should have ended, right? Someone asked him from the other side of the phone. "Yeah, it ended just now. Don't tell me that you were seated right beside your phone to call me as soon as the match concluded?" he asked jokingly. "It doesn't matter. Just tell me, what do you think of Tiago?" the person said dismissively. A hint of amusement escaped his mouth as he curled his lips to reveal a smile. "I think we can put him to use instantly. He'll fit right into the system of Manchester United." Chapter 520. Offers keep on flying. Later that night, Hiro found himself alone, seated by the window. The room was quiet, and the world outside seemed to have settled into a peaceful slumber. The soft glow of the moonlight bathed his face in a silvery hue, casting delicate shadows across his features. His eyes, calm and reflective, gazed out into the night, as if searching for something beyond the horizon. The cool breeze whispered through the open window, gently tousling his hair. He seemed to be lost in thought, the tranquility of the night wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. His posture was relaxed, yet there was a quiet intensity in the way he observed the world outside, as if the serenity of the night mirrored the calm before a storm within him. At that moment, beneath the luminescent glow of the moon, Hiro appeared almost ethereal, a solitary figure deep in contemplation, harmonizing with the stillness of the night. "Finally, we're heading home," he muttered as he withdrew his gaze from the night sky. Their international campaign had finally come to an end. During this period, he had experienced a lot, be it the setbacks he faced against Marquinhos or the acquisition of his newly acquired talent. He had gained a lot from this encounter. Yet, he couldn't help but feel somewhat upset. Though he had displayed a performance worthy of praise, he couldn't help but feel bothered by the recent setback he faced against Marquinhos. Frowning, as he recalled the events of the day, he sighed, "It seems like I still have much to learn." For a while, after his performance against Georgia, He had started believing that he was more than ready to compete against the world. But it seemed like he still had much to learn. Luckily, he still had more than a year to develop before he could set foot in Europe. So, he could fix his weakness during that period. However, it wasn't the time to think about leaving for Europe. After all, he still had to prove himself in the national team. Also, he couldn't neglect the league either. After returning, he had to devote himself fully to the league. Even though they were comfortably sitting at the top of the table, who knows what will happen if they lower their guard? Hiro's thoughts ran wild as he sat there pondering about different things. Then he walked to his phone as he recalled something. As he switched on his phone, the harsh light coming from the phone made him squinch his eyes for a moment. Since his eyes had been adapted to the darkness, the sudden light from the phone irritated his eyes. It took a moment for him to adapt to the brightness. Then, as his eyes adapted to the light, he started browsing through his phone. He had received a fairly good amount of messages. But as he started skimming through the messages, he couldn't help but frown. Why hasn't Ayumi contacted me yet? Before leaving for international duty, he had tasked Ayumi to reach out to his parents to check on his father's condition. But it had been more than a week already since he left, yet he hadn't heard any response from her regarding his parents. Unable to find any response from her, he couldn't help but feel agitated. He hadn't asked a lot from her. So what was the meaning behind this lack of response? All she had to do was inform him about the well-being of his father. Was it too much to ask? Furrowing his brows, he said, "What's taking her so long to respond?" On normal days, she was one of the most efficient and reliable people. But just when he needed her, suddenly she lost all of her flares. He even thought of reaching her, but refrained from doing so. After all, he was returning home tomorrow. So, was there any need to contact her? Exhaling deeply, he tried to calm himself. As he calmed down, he again started skimming through the messages. Seems like he had recently received a message from Erica's agent. So, it made him slightly curious. "Congratulations on your performance. You've displayed a performance worthy of your reputation. I do want to speak more about your performance, but I'm not texting you to praise your performance today. Recently, I got a few offers for you from several European clubs." Hiro's eyes perked up as he read. At the same time, his heart started thumping. Has he finally caught the eye of European scouts? He couldn't help but ponder upon going through the message. A rush of euphoria washed over him as he thought about it. So, he hurried to read the remaining message. "At first, I thought to keep it to myself since you still have a season to play. So, I didn't want to distract you by bringing the offers. But if I did that, I'd be keeping you in the dark. So, I'm going to reveal to you a few of the exciting offers in hopes of motivating you to push further." What's with this unnecessary suspense? Just reveal it already. As he went through his text, Hiro couldn't help but feel annoyed. Eric was talking in circles, which was keeping him at bay. "I know, you're already starting to get annoyed. Ha." Seems like he was intentionally provoking him. Well, Eric often liked teasing him, so it wasn't anything new. However, he couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that since his regression, he was the only person who was able to annoy him. "So, I won't test your patience any further. But let me clear just one final thing before getting to the main topic. Some of these clubs are the clubs I've reached out to, while some have willingly reached out to us first." Even though he could say all that stuff in one single text, he had sent him several incomplete texts to add to the suspense. Based on his text, it was clear that he had done it deliberately to annoy him. And for some reason, it was working as well. Real Sociedad, Brighton, RB Salzburg, Eintracht Frankfurt, Celtic, Bologna FC. Also, for some reason, I've received a last-minute inquiry from Manchester United. Chapter 521, Hiro's Dilemma. Hiro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he went through the list of the clubs that had approached him. There were many big-name clubs, so he couldn't help but feel his heart thumping upon seeing those names included in the list. A deep feeling of euphoria rose through his heart. For some reason, upon going through the list, he felt an unusual sensation of fulfillment. It was almost like he had achieved a milestone. Well, he had indeed achieved a milestone. After all, it wasn't easy to capture the attention of such famous clubs. "Am I dreaming?" Hiro said as he found his reality hard to believe. If it is a dream, then God, please don't wake me up. Disbelief clouded his vision as he found his reality difficult to believe. It wasn't just one or two offers that he had received. So, how could he bring himself to believe something so ridiculous? For a brief moment, he even entertained the thoughts of Eric playing a prank on him. But he immediately discarded such a possibility after he failed to find any more text from Eric. If he had indeed played a trick on him, he would have disclosed it. Without even stepping foot in Europe, he had already managed to attract the attention of such famous clubs. For sure, it wouldn't have been possible without Eric's connection. He must have vouched for him to receive such offers. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel grateful to Eric. He wasn't one of the top agents in Europe in his previous life for nothing. From deep within his heart, he felt an urge to thank Eric. So, he immediately sent a message thanking him for his efforts. Eric, I'm flabbergasted to receive such offers. I'm sure it was all thanks to your effort. So, thank you, Eric. Also, please continue guiding me going forward. Even though he expressed himself, he couldn't shake the feeling of gratitude and elation. Right now, he felt as if he was soaring in the clouds. For a while, he couldn't calm his racing heart. Then after a while, as he calmed himself, he couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression on his face. There were many great clubs interested in him. Although he was elated about it, he couldn't help but find it troublesome to choose. He couldn't choose hastily, but the complicated expression on his face was short-lived. If it was any other person, they might struggle to decide, but it wasn't the case for him. After all, he had some knowledge of the future. He couldn't declare himself well-versed in future knowledge, but he still had enough information about the future to help him assist in making his decision. So, as he thought about his advantage, he couldn't help but reveal a cheeky grin on his face. Kikik, how could such a trivial matter bother a regressor like me? If any saw him right now, they'd probably assume that he had gone senile. Fortunately, others weren't around him at the moment. Then again, his expression darkened as he realized something. But what if the future had changed again? Hiro couldn't rule out the possibility either. After all, he had already experienced such outcomes before. So who knows if he'd experience it again? With how unpredictable the future was, he couldn't feel proud about his uncertain advantage. So, he couldn't help but frown upon realizing it. Then again, he tried to cheer himself. Even so, I can at least choose the correct club for me. One where I get plenty of playing minutes to develop. As a young player, he'll need a lot of playing minutes to develop. So, he couldn't opt for the club solely based on their reputation. Sure, a few exceptions started their career in big-name clubs, and Hiro could do the same as well. But realistically speaking, he'll need some time to adapt. For that, he'd require the support and trust of the manager. So, he had to be even more meticulous when selecting the club. Hiro revealed a complacent look on his face as he said deeply, I'll have to perform some research on my part before concluding. After that, Hiro put aside the matter for now. After all, he wasn't in any kind of rush to decide his future. He still had about a year to ponder about his decision. However, during that period, he had to improve himself to become a sellout star instantly. Who knows, he might even attract the attention of even bigger clubs if he performed well. Speaking of which, he had 2 occasions to market himself on the international stage. One was on the Asia Cup if he made the team. With his current performance, it'd take a miracle to stop him from making it to the team. As for his other option, he could participate in the Club World Cup matches, but that'd put him under a lot of pressure. Realistically speaking, he wouldn't be able to attend both tournaments. After all, some of the matches of the competition overlapped with each other. So, Hiro had only one opportunity to market himself: Asia Cup 2025. After dismissing the matter regarding his choice, he turned to look at the serene night sky outside the window. The fact that he had attracted the interest of many famous clubs brought great delight to him. So, he couldn't help but reveal a joyous smile on his face. I wonder how Dad would react upon hearing the news, he muttered, albeit in a low whisper. He couldn't help but want to inform him about the offers he had received immediately. Sadly, he couldn't right now. But upon landing, he was determined to take a leave for a few days to visit his parent. Hiro had already made up his mind. So, Even if he wasn't permitted to leave, he'd leave nonetheless, despite the consequences he might face. As he thought about the reaction his father would make upon hearing the news, he couldn't help but entertain the thoughts about receiving a chance to play for the mightiest club in Europe, Real Madrid, whom his father supported crazily. A subtle giggle escaped his mouth as he thought about it. He'd probably go into a coma if he heard it. Chapter 522, Receival for National Heroes. Upon landing, Hiro was assaulted by an almost unbelievable sight. A great number of people had shown up at the airport to receive them. The crowd was so huge that a moment after they landed, they were informed that they couldn't even leave through the hidden chambers. It appeared as if the entire airport had been seized by the supporters who had displayed in great numbers. So, they didn't have any option but to face the supporters. When they were informed about the news, he hadn't thought much about it. For sure there wouldn't be more than a few hundred people. That's what he had thought initially after learning about the predicament from some people who had rushed to inform the news. But as they got closer to the exit, their auditory senses were bombarded with the cheers of people. As they got closer to the exit, the more the noise grew. For a while, many couldn't help but ponder if a carnival was taking place. Even then, Hiro kept his cool as he didn't think much about it. However, when he got close to the exit and gazed outside the airport doors, his eyes opened wide in shock. The sheer number of people outside the airport surprised him. It was as if there was almost no end to the number of people outside. Outside traffic was so huge that some league games wouldn't rival it. It seemed like their recent performance in the international friendlies had sparked a massive sensation at home. Just how are we going to get through? Someone in the team voiced their concern upon looking at the sea of supporters outside the airport. While many appeared excited about the scene outside, some displayed an expression full of anxiousness as they found it quite difficult to cope with the pressure. Even Hiro, who was already used to seeing such a massive flock of people, couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. Sure, he was both elated and excited to experience the love and support of the people. However, he was also in a hurry to return home. Who knows how long it'd take to deal with such a large number of people? Well, if it was only the people, he wouldn't be much concerned. But where there's such a great number of people, there's bound to be some reporters. So, he was mostly concerned about the reporters rather than the people. They're the ones who take most of his time after all. Sure enough, when he swept his glances, he found quite a lot of reporters waiting outside. This made him frown his brows as he sighed helplessly. As expected. His gesture didn't go unnoticed as Naoto, who was right by his side, caught him sighing. "What's the matter, Hiro? You don't seem happy." "You know how I wanted to rush home, right?" Hiro said a bit dejectedly. Hearing him, Naoto couldn't help but pity him. After all, while his father was bedridden, he had been contributing to the team. Even faced with such odds, he had delivered a performance worth remembering. So, he couldn't even bring himself to fathom his talent. The more he thought about it, the more his respect for Hiro grew. Such composure and professionalism at such a young age was something that deserved recognition and respect. But what could he do right now? Wasn't there any way to help him? Seeing him in such a distressful condition, he couldn't help but want to help him out. Just then, while pondering, a thought flashed in his mind as an idea occurred to him. Then he turned to Hiro and said in a cheerful voice, "Don't worry, Hiro. I'll help you out." Hiro was a little dumbfounded by his sentence. He couldn't tell how he was going to help him out after all. He hadn't even mentioned his worries yet. So, what was he trying to say? Was he going to find a hidden passage solely for him? Although he was dumbfounded, he couldn't help but feel slightly assured upon hearing him for some inexplicable reason. For some reason, he felt as if he could rely on him. But before Hiro could bring himself to speak, he stormed away. "As you can see, a lot of people have shown up here to receive our players who had returned after a magnificent campaign," a reporter dressed in formal attire said. "Today, a great number of people have shown up to welcome our players." Well, after how amazingly Hiro had played in the games against such giants, it was only to be expected. An international hat-trick on his senior debut. Just how many people can you name who can pull such a feat? Another reporter added excitedly. You could hear the excitement in his voice and see the eagerness in his eyes. The reaction of the crowd was even more wild. There were people involved in constant squabble to reach the front. Many were struggling to maintain their position up front. Constantly, people were pushing each other to covet the better position. You could palpably see the passion in their eyes. Moreover, you could audibly hear them chanting the name of Hiro. Even before he debuted for the senior team, he had already dazzled people with his talent. But many still held a fear that he'd flop once he debuts for the senior team. However, right now, it appeared as if they were simply being fearful for nothing. After his performance with such big teams as Brazil and Georgia, it was clear that he wasn't someone who could only perform at home level, but was someone capable of leading their team to the next level. Hiro was their messiah, to their hope to win international silverware one day. Maybe they could go on to win the Asia Cup this year. Many couldn't help but want to believe in him. Japan, although appeared as a title contender team, had failed to live up to the expectations. The long trophy drought that they faced was a testament to their lack of conviction. Chapter 523, Chaos Outside Airport. It was evident that Japan was lacking a missing piece to complete the puzzle to their hopes of winning international silverware. And it seemed that Hiro was that final missing piece to complete the puzzle. Hence, many eagerly looked forward to meeting him. Just then, players began to walk out of the airport. Just as they began to walk out, the cheers grew even louder as the crowd grew even wilder. Desperate to catch a glimpse, many people started pushing even harder as they tried to forcefully open up a path. At the same time, police and airport security personnel who had been tasked to handle the people began to make way for the players. Against the constant pressure from the numerous supporters, even they struggled to open up a path for the players to safely leave the premises. Why are the players wearing masks? Many people were puzzled to find players with their faces covered. They had been eagerly waiting to see the players, but now it appeared as if the players were intentionally hiding their appearance. Was it some kind of gimmick? Despite the attempts of the players to conceal their appearance, it didn't stop the reporters from attempting to interview the players. It seemed as if they wouldn't move unless they got to interview Hiro. After all, you could hear them chanting Hiro's name without any pause. It was as if they were adamant about interviewing Hiro. However, even the reporters were struggling to identify Hiro. "Hiro, how do you feel about your debut?" one of the reporters asked as he stopped one of the players who appeared quite identical to Hiro. "I felt great about my debut. I wonder how you feel about my debut," the player answered. Upon hearing him, the reporter couldn't help but reveal a somewhat skeptical look on his face. It was as if something wasn't right. "You have scored 3 goals on your debut, a feat that very few could manage to achieve. Were you nervous before going to the match?" he continued nonetheless. When everybody was struggling to locate Hiro, somebody in the crowd caught a glimpse of the scenario. So, he immediately shouted, "He's here." Just as they heard him, their eyes jolted toward the youth who had been stopped by one of the reporters to interview. At once, along with other reporters who were also struggling to locate Hiro, rushed to him, thinking that they had finally managed to locate Hiro. Now that they had located him, how could they sit still? They had to get their hands on the piece of pie, or else, how would they face their boss upon returning to work? Wouldn't they get reprimanded if they returned empty-handed? At this moment, when everybody was focused on the so-called Hiro, who had disguised himself as one of the airport staff, sneak his way out of the chaos before him. "Well, who wouldn't be nervous about their debut?" the youth replied as he appeared to be stalling for time for some reason. At this moment, a bunch of security personnel had circled him, preventing people from rushing on him. If any looked at him being protected to such a degree, they would probably assume him to be someone important for sure. Maybe it was because of the commotion around them that most of the reporters failed to find anything strange or out of order. Well, it'd be a miracle if any found out that the youth in question wasn't Hiro amidst such a chaotic atmosphere. Yet still, amidst the ongoing chaos, someone managed to find something odd. Strangely, he didn't sound like Hiro at all. It was one of the reporters who had interviewed Hiro on multiple occasions. "You're not Hiro, are you?" a rather young-looking female reporter blatantly pointed out as she shot a gaze full of skepticism at him. Just as she said so, everybody looked at him suspiciously. Sweeping his gaze across, He concluded that he wouldn't be able to keep up the role play any further. So the youth in question revealed a subtle chuckle before taking his mask down. Huh. Who said that I was Hiro? I thought that you were questioning my debut. The person who was getting interviewed was Tatsuki. Many, upon seeing his appearance, contorted their face in annoyance. They couldn't help but complain about the matter. His appearance left them utterly disappointed. You shouldn't discriminate between players, Tatsuki said, sounding somewhat gloomy. It was as if he was deeply hurt by their treatment. I have scored multiple goals for the national team, yet you treat me with such indifference, sob. He added as he began sobbing. As they saw him frowning, they couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, whatever he said was indeed correct. He had been performing for the team consistently. Yet, they were treating him as if he didn't mean anything. That was how some fans felt when hearing him. As for most of the reporters, they couldn't care less about his grievances. After all, they had to target the person at the center of the attention. However, right now, he clearly wasn't at the center of the attention. Tatsuki couldn't be bothered by their indifference either. After all, he was merely acting. Even though he liked the attention, he wasn't an attention whore. At the moment, he was merely helping Hiro by stalling time. The more he stalls time for him, the more helpful it'll be for Hiro. But if you're still adamant about searching for Hiro, he should be somewhere among us. Tatsuki pointed out at the bunch of players who were steadily making their way out. Immediately, reporters ran to catch up to the players in hopes of interviewing Hiro. However, by now, Hiro had already left the premises in a private car, called out by manager Nanami. Currently, he was already on his way to the railway station. As for why he couldn't take a flight home, it was because he couldn't find a flight that overlapped with the time of his arrival. If he waited at the airport, he had to wait for about 7 or 8 hours to book a flight home. So, there wasn't any point waiting that long when he could simply travel on a train. Chapter 5:24 Turbulence of Emotions. Inside a rather fancy-looking cafeteria, some youths were gathered. They appeared to be looking at the phone screen of one of the youths with tan skin and spiky dark hair in his hand. Upon closer inspection, you could vividly see the confusion and curiosity hidden in their eyes. Do you think Hiro is intentionally hiding himself? One of the youths asked curiously. Well, considering how things are playing out, it seems to be the case. Another responded deeply, making him seem as if he had answered after much thinking. Then do you think they could find him? While the other around him kept talking, the youth holding the phone kept his mouth shut as the fixedly stared at the screen. Right now, his screen displayed the scene at the airport, the confusion, commotion, and chaos. Everything taking place in the airport was being broadcast live. What do you think about it, Akashi? Just then one of the youths asked after the discussion started to get heated. Even after discussing so intently, they couldn't conclude, hence, they decided to ask him his opinion. The tan-skinned, spiky-hair youth was none other than Akashi, Hiro's childhood friend. After an arduous game, right now, he was at the local cafe to get some food with his friends. Akashi wasn't a stranger to the hardship Hiro was going through at the moment. He was aware of the recent accident that his father had gotten into. Well, even if they didn't talk as much as of late, he still held their friendship in high regard. After all, he was aware of Hiro's personality. The reason why they couldn't talk as much wasn't because he was ignoring him now that he had gotten famous or he had gotten arrogant. It was because he was busier than ever. After all, he wasn't the Hiro of the Okami Elementary School he was acquainted to, but he was Hiro, the national treasure, the Wunderkind, the hope of the nation, the prodigy rookie, the rising star of the J-League, and the holder of many such amazing titles. In short, he was an extremely sought-after player who was destined to carry the hopes of the nation. So, even though their lack of communication saddened him, he didn't blame Hiro. During the recent week, he had paid multiple visits to the hospital. As for the reason why he visited the hospital, it wasn't because of Hiro. Rather, he was truly concerned about the condition of Uncle Takashi, who had taken great care of him during his younger days. Even after the departure of Hiro, he had come to support him on multiple occasions as if he were someone close to him. If there were any matches in the neighborhood and he was available, he would come to see him play. Sometimes he would even go out of his way to treat him and his friend to some nice meal after the match. Truly, he had been nothing but generous. After pondering for a while, he stood from his seat. His sudden gesture startled his friend. Then again, they revealed a frown as they asked, "What's the matter, Akashi?" Recently, Akashi had started acting somewhat weird if they had to be honest. He used to be quite loquacious back then. However, recently he had gone somewhat silent. Even his fierce temper in the field wasn't the same. It was almost as if something was bothering him. Yet they couldn't tell what exactly was it since he didn't talk about it. Then Akashi lifted his bag and said in a flat tone, "I'm leaving." "Huh? What do you mean by you're leaving? We have only gotten here. Didn't you agree that you would at least share a meal with us this time?" As they heard him, they couldn't help but complain. It had taken a lot of convincing to convince him to stay for a meal. But now he wanted to leave. Was he for real? It was as if they didn't have any value. So, when they heard him, they couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions such as agitation, grief, and worthlessness. Even if he didn't want to stay, he could at least inform them about his worries. Couldn't he even do that much? How could he treat them like strangers after spending so much time together? Was he trying to cut ties? Despite their protest, Akashi left the cafe without uttering a single word. In doing so, he didn't feel even an ounce of guilt. Rather, he couldn't even bother about their feelings to be more precise. Right now, his heart was full of unwillingness and overwhelming grief. Although he was happy for his friend now that he was doing well, a part of him was denouncing him for his decision to choose football over his father. Even though he was aware of his personality, he couldn't help but feel unsatisfied with his gesture. With his talent, he might get another opportunity. But what if due to such a decision, he might never get to see his father again? Uncle Takashi hadn't awakened for more than a week already. Who knows if he'll even open his eyes? Contrary to Hiro, who was in the dark, he who visited him almost daily was aware of his condition, and even he was frightened. In more than a week, he hadn't seen one single favorable progression. Akashi was aware of the lies Aunt Momo had told Hiro, but that wasn't an excuse to abandon Uncle Takashi in such a critical period. So, he couldn't help but lament Hiro's choices. Sure, his thoughts might be immature. After all, who would want to miss such an opportunity that would elevate one's career to the next level? Akashi couldn't blame Hiro for his decision, but he couldn't precisely forgive him for his decision either. He was unsatisfied with him, but he was certain about a thing after watching the news Hiro was coming home. So, he wanted to confront him. Hence, instead of returning home, he headed to the hospital after informing his mother about his decision to stay a night at the hospital. Chapter 525, Reunion. Akashi wasn't willing to let him slide without any explanation. After about more than 10 hours, Hiro showed up at the hospital. His breathing was rather ragged, and he appeared to be drenched in sweat. However, right now, Akashi, who had stayed awake for almost the entirety of the night in his wait, was deep asleep. But even so, Hiro recognized him at a glance. Seeing him brought great delight to him, and his face brightened. Then again he recalled something upon seeing him. Previously, he had also asked Akashi to help him with this matter. However, at that time, he made excuses saying that he was out of town for a tournament that was taking place. Then did he also rush here after the game? Hiro hadn't doubted him, so he could only think it was the case. So, seeing here brought great delight to him. Yet, seeing him in such deep slumber, he didn't feel like waking him up. So, he walked past him without disturbing him. Then he proceeded to visit his father. But first, he needed to find his mother. So, he started looking around for her. Well, he could have called her, but he wanted to keep his appearance a surprise, so he didn't call her and kept on searching for her. Since he was informed about the room number in advance, it didn't take him a lot of time to find the room where his father was getting treated. Even after being aware of the room number, it was still quite a hassle to find the exact location. Well, since he hadn't visited before and it was his first time here, it was only natural for him to struggle for a while despite knowing the room number. A delightful glee appeared on his face as his face blossomed like a blooming flower after finding the room he was desperately searching for a while. "Mom, Dad, I'm here," he thought as he looked ahead, his heart pounding with anticipation. Then he slowly walked to the room, his heart thumping with excitement. According to the information he had received from his mother, his father, although bedridden, was out of danger. So, he was looking forward to seeing him. Glancing through the window, he saw the figure of the people he had been longing to see for quite a long. Seated beside the only bed present in the room, his mother seemed to sleeping peacefully with her head resting atop the bed, right beside his father. As for his father, he appeared to be sleeping soundly as well. Although he was covered in all kinds of bandages and seemed to be breathing through the oxygen mask, he felt relieved to see him. His eyes moistened as all sorts of emotions such as joy, grief, and guilt churned within him. Though he was relieved to see him alive, he couldn't help but feel his heartache upon seeing him in such a desperate condition. It wasn't how he had hoped to reunite with his father after leaving home. This wasn't the sort of reunion he had hoped for. Well, it could have been much worse. Thankfully, he was still alive, so he should feel a little grateful to be able to meet him. Just then, while he was staring at his parents from outside the door, a nurse caught a glimpse of him from afar. Apparently, she had come to perform her routine checkup, but finding him staring while standing before the door, she couldn't help but feel disturbed. Who was this anonymous person? She hadn't seen him before. Also, he was dressed in some kind of security personnel uniform. From the looks of his uniform, he didn't appear to be someone from the hospital. Who was this man? She hadn't seen him before. Despite her wariness, she knew she couldn't avoid him. Her job required her to enter the room. So, pushing aside her discomfort, she approached the door, while Hiro remained rooted to the spot, his emotions a tangled mess as he gazed at his sleeping parents. Since he was deeply absorbed in the sight before him, he failed to notice her presence. "Excuse me, sir. I need to head inside," she said, sounding somewhat annoyed. Her voice jolted Hiro awake as it brought him back to his senses. Immediately, he stepped out of the way and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was blocking the path." The nurse, however, ignored his apology as she proceeded inside without uttering anything any further. She couldn't give a damn about him. She was already frustrated enough. So, she didn't want some stranger to add more to the plate. "Seems like I'll encounter all kinds of weirdos, but not Hiro," she thought as she pushed the trolley inside, while sighing in her heart. After finding out that the patient before her was the father of the famous young prodigy Hiro, she had been eagerly looking forward to meeting him. But after finding out about Hiro's international trip, she was left disappointed. Yet still, she firmly believed that Hiro would visit after the trip abroad. So, she had been waiting for him. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to meet him. She will be on leave tomorrow. So, what if he'll come tomorrow, and she misses the opportunity to meet him? It worried her. So, she was in a rather foul mood because of it. Just as she started walking inside without paying any heed to him, Hiro also walked inside. For a while, she didn't notice his presence as she was already in a bitter mood. However, as she was about to check on the patient, she found him inside the room. Only relatives of the family were allowed inside. So, how could he walk inside without asking permission? This irresponsive gesture of his enraged her. Furrowing her brows, she confronted him. "Sir, even if you're related to the patient, you can't casually walk inside at such a time. You have to wait for the visiting hours if you want to visit the patient." Chapter 526, Hiding the Truth. Hiro became a little startled when he heard her. His face flushed as he felt slightly uncomfortable. He didn't know what to tell her. So, he remained rooted at his place, hearing her rants without being able to utter a single word. Just how was he supposed to explain that he was the son of the patient when she didn't give him any break? It seemed like he wouldn't be able to convince her. Even so, he wasn't willing to leave the room either. For a while, she continued to scold him. Then after a while, his mother, who had awakened due to the commotion taking place in the room, said, "You're here." Ignoring the rants of the nurse before him, Hiro turned to look at his mother. Hearing her, he nodded his head as he said, I'm here." Then he started walking toward her. But the nurse, who was fixated on him, stood in his way as she prevented him from advancing. "Sir, I'm already being polite to you. So, why don't you understand? You have to leave the room immediately, or else I'll be forced to call security." she said as she daringly stood before him, glaring at him. It seemed like she wouldn't budge an inch. I appreciate your work ethic, but it's all right. You don't have to stop him. He's my son. Closing on the nurse from behind, his mother clarified the situation. Upon hearing her words, the nurse froze in her place for a while. She had a stupefied look on her face. At the same time, Hiro also took off his mask, revealing his face. Her face flushed as she witnessed the sight of Hiro. She felt ashamed of the fact that all along she was stopping Hiro. Words didn't come out of her mouth for a while. Then as she got to her senses, she immediately began to apologize. I'm so sorry. I wasn't expecting it to be you. I'm so sorry for talking such rudely with you. Hiro tried to comfort her. No, you are only doing your duty. Despite Hiro's attempt to comfort her, she kept on apologizing for a while. It seemed that she was truly troubled by the matter. Then after a while, as she calmed down, she proceeded to check on his father. While the nurse was occupied with his father, his mother brought him outside to converse with him. There wasn't any need to bring him outside, but even now, if possible, she didn't want him to find out the truth regarding his father's condition. She didn't want to worry him unnecessarily. Deep down, she did feel guilty about her actions, but even so, she didn't want him to find the truth. He was doing well, and she could tell that he would continue to perform well. But if he learns about the truth, he might lose his composure. For sure, the truth would affect him deeply. You should have told me that you were coming, she said as she pulled him outside. Why was she talking in that way? It was as if she didn't want him to come here. So, upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but feel his heart tightening. Frowning, he replied, Aren't you happy to see me? I was really concerned about you and father. As soon as she heard such words from him, she rolled her eyes away as if she was afraid to look him in the eye. Then she responded in an indifferent tone, Why wouldn't I be happy to see my son? Of course, I'm happy to see you. Still, you should have said that you would be rushing here. Seeing her expression, Hiro started getting an unsettling feeling. It was as if she was hiding something from him. Hiro started feeling suspicious of his mother. Hence, he asked while making a serious expression, Mom, tell me the truth. Is Dad all right? Didn't I already tell you? He's fine, and he's out of danger, she responded whilst avoiding looking in his eye. Though she answered him calmly, something didn't sit right with Hiro. He could tell that she was panicking at the moment. The way she was avoiding looking him in the eye and the way she was acting right now all seemed too weird. You're hiding something, aren't you? Mom, tell me the truth. Hiro kept on insisting. Why would I hide anything from you? I'm telling you the truth. Your father is all right. It seemed like she wouldn't tell him the truth. So, he directly rushed inside the room to find out the truth. Where are you going? She chased him, attempting to stop him. Hiro, however, wasn't going to be persuaded. He had to find out the truth. She might have her reasons, but he had the right to know the truth. So, he charged ahead. As he entered the room, he found nothing out of place. His father was still lying on the bed while the nurse was changing his bandages. The machine that recorded his heartbeat showed that his heart was beating normally. So, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. For a moment, he even felt as if he was overreacting. As his mother said, why would she hide anything from her? Was he overreacting? If so, he was relieved, but still, he felt the urge to ask the nurse to clarify his doubts. Excuse me, is he all right? He asked. From behind, his mother was shaking her head as if she was signaling the nurse to hide the matter from him. Hiro caught the sight of her, trying to mislead the nurse. Now, even if the nurse hid things from him, he was sure that something was indeed wrong. So, her response didn't matter to him that much since he had already figured out the truth. There seemed to be something wrong with his father, which he wasn't aware of. And even his mother didn't want him to find out. But what could the matter be? This, he couldn't be sure. Chapter 5:27. Different Views. What was she hiding? Why did she seem so anxious? Hiro couldn't shake these questions as he carefully observed the nurse. With each passing second, his presence grew more intense as he sought to pry the truth from her. His eyes narrowed, boring into her as if he could see straight through to her soul. The nurse felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, as if she were standing exposed in a blizzard. How could a 16-year-old possess such an unsettling stare? Why was she, a grown adult, feeling so intimidated by him? She couldn't explain it, but she knew she couldn't reveal the truth. With a nervous smile, she forced out a response, "Haha. Yeah, he's all right." Hiro's gaze only grew sharper as he pressed. "Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" The nurse quickly replied, "It's the sleeping pills." His mother immediately chimed in as well. Yes, he was having trouble sleeping, so the doctor prescribed some sleeping pills to help him rest and recover faster. Hiro scanned their faces suspiciously, but they remained firm, refusing to reveal more. It was clear he wasn't going to get the truth from them. Reluctantly, Hiro shifted his gaze away. While he hadn't uncovered the full story, he had already pieced together enough to realize something was off. Even if he asked the doctor, he doubted he would get a straight answer. If the nurse was in on it, who's to say the doctor wasn't as well? But why were they treating him like he couldn't handle the truth? Whatever it was, it had to be something serious. Something terrible must have happened to his father. Probably, she was worried that he wouldn't be able to take it. So, even though he vaguely figured out the truth, he didn't pressure her to reveal the truth. Right after hearing their response, he dropped the matter and changed the topic. While they conversed, the nurse carried out her duty diligently. After a while, Akashi, who had awakened from his slumber, stumbled upon Hiro on his way to check on Uncle Takashi. However, he wasn't surprised to see him here. After all, he had already expected him to come. "You two should catch up. I'll head inside for now." Saying so, his mother walked inside upon taking notice of Akashi's presence. "How have you been?" Hiro asked as he got close to Akashi. "I've been doing well," Akashi responded gruffly. It might be because he had woken up just now that his voice sounded a little deeper than usual. Hiro noticed something off in Akashi's tone, a subtle coldness that hadn't been there before. But before he could probe further, Akashi shifted his gaze toward the hospital room where Hiro's father lay. His eyes lingered there for a moment, filled with a mixture of concern and frustration. "So, how was the tournament?" Akashi asked, but his words lacked the usual warmth. There was no smile, no genuine curiosity, just a pointed question that felt more like an accusation. Hiro hesitated, sensing the underlying tension. "It was pretty good," he said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "But that's not important right now. I feel like Mom is trying to hide something from me. Like, I can't help but feel worried about Dad," he added. Akashi's eyes flicked back to Hiro, and the coldness in them seemed to deepen. "Your dad? Now you're worried about your dad?" he said, his voice edged with bitterness. "Where was that concern when you were off playing football while he was lying here? Just what happened to him all of a sudden?" Hiro was a little startled to see him so agitated. It was as if he had enraged him. He could tell that he was somewhat dissatisfied with him, but he couldn't tell why he was dissatisfied with him. Also, why was he acting as if he had abandoned his father? Wasn't he blatantly accusing him? Hearing him, he felt enraged. Just how could he dump all the blame on him, as if he was enjoying his time while abandoning his father? But didn't he do the exact same? Hiro flinched at the words, guilt washing over him. "I didn't know it was this serious. Also, Mom said that he was fine." He defended weakly, but even to his ears, the excuse sounded hollow. Excuse. He was merely making excuses at the moment. Even he could tell that he was making excuses. How could he fail to learn the truth? But since he was having the time of his life, being able to fulfill one of his greatest desires, he refused to accept the truth. Even now, after seeing the state of his father, he was trying to avoid facing reality. Akashi shook his head, clearly unimpressed. "You should have been here, Hiro. Your family needed you, and you chose football instead. What's the point of winning a game if you're losing what truly matters?" Hiro opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He had been so focused on his goals and his dreams that he hadn't stopped to think about the consequences. He justified it to himself by believing he was doing it for his family. But now, seeing Akashi's anger and the truth in his words, he wasn't so sure. Could he blame Naoto and Tatsuki for persuading him? After all, he had tried to return, but it was their joint effort that had prevented him from returning. Even during his time abroad, he had tried to reach out, and he was aware of it as well. After all, he was one of the people whom he had reached out to for help. So, how could he talk like he had abandoned his father? "I'm here now," Hiro finally managed to say, though it felt inadequate. Akashi gave him a long, hard look. "Yeah, you're here now," he repeated, his tone heavy with disappointment. "But don't think you can just walk back in and everything's fine. You can't just pick and choose when to care." It was clear that he was aware of something. But the words he said cut deep inside his heart. It was as said by him. He couldn't just appear as if it wasn't a big deal. Hiro remained unresponsive as he began to ponder deeply. With that, Akashi turned away, heading towards the room where Hiro's father lay. "I'm going to check on him. Maybe you should think about what's really important." Hiro stood there, frozen, watching his friend disappear into the room. The exhilaration he had felt earlier after scoring important goals for his national team now seemed so distant, replaced by a sinking feeling of regret. For the first time, he truly questioned his choices. As he stood there in the quiet hallway, Hiro realized that he had done something unacceptable. What if he had lost his father? But aren't there players in the world who put their career over football? So why was he wrong to do so? There are many instances when, despite the grievances, players would go on to perform. Like how Luis Diaz kept on performing for Liverpool when his father was kidnapped. But it didn't mean that he wasn't affected by the kidnapping. Probably, he was terrified beyond measure. But that didn't mean that he could abandon his profession. After all, there was only so much he could do given his circumstances. So, it was better for him to focus on what he could do. And Hiro had done exactly the same. Even if he had returned home, what could he even do? It's not like he could miraculously cure his father. If he could then, he wouldn't hesitate to return. Although it was Naoto and Tatsuki who had done the bidding, it was he who had accepted the choice. So, he couldn't put the blame on others. With that being said, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that it was Hiro who had made the final choice. So, along with guilt, he felt a mix of emotions such as rage and sorrow. Sure, he might have done something unacceptable, but it didn't give others the right to ridicule him. If they were in his spot, who knows if they had also made the same choice? Was it wrong to fulfill his lifelong obsession? Hiro stood in the hallway, pondering deeply about the affairs at hand. At times, he felt as if he hadn't done anything wrong, while at times he felt as if he had wronged something. However, despite pondering about the matter for a while, he couldn't conclude. But the scale tilted more toward him being just. After all, he had successfully debuted in the national team, and his father was also alive. So wasn't all good? Although he was a bit enraged at him for accusing him, Hiro's impression of Akashi only became more favorable. For a while, it appeared that he was concerned about his father more than him. Chapter 528, Professional or Unfilial. After a while, Hiro stepped inside as well. The moment his gaze landed on his father, he felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. Now that he had learned the truth, he couldn't help but feel his heartache. Then he trod to the bed where his father lay and stood beside him. For a while, he could only stare at him blankly with different complicated emotions swelling inside his heart. The man who was the epitome of positivity to him right now lay before him motionless and covered in bandages. Upon closer inspection, the texture of his skin seemed sickly pale, almost as if he was terminally ill. Even before heading inside to face him, Hiro had prepared himself mentally. But when he stood by his side, he couldn't help but feel hollow from inside. Moisture began to accumulate in his eyes, making it seem like he was on the verge of tearing. The frown on his face didn't go unnoticed, as his mother, who was right by his side, noticed it. She could tell that he was suffering inside. Seeing such an expression, she wanted to comfort him. But as she was about to speak, her gaze landed on his hand, clenched into a fist. It appeared that he was struggling to keep himself from breaking apart. It seemed like her son was a lot stronger than she had imagined initially. If she acted now, she might do more harm than good. So, she refrained from acting out, even though it pained her to see him like that. She pursed her lips as she swallowed the pity she felt toward her son. Hiro then slowly reached out to his father. Holding his hand, he gently caressed, but he couldn't feel much warmth from it. Though he could feel some warmth, it was a lot colder. The coldness in his hand made his heart shudder, and the knot in his brows deepened further. At this time, Akashi, who had been watching his gestures, left the room. The nurse did the same as well. With the two gone, now Hiro was left with his mother and father. An eerie silence descended upon the room. Apart from the beeping sound of the medical equipment, nothing else could be heard in the room. Then after a while, Hiro's mother broke the silence as she said gently, "Hiro, I've been hiding something from you. Your father hasn't awakened since the day of the accident," she said with a heavy heart. A moment ago, she was trying so hard to hide the truth, but now she was revealing the truth on her own accord. But it didn't surprise Hiro. After all, he had already figured that something was amiss. So, he didn't react when he heard the truth. Without any change in his expression, he listened to her reveal more terrible news. Yet still, even upon learning the truth, he remained unfazed, making it seem almost as if he was a stone-hearted person who lacked emotions. The calm on Hiro's face, although it frightened her at first, but a part of her felt grateful that the news didn't break him. She was relieved to see that her son had matured. She didn't know how she would react if he couldn't take the news. For some reason, after telling him the truth, she felt relieved as well. Before, the feeling of guilt was gnawing at her. But now, she felt as if she had emptied her heart. "I'm sure you must have had a really tough time. But now that I'm here, you don't have to bear the burden alone, Mom," Hiro said, his tone laced with concern. It wasn't only his father who seemed pale. After spending the entire week in the hospital, his mother also appeared somewhat sickly. Though she found his words assuring, she couldn't help but ask, "But what about your club? Have you thought about it?" In the heat of the moment, he had spoken without thinking. But now that she mentioned the club, what was he supposed to say? He hadn't even asked for permission from the club. So, he couldn't bring himself to respond immediately. Hiro's mother could see that he hadn't thought about it thoroughly. The lack of response and the hesitation on his face was a testament to his irresponsive attitude. "Tell me honestly, you haven't asked permission from the club yet, right?" She narrowed her eyes as she probed. Hiro might have matured drastically. However, there were few things that wouldn't change that easily. "I'm sure they'll understand once I tell them," he responded haphazardly, as if he was unsure of his claims. A few days wouldn't be troublesome, but from what she could tell, he wanted to be here for a long period, and this she couldn't allow. She might have been more than happy to have him here if he wasn't needed in the club, but for what she could tell, he was an important player in the club. Just because of his personal problems, the entire team shouldn't suffer, and she wasn't willing to let that happen. So, she rose from her seat and stared at him deeply. Then she placed her hands atop his shoulder as she said, "I know that you are worried about your dad, but your father would want you to keep playing. This is what you've worked so hard for. We'll be fine here." "But—" "No buts," she interrupted, her tone firm. "You've done what you can. Now, focus on your training. We'll be here when you need us." Reluctantly, Hiro nodded. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to deny her. There was something in her eyes that made him unable to go against her. Succumbing to her, he said, "Then I'll do as you say. But if something happens, please, don't hesitate to call me, Mom." Now that he had agreed, she responded with a calm, "Don't worry. I'll let you know if something happens. Just give your best. Your teammates need you." He kissed his mother's cheek, squeezed his father's hand one last time, and left the hospital. As he walked down the sterile hallway, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was leaving something important behind. Unbeknownst to him, the nurse who had been attending to his father had taken a discreet photo of Hiro during his visit. She was struck by the young man's quiet intensity and his unwavering dedication to both his family and his career. The image, captioned with a simple dedication in the face of adversity, was soon posted to her social media account, where it quickly began to gain traction. The post didn't take long to attract the attention of reporters always hungry for a story, especially one involving a rising football star. As the image circulated online, speculation began to mount. What was Hiro doing at the hospital? After he had stormed away from the airport without even showing his face, people were curious about his whereabouts. For the past few days, they had repeatedly visited the club training ground in hopes of seeing him. But despite their efforts, they were unable to find him. However, now that someone had posted him, it was only natural for them to feel curious about the reason for his sudden disappearance. Did he injure himself? Is he there to visit someone? I contacted the hospital, and it seems like he was there to visit his comatose father. So, he stormed away from the airport in a rush to see his father. I hope his father recovers soon. We're with you, Hiro. Different comments floated around the internet. Soon, a full-blown investigation was underway. Reporters dug into Hiro's background, eventually uncovering the truth about his father's critical condition. The revelation hit the news like a bombshell. At first, the story was sympathetic. Many praised Hiro for his professionalism and for continuing to train and play even while his father lay in a hospital bed. Headlines described him as a young athlete with unshakable dedication, a son who honors his father by pursuing his dreams. But as the story spread, the narrative began to shift. Some critics emerged, questioning Hiro's decision to leave his father's side for the sake of football. How could he abandon his family in such a time of need, they asked. What kind of son chooses his career over his dying father? The public's reaction was split. On one hand, there were those who admired Hiro's focus and dedication, who believed that he was doing what any professional would do in his situation. On the other hand, there were those who viewed his actions as heartless, as the behavior of someone who had lost sight of what really mattered. Social media was flooded with conflicting opinions. Some users posted messages of support, commending Hiro for his resolve. Others condemned him, calling him selfish and ungrateful. The debate raged on, with Hiro caught in the eye of the storm. At the club, Hiro's teammates were quick to rally around him, but the tension was palpable. The media frenzy had brought an unwanted spotlight to their training sessions, with reporters constantly hounding Hiro for a statement. Chapter 5:29. Unwanted attention. Though Hiro tried to focus on his training, the weight of the criticism was hard to ignore. Every time he opened his phone, he was bombarded with opinions, some supportive, but many harsh and unforgiving. The voices of doubt began to creep into his mind, making him question whether he had made the right choice. One evening, after a grueling practice session, Hiro sat alone in the locker room, staring at his phone. The latest headline flashed on the screen. Hiro Takahashi, professional or heartless son? He clenched his fists, the conflicting emotions swirling within him like a storm. The praise and the criticism were like two sides of the same coin, and he found himself unable to escape either. During his trip to the hospital, he had already sorted his feelings. Yet now, upon finding himself in the middle of such chaos, he was starting to dwindle. Just then, while he was staring at his phone, the door creaked open and Naoto stepped inside. Instantly, he hit his phone, but Naoto had already seen him frowning. Recently, he seemed like something was troubling him, and since he was already familiar with his situation, he was also aware of the matter that was troubling him. Still bothered about the news? Naoto asked. Nah, I'm already over it. Hiro responded with a calm. He might be looking calm right now, but Naoto could still see through the facade he had put on. So, he couldn't help but frown. Recently, he and others in the team had made every attempt to defend him. Even the coach of the national team had stepped forward to defend him. But it wasn't enough. Though Hiro never talked about it, they were partly at fault too. After all, it was he and Tatsuki who had prevented him from leaving. So, he couldn't help but shake the feeling of guilt. I know you're a tough fellow, Hiro, but truth be told, if it weren't. Just as he was about to apologize, Hiro interrupted him. No, you're not the one to blame. The way he responded made it seem as if he could tell what he was about to say. Naoto was a little taken aback when he heard him. The media is just exaggerating the matter, he added. And I'm thankful for what you two have done for me. If not for you two, I might have regretted my decision. So please don't feel guilty. It was the first time that he had talked so much after he returned. For some reason, he hadn't talked much after he returned. It was as if something terrible had happened. Seeing him in such a state had made them worried. However, finally, he had opened up. Naoto stared at him deeply, weighing his options. It seemed like he truly didn't hold the two accountable for the calamity that had fallen upon him. Naoto felt glad that he didn't hold any ill feelings towards them. I'm glad that you think so. But still, let me apologize, Naoto said firmly. And it didn't seem like he was going to be persuaded. Hiro let out a helpless sigh as he said, in that case, I accept your apology. Later when Hiro was about to head home, he received a message. It was a message from the manager, asking to see him in the office before heading home. At first, it got him curious. What made him want to see him in the office alone? He was right before him in the training ground a moment ago. So, if he had something to say, he could have said it before. After pondering about it on his way to the manager's office, Hiro thought of two possibilities. One, he wanted to discuss tomorrow's match, and the other, he wanted to talk about his present affairs. He preferred the former to the latter, since he was tired of explaining. Almost every day people would come to him asking him about the matter. So, he would like to cut some slack from thinking about the matter. Knock, knock. Hiro knocked on the door. A mature voice sounded from inside. Yes, enter. Hiro pushed open the door and stepped inside. You wanted to see me, sir? Before him, Manager Haruki was scribbling something on the tactics board. But when he heard Hiro's voice, he ceased his action to address him. It seemed like he was preparing tactics for tomorrow's match. Since he returned from international duty, it'd be his first match. But when he glanced at the board, he failed to find his name. It appeared that the manager was planning to keep him on the bench for tomorrow's match. It didn't sit well with Hiro. Though he had been acting a bit strange recently, he hadn't performed poorly in the training. Neither was he exhausted. So, why was he getting dropped from the starting 11? Getting benched for absolutely no reason annoyed Hiro. However, he couldn't display his annoyance in his face. After all, it would be unprofessional to lash out. Also, he might have called him to discuss the matter regarding it. So, he patiently awaited the manager to reveal the purpose of the call. Oh, Hiro, you're here. Come have a sit, he said in an amicable tone. Hiro took on the offer and sat before him. Manager Haruki himself sat down as well. Tell me, how are you doing? Didn't he see him on the ground before? So, why was he asking about his condition right now? Hiro felt a little puzzled when he heard him. Nonetheless, he answered with a straight face. I'm fine, sir. Good, good. You shouldn't feel pressured. The manager mumbled while nodding his head. I wanted to discuss something with you regarding tomorrow's match. Seems like he had guessed it right. He wanted to discuss tomorrow's match. So, Hiro leaned closer as he said, Am I getting benched? Well, after finding that he wanted to discuss the match, Hiro didn't have to hide what he had found out. So, he went for the topic directly. You must have seen a board. You've got quite an extraordinary vision. Haruki praised him, attempting to lighten the mood. Then all of a sudden, he became serious. Yes, you're right. I'm benching you. Chapter 530, Emperor's Cup. Then again, Haruki showed deep concern in his eyes as he added, Don't get me wrong, Hiro. I'm not benching you because of the circulating matter. It's purely a strategic decision. So, you don't have to feel concerned. Now that he heard him, it seemed like he was overthinking. So, he felt at ease when he heard him. The opposing fan might target you. So, I want you to get acclimated to the pressure before stepping inside. Haruki continued. It did make sense. After all, for better or worse, he was in the limelight presently. So, it wouldn't be strange for him to be the target of the jeers. Earlier, he might have misinterpreted his decision. But now, he came to an understanding that he was just looking after him. So, he nodded his head as he said in an understanding tone, I understand, sir. I'll go with your decision. Upon hearing him, Haruki revealed a subtle smile on his face. You can leave now? Before leaving, Hiro added, Thank you for looking after me, sir. The sun, a smoldering ember on the horizon, bathed the heavens in a rich gradient of gold and amber, fading into a tender blush of pink. Wisps of clouds, like delicate brushstrokes, drifted lazily across the expanse, tinged with violet and indigo, as if kissed by the departing day. Despite the fading light, at this moment, in a certain pitch, a silhouette of an individual could be seen moving on the field. The silhouette belonged to Shun. Just 15 more minutes, and I should wrap things up, he murmured as he paused to look at the sky that was quickly transforming. Perspiration seemed to trickle down his face while at the same time, He appeared to be drenched in sweat. His breathing was ragged, and he seemed to be panting heavily. Yet still, visible excitement could be seen in his eyes. Then, just as he was about to return to his training, a familiar voice pierced his ear. "I knew you'd be here." Hearing the voice, he turned to find the person. "Didn't the coach warn you from training excessively before?" The person who said those words to him was rather jacked looking. He had black hair and a somewhat tan complexion. "I was about to head out, Keiru-san," Shun responded with a smile on his face. "That's what you always say when someone catches you." Keiru responded in an all-knowing way, as if he was familiar with him. Hearing him, Shun revealed a subtle chuckle. Well, he couldn't bring himself to deny it. After all, it was the fact. "You know me," he said while breaking into a subtle smile. "I also know that you're excited about tomorrow." "How did you know?" Shun acted surprised as he asked. "It's written all over your face. I can vividly see the excitement on your face," Keiru replied with his eyes narrowed. Shun's face brightened as he heard him. "Yeah, we'll be playing against Hiro after all," he responded with a glee on his face. Tomorrow they were going to face Kawasaki. Although he played for Yokohama, he was loaned out from Kawasaki. So, he couldn't help but feel excited about the prospect of returning home. Though he had been wanting to play with Hiro, he wasn't going to go easy on him. More than his excitement to return to his parent club, he was excited to go up against Hiro. They were scheduled to face Kawasaki in the Emperor's Cup. The excitement on his face was rather contagious, and even Keiru couldn't help but feel excited. "Indeed, I'm looking forward to the match as well." After witnessing the brilliance of Hiro on the international stage, he had been eagerly looking forward to their scheduled clash. Now that it was so near, he couldn't shake the feeling of excitement. However, by no means was he overestimating himself. He was well aware of the threat Hiro possessed. However, precisely because of such reasons he wanted to go up against him. Previously, when he went up against him, he had been utterly defeated. So, he wanted to pay him back for the defeat back then. "He's going to give us a lot of trouble from the get-go tomorrow," Shun said excitedly. The statement of Shun ignited a spark in Keiru's eyes. "Exactly, it's not going to be easy to go up against him," Keiru said with a trembling voice. Both of them were well aware of the threat Hiro possessed. Hence the two shared the same sentiment when it came to Hiro. They were both frightened and excited. "But with how the situation is playing out, he might not be at his best tomorrow," Keiru added while frowning. He wasn't unaware of the mess Hiro had gotten himself involved. So, he couldn't rule out the possibility of him being affected by the criticism circulating. Even though he feared him, he held no ill motive toward him. Rather, he wanted to face him when he was at his best. But Shun thought differently than him. He wasn't bothered by the situation. He knew what kind of mentality monster Hiro was. So, he believed that he would be at his best despite the unfavorable situation. "You think too lightly of him," Shun said. "Such adversary won't affect him. If you go easy on him tomorrow, just because you pity him, you'll get utterly humiliated," he added with a playful smirk on his face. It was almost as if he could already imagine the outcome. "Even at the moment, that guy would probably be training," he continued. Then he paused to look at the sky before continuing. "People say that hard work beats talent. But what if geniuses start working hard as well?" Though he casually said those words, it got Keiru thinking. With a complacent look on his face, he began to ponder. In less than a week, he had improved. His defending, also the last match against Brazil, he had displayed something out of this world. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that he single-handedly carried the match. And even now, he was still developing. For an average player, their prime would be around their 20s. But he was already displaying overwhelming strength when he wasn't even 20. So, how good would he become in a few years? Maybe he might even go on to win the Ballon d'Or before 20. With how fast he was developing, it was certainly possible. At least that's what he believed. Thinking about it, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He couldn't even bring himself to imagine how threatening he would become in a few years. Subconsciously, he blurted, "It'll birth a monster." Chapter 531. Emperor's Cup 2. The sun, a brilliant golden orb, hung high and proud, casting its warm, benevolent light across the land. The air was crisp and clean. Beneath the azure expanse, a group of people moving toward a certain direction could be seen. Be it children or adults, you could find people of all age groups. Filled with anticipation and excitement, these bunches were headed to the stadium to witness the match. You could also find flocks of reporters broadcasting the news. Just then, a luxurious bus decorated in blue made its appearance. Immediately, a wave of sensation rippled through the crowd as people recognized the bus. It was the bus that carried the players of Kawasaki. Upon recognizing the bus, people began to crowd at the sideline to get a glimpse of the players inside the bus, shouting the names of the players. But despite their effort, the curtain remained shut. The closed curtains of the bus left them in a frown. As for the reporters, it was a scoop. They made several comments over such a minute gesture that it almost made it seem as if it was a big deal. Is Hiro afraid of the truth? Seems like he doesn't want to face the people. They made different speculations, igniting the dissatisfaction of a few of the supporters. Inside the bus, Hiro was seated in the third-row seat. There seems to be quite a commotion outside. Tatsuki, who was seated beside him, spoke upon hearing some noise. It's the same, Hiro said in an uninterested tone. He could audibly hear the noise outside. He could even hear his name being called out. But so what? He wasn't obligated to show his face just because they called him. It's not that he had grown arrogant. He just wanted to avoid the reporters, that's all. One moment, they'll worship you as God, and the next moment, they'll condemn you as a demon. Yes, he was aware of the personality of the reporters. But how could they uncover such a sensitive topic to garner the attention of the public? Hiro was dissatisfied with them exposing the condition of his father. He was also dissatisfied with their forceful ways of trying to interview his mother. Their attitude disgusted him. Hence, he declined their interview request every time they came knocking on his door. After what they did, he had grown to loathe the reporters. You can't just avoid the reporters forever, Hiro. Trust me, he'll help you. That was what Ayumi had said to him a few days ago after he declined almost every interview request that came his way. She wanted him to approve an interview with one of her close associates to help him, but he declined the proposal as he didn't want to have anything to do with reporters. The more you run, the worse it'll get, Hiro. That's what she said in the end after he denied the request. They're the same anyway, he sneered inside as he recalled her words. Slowly, as people began to flock, the stadium's seats began to fill. At the same time, the atmosphere of the stadium witnessed a drastic change. Filled with the chatter of the people, it started getting lively. Then after a while, players emerged on the field. At once, the atmosphere of the stadium became electrifying as people began to cheer. However, the match wasn't going to start anytime soon. There was still some time left for the match to begin. In the meantime, the vacant seats in the stadium were also getting filled. For a while, it seemed like the stadium would be filled to its fullest. Just as Shun stepped outside the tunnel, he froze in his place. His eyes glistened with elation and excitement as he swept his gaze through the stadium. It was the stadium that he had dreamt of playing one day. And here he was standing before a large crowd in the stadium that he wished to play. However, as an opposing player. Yet still, he was excited to be here. Here comes the players of Yokohama. This season, they have been dominating the league. And it wouldn't have been possible if not for their young keeper Shun. I'm sure the fans are delighted to see him. After all, he's one of their homegrown talents. So, how will this sensational keeper perform against his parent club today? All right, today we'll be seeing 4 youth academy players on the same pitch. The commentators talked among themselves as they discussed various topics. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that Kawasaki's youth academy is one of the most successful youth academies in Japan at the moment. After all, we don't get to see so many players from the same academy on the big stage every day. To produce such fine talents in a single time frame, how many teams have been able to perform such a miracle? At the moment, I can't name any clubs in Japan, but La Masia, Barcelona's academy, has been able to produce such fine talents almost consistently. Shun stayed put at his spot for a while, enjoying the scene before him. He was also waiting for Hiro and the rest. After all, It had been quite a while since he last met any of them. So, he was looking forward to their reunion. But it seemed like the players of Kawasaki would take a while to emerge out. So, after waiting for a while, he headed to his team. After all, he had to begin warming up. Also, he could meet them in the tunnel later. So, he hurried to his team. Just after he left, the players of Kawasaki also emerged on the field. At once the stadium went wild with excitement upon seeing the players. Since the stadium was dominated by Kawasaki's fans, it was to be expected. They had waited long enough to see the players. So, how could they remain silent after finally seeing the players? Their excitement knew no bounds. Cheering at the top of their lungs, they displayed their enthusiasm to the fullest. Chapter 532, Emperor's Cup 3. Shun was delighted to hear the announcement, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes to look at the people he hadn't seen for a long time. "You're finally here," he muttered as he looked. However, it wasn't the time to act cheerful. After all, he wasn't on their side. So, he immediately recomposed himself. Hiro too rolled his eyes to look at Shun. At that time, Shun was blocking some amazing shots from his teammates. Seeing such impressive reflexes, he couldn't help but break into a smile. "Seems like you vowed to stop us today. But it won't be that easy." As much as Shun was looking forward to meeting him, Hiro was equally looking forward to reuniting with him. After all, he was one of his cherished friends. "He seems to have improved a lot, right?" While he was fixedly staring at Shun, Naoto said to him. Hearing him, Hiro nodded his head. He had to do that much if he wanted to take your spot. Naoto couldn't help but reveal a frown as he heard him. "Whose side are you in?" "Whoever performs better." Hiro answered with a straightforward look on his face, making it seem as if he was serious about what he had said. Naoto let out a self-deprecating smile as he said, "From competing with the best keeper of Japan to competing with an upcoming talent. If I become even a bit careless, I might lose my spot." Huh, did I birth in the wrong era? Even Hiro could tell that Naoto was someone exceptional. From the moment he had seen him, he held no doubts that he'd leave a mark on the history. But Naoto wasn't the type of person who'd go out of his way to improve. He didn't mean that he wasn't hardworking enough. After all, he was one of the most professional he had seen in this field. But it's just that he only did what was required of him. Hiro, who had seen the talent he possessed, was aware of his potential. If only he put in a little extra work, he might have become even better. That's what Hiro believed. And he had tried to convey his sentiments to him many times. But Naoto never took him seriously. So, he could only choose to give up. But Shun was the complete opposite of him. He had a rather aggressive personality, and he wasn't afraid to play rough. He would also go to extra mile to improve. He was someone who could embrace the pain. In short, he had the mentality of a warrior. If he had been born a little earlier, he would have made into a perfect kamikaze soldier. So, Hiro could tell that he had put in a lot of effort to get to this level. Hiro had nothing but admiration for him. Then he proceeded to their side of the field. Due to his rising popularity from the moment he stepped on the field, he was at the center of attention. Cameramen followed him closely, capturing every single detail, while at the same time, the fans fixated their gaze on him. Hiro, however, kept himself composed even when faced with such attention. Be it his touch or his movements, everything seemed so flawless that it left many in awe. Hiro had the aura of a star. Then he proceeded to practice some shooting. People paid close attention to him, their cameras on standby. Every time he took a shot, people released a mesmerized exclamation, to the point that it even got the attention of the opposing players. They couldn't help but wonder what had gotten the fans so excited. Just what's happening on the other side. They had been trying their best to remain focused. But how could they focus when they kept getting bombarded with the occasional wows of the opposing fans? The wow sound coming from the other side had piqued their curiosity. So, they paused their activity to check on the opposing side. As they turned to look at the opposing side, they were met with the sight of Hiro, who was preparing to take a shot from a distance. He stood quite far from the post. It's just a single player taking long shots, so why are they so excited about it? Some couldn't help but think. Although Hiro was a famous personality, It didn't mean that they had to get excited every time he touched the ball. At this point, weren't they exaggerating? Some felt as they looked at him. But then again, when he started taking shots, they were left flabbergasted. They couldn't bring themselves to think. Almost every shot he took, he nailed it. Just how good does one need to be to perform such a feat? Their complexion paled as they felt intimidated by his display. The match hadn't even started, yet he was already displaying such an overwhelming display of might. Was he purposefully trying to intimidate them? They were at a loss for words. The opposing coach, upon finding the state of his players, knew that he had to do something. So, before things worsened, he called them. Then after some warm-ups, opposing players began to head inside. Just after a while, the players of Kawasaki also headed inside. As the players left the field, many people began to talk among themselves. It seems like Hiro won't go easy even against his friend. You're talking about Shun, right? Yeah, when they played together, those two conquered almost every possible title in the youth division. Be it Hiro or Shun, both were equally impressive. But we can't forget Naoto. Though he failed to stop the shot right now, it was because his opponent was Hiro. Sure, almost every single one of them had grown to become an amazing player. The future of our club looks quite bright. The ability of those young prospects delighted the fans. Even if Shun played against them today, their club held the right over him. With such amazing players, how couldn't they help but feel excited about the future? But they seem to be forgetting that both Hiro and Shun could soon leave the club. Chapter 533, Emperor's Cup 4. Inside the tunnel, the Yokohama players arrived first, their faces set with determination. A tense air hung around them, and it was clear something had occurred in the locker room. They moved like soldiers marching into battle, their resolve evident in every step. But Shun stood apart from the others. His eyes darted around as if searching for something or someone. His expression changed the moment he spotted the Kawasaki players entering the tunnel. His face lit up with a smile, the anticipation in his posture making it clear he'd been waiting for them. Well, look who's here, Tatsuki grinned as he pointed to Shun, nudging his teammate. As Tatsuki reached Shun, he gave him a friendly pat on the back. Couldn't wait for us, could you? Shun chuckled, brushing off Tatsuki's playful hit. You guys sure know how to keep a man waiting, he replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Thought you'd be more serious before a match like this, Tatsuki teased, crossing his arms. I am serious, Shun replied, his tone growing firm but light-hearted. Just excited to crush your hopes today. Tatsuki raised an eyebrow, grinning back. We'll see who does the crushing. Ready to back up all that talk? Shun smirked. I've been ready. Let's make this one to remember. Tatsuki could vividly see the flames of determination burning in his eyes. So, he couldn't help but feel excited. But where's Hiro? Is he stuck somewhere? Shun asked as he failed to find Hiro. He's benched, Tatsuki responded. Well, it wasn't a matter that he couldn't talk about. So, he revealed it without any hesitation. However, just as he revealed the matter, many opposing players turned to look at him. Their eyes displayed a mix of emotions such as disbelief, joy, and curiosity. It was almost as if they were relieved to hear the news. Shun, however, frowned his brows as he asked, but why? Is he injured? Well, can't reveal the inside news to an opponent now, can I? Tatsuki teased, but Shun understood what he meant to say. It was a fact that he was right now playing against them. So, he couldn't pry further. Hence, he nodded his head. You're right. After a while, the players emerged out of the tunnel. The moment the players walked out of the tunnel, the cheers of the fans got louder than before. The sea of supporters erupted as they cheered. But soon, someone discovered that Hiro wasn't in the starting 11. So it got them curious. Isn't Hiro playing today? I specially came here to watch him. It didn't take them long to find him on the bench. Even the commentators were surprised. Seems like Coach Haruki is resting most of his players for their next match. It wasn't just Hiro who was benched, but a few other starting players were also rested. So, it didn't take long for the commentators to figure out the absence of Hiro on the pitch. Yet still, people weren't satisfied with his decision. So, some of them couldn't help but express their dissatisfaction. Coach Haruki, however, didn't seem bothered by the jeers of the dissatisfied fans. More like, he couldn't be bothered by their jeers. He knew what he was doing, and he didn't need a bunch of fools telling him what to do. So, he maintained a poker face as he calmly greeted the opposing coach. Beep. The match then began with the referee's whistle. Immediately, players sprang into action as they heard the whistle. They knew that they had to act fast. So, right from the get-go, they charged aggressively as if their life depended on it. With the absence of so many starting players from the opposing squad, it was their only opportunity to take the lead. So, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Most of them were simply benched. They weren't excluded from the entirety of the match. So, who knows when the opposing coach might deploy those players? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had the advantage at the moment. With their experienced squad, it wouldn't be a pipe dream to win the match against the mighty Kawasaki. Their motive was clear: take the lead and then park the bus. At that time, even if the opposing team deploys their stellar players, it would be hard to get a goal back. So, they had to do all they could to secure that first goal. Even so, despite their effort, it was proving to be rather difficult to penetrate the opposing goal. Despite their lack of experience, the opposing squad was holding well against their onslaught. They were even producing many opportunities. If not for Shun, it would have been their side who would have already conceded 2 or more goals. Even the youngsters of Kawasaki are different, the opposing coach mumbled with a frown. For most of the game, he had been on edge. It's not that his players weren't trying hard enough, but the opposing squad was simply too organized. More than half the squad of the opposing team was made up of rotational players. Yet still, it was proving extremely difficult to score a goal. More than 30 minutes had already passed. Yet still, the score remained the same, with neither side managing to take the lead. The unchanging score sheet had got the opposing coach worried. Previously, he had thought that manager Haruki was underestimating him. But now, he couldn't bring himself to think such. He had to admit that his tactical brilliance was one of a kind. But just then, Kaoru made an important tackle. At this time, most of the opposing players were dispositioned. Seeing such a scenario, his eyes perked up with excitement. Then he shouted, "Push!" Almost immediately after winning the ball, Kaoru sent the ball flying. At this point, his team's forward was already charging ahead. All he had to do was play a successful pass. Sensing the threat, the players of Kawasaki began to retreat. Especially the defenders began to sprint blindly. Chapter 534, Emperor's Cup v. The opposing fans, who had been rather silent for the better part of the game, stood up in anticipation. They felt that this was their chance. As for the fans of the Kawasaki, their expression changed drastically as desperation began to kick in. The opposing number 9 sprinted as if he were a horse on steroids, leaving behind every single one of his pursuers. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he reached his destination. Even Hiro, who was seated on the sideline, was on his edge. Desperation and anticipation collided, creating a tense atmosphere in the stadium. It was like the match had suddenly entered its climax. Even though more than 50 minutes were remaining, it felt like the match had reached its climax. Such was the intensity on the field. Naoto's mind raced as he made several calculations in an instant. He could tell that his teammates wouldn't be able to reach the ball before the opposing number 9. So, he had to take matters into his own hands. Hence, he rushed to clear the ball. Compared to the speed of the opposing number 9, he was like a rabbit fared against a cheetah. It was a gamble on his part. But considering the distance, he had deduced to have an almost 50-50 odds to get to the ball. Also, it was better than waiting. In a while, he proved to be right about his decision to leave the post as he managed to head away the ball. However, even after he managed to clear the ball away, he still ended up conceding the goal. As he cleared the ball away, unfortunately, it fell on the feet of another opposing player. The player then attempted a shot for the goal from behind the center line. At that point, all it required was accuracy, which he didn't lack. From a distance, the opposing number 8 released the ball. Naoto couldn't have made that one even if he busted his ass. Tearing through the air, the ball glided straight into the post. Goal! At once, the opposing fans jumped from their spot, cheering. smile on their face and excitement in their eyes. They couldn't hold back their elation. Filled with the cheers of the opposing supporters, the stadium became extremely lively. Shun, however, didn't celebrate the goal. He just stood rooted at his spot, clapping his hands. You could see his subtle smile on his face. He wasn't celebrating. How could he bring himself to celebrate against his parent club? So, he refused to take part in the celebration, even when approached by his teammates. This gesture of his didn't go unnoticed, as many fans took notice of it. They appreciated his modesty. Even the opposing fans couldn't bring themselves to criticize. At the same time, they couldn't help but envy the opposing team. For a while, the opposing players couldn't stop grinning. Many of them even wished the game to end immediately. Unfortunately, there were still more than 50 minutes left. Just as the game was about to resume, the opposing coach signaled something. It was as if he was conveying some secret message to the team. Hiro nodded his head as he spread the command to the rest of his teammates. "Here it begins," Hiro murmured to himself as he caught the whiff of their intention. Hiro was familiar with the concept of park the bus. It was a strategy often employed by a weaker side when facing against a stronger side. And now that the weaker side had taken the lead, they wouldn't let go of the lead. They want to defend this lead with their whole soul. Knowing that they're the weaker side, it would be rather idiotic to go on offense. There are indeed some exceptions to it. But Yokohama, who didn't specialize in offensive gameplay, wouldn't be among those exceptions. The game then resumed. As expected, almost the entirety of the opposing players dropped deep immediately. On the sidelines, their manager was prepared to make some substitutions, most probably defensive players. Just at this moment, manager Haruki turned to look at Hiro. He didn't appear a slight bit flustered. He had that usual calm on his face. But Hiro could tell that he was soon going to be deployed, and he was more than ready to enter the field. Just a word from him, and he would start warming immediately. Satisfied with Hiro's determination, he refocused his attention on the match. "With him here, we won't have trouble breaking your fortress," Haruki thought as he curled his lips to reveal a confident smirk. For the next few minutes, an expected scene played in the field. The opposing players clustered in their half to form an impenetrable fortress, focusing their entire attention on defense. It appeared that they had given up their ambition to go for another goal. The players of Kawasaki tried every possible means to penetrate the fortress set by the opposing players. However, even after countless trials, they seemed unable to penetrate the sturdy line of defense the opposing team had erected. Their failed effort was starting to hamper the morale of the team. Many young players were starting to show signs of frustration. "Just come out of your shell, you damn turtle bastard." One of the Kawasaki players cussed, clearly annoyed by the tactics of the opposing team. Their defense was testing his patience. Finally, he had been allowed to display his talent. Yet, he couldn't bring any results. If it continues, who knows if he'll get another opportunity. So the stubbornness of the opposing team to come in front was growing on him. It wasn't just him. A few others were in a similar situation. Almost 60 minutes had already passed. And if it continued, they'd turn into a laughingstock. The mighty team from the first division lost against a team from the second division. Just ridiculous would it sound? The reporters and netizens would haul them with criticism. Moreover, they'd be labeled as a team that couldn't even manage to win a game against a club from a second division without Hiro's help. Just then the crowd, who seemed to have their vitality until a moment ago, started cheering all of a sudden. Just what caused such a change? Many players couldn't help but feel curious about the sudden cheers. Curious, many glanced at the crowd amidst the ongoing match. However, they couldn't find anything in the stands. Then they turned to look at the sidelines. There they found Hiro warming up. All of a sudden, everything made sense as they saw him. Chapter 535, Emperor's Cup 6. He hadn't even stepped on the field, yet he could bring out such an energy. Just from a glance, one could tell about his impact on the game. The reaction that he could bring out from the crowd was something magical. It was as if he were a glimmer of hope in a despairing situation that could unite people. Hiro was like a brilliant ray of the sun in a sky full of dark clouds to the people in the stadium. They're expecting me to deliver a miracle. I can't disappoint them, Hiro thought as he heard the cheers of the fans. The more he heard their cheers, the more it fueled his desire to produce a miracle. He didn't want to disappoint them. So, he became even more focused as he loosened his stiff body. Even before stepping on the field, he could feel his resolve getting stronger. Many of Kawasaki's players found solace in the sudden cheers. At the same time, some contorted their face in annoyance. However, the opposing players felt an intimidating pressure descending upon them. It was almost as if the pressure in the field had suddenly intensified. They couldn't help but feel their feet getting cold. I hate to admit it, but even I couldn't help but feel my legs turning numb. Just how could you exert such an intimidating aura at such a young age? Hiro thought, while wiping sweat from his forehead. He was looking in the direction of Hiro, a nervous smirk gracing his lips, his eyes displaying a mix of emotions such as awe, reverence, excitement, and fear. He was excited by the prospect of facing him, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel intimidated by the aura he exerted on the field. Previously, he was on his side, so he couldn't experience it. But now that he was playing against him, even he wasn't spared. The way people were looking at him wasn't ordinary. It almost seemed like they were looking at a veteran superstar than a rookie. To be able to exert such dominance at such a young age was something truly magical. Hiro, however, appeared calm despite the pressure. Almost any young player would succumb under such pressure, but he was different. He appeared as if he could bear the weight of those expectant gazes. Beep! Because of a rough tackle from an opposing player, Kawasaki was awarded a free kick. Just as the sound of the whistle resonated, immediately a huge uproar generated in the stadium. The people who had been waiting for Hiro to step onto the field couldn't contain their excitement upon seeing him preparing to enter the field. You can hear the anticipation and excitement in those voices. Just by listening to it, you can tell that they were waiting for him. Is this the influence a 16-year-old should possess? The commentator couldn't stop talking about the scene unfolding in the stadium. He was mind-blown beyond measure. The weight of expectation on him is huge. Will he be able to deliver? Yusuke, who was being replaced, didn't seem happy about his substitution. As he made his way out of the field, he didn't even bother to look at Hiro. Well, he hadn't been able to perform well, so it was only natural to see him in such a mood. Good Joe. Hiro wanted to high-five him, but he ignored him and walked past him without saying anything. Seems like we've got quite a situation in Kawasaki's squad. It doesn't seem like Yusuke was happy about the decision. The commentator, who happened to catch the sight of the tension between Hiro and Yusuke, immediately presented his opinion. Hiro was momentarily stunned by Yusuke's gesture, but he didn't take it on his heart as he immediately shifted his focus on the game. He couldn't be bothered by such a minute conflict when he had a game to win. Although Hiro forgave him, the fans weren't generous enough to forgive him. They began to curse at him as they felt that he was being rude to Hiro. Just because you can't do it yourself, you vent your anger on others. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You damn brat. Fix your attitude, or else. I'll do it for you. Haruki initially gave him side eye, but didn't say anything to him. Yusuke, on the other hand, ignored everybody and threw himself on the substitution bench. He covered his face with a towel and tilted his head as if he didn't even care about the match any further. It almost seemed like he didn't even want to be there. In the field, Hiro prepared to take the free kick. Although the distance and angle appeared a bit challenging, he wasn't bothered by it. After all, he could shoot equally well with both his feet. Shun, who was aware of Hiro's prowess, couldn't allow himself to become even a bit careless just because the distance and the angle were challenging. So, he began to shout commands at his teammates. He couldn't allow a single gap in their defense. Look at Shun. Can you tell that he's a rookie keeper? Just look at him barking orders. It almost seems as if he could easily take reign over his teammates. The commentator couldn't help but praise Shun's efforts. Well, he did have a composure that defied his age. So, it was something peculiar to see. To be able to give command to the players more experienced than him was an ability only the top keeper possessed. The opposing fans were impressed. So, with the home fans, after all, he would be their future keeper. After setting the ball, Hiro retracted about 10 steps from the ball. Then he activated some of his skills before turning to look at the post. Letting out a mouth full of turbid air, he relaxed his shoulder. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his focus as deep as a predator eyeing its prey. It almost felt like he could warp the space around him. Shun and many others who watched him couldn't help but see a dark, intimidating aura oozing out of his body. Many even felt their heart palpitate momentarily while looking at him. A cold sweat ran down their forehead as they gulped their saliva. Then a dark brilliance flashed past Hiro's eyes as he set off. Each stride he took seemed to rumble the ground beneath. It was almost as if a mighty cavalry was on its way. The steps he took sounded like a galloping horse, evoking terror in the hearts of some who faced him. They couldn't tell why, but they felt like running away for some inexplicable reason. It was almost as if they were being used as a meat shield to shield an incoming missile. Almost the entire stadium held their breath as they watched Hiro with much anticipation. As Hiro got close to the ball, preparing to fire his shot, his muscles coiled like a spring preparing to release the tension. To add momentum, he swung his body. Then with a bam, he fired the ball. Bam! A soothing sensation permeated his mind as Hiro felt good about the shot. He knew that he had connected well. He felt that it was one of the best shots he had taken till now. The tingling sensation he felt was proof of it. So, he couldn't help but feel delighted about the shot. Tearing through the void, the ball soared. Witnessing the incoming ball, some players felt their hearts shudder to stand in front of its path. Fear gripped their heart, preventing them from launching them to stop it. Shun had prepared well. Yet still, due to the hesitation of some of his players, it ended up costing him. The ball glided past the head of the wall of players. However, the sheer power of that shot was something unfathomable. It felt as if it could even penetrate the walls before it. Although Shun guessed the direction of the ball, he failed to stop it. Due to the sheer power and rotation of the ball, Shun couldn't stop it. The ball simply slipped past his fingers as if his fingers were jelly. Even the aftershock was quite off the chart. As the ball forced its way past Shun's reach, it didn't drop immediately even after hitting the net. Rather, it kept spinning, making it seem as if it would dig a hole in the net. Only after losing a bit of its momentum did it finally drop. Goal! The entire stadium erupted in cheers. The movement of the onlookers shook the entire stadium as it sent ripples throughout the stadium. It was like thunder, destructive and loud. The excitement was palpable in the atmosphere. Many spectators felt their blood boil with excitement. That shot was unlike any they had seen before. Such unfathomable destructive force, such precision, such terror, they couldn't help but keep thinking about it. In just a matter of seconds, Hiro turned the tides. He was like a cheat code. Chapter 536, Emperor's Cup 7. Upon scoring, Hiro ran straight to the corner. Then as he approached the corner flag, he punched it hard while roaring enthusiastically. Yeah, he couldn't tell why he got the urge to punch the flag. It was almost like he was venting his anger on the flag. Well, he was bothered by the matter regarding the reporters invading his personal space. So, it might be because he wanted to warn those folks that he won't stay silent. Or it might be pure enthusiasm. The flagpole wobbled vigorously for a while. Even so, Hiro's enthusiasm was well received by the people as they felt even more excited seeing such passion leaking out of him. Reciprocating to his enthusiasm, they roared alongside him. They couldn't help but cheer him. It was like the battle cry of the Vikings, fierce and intimidating. While the entire stadium was in an uproar, Shun, who had failed to stop the shot, glanced at his palm. For some reason, his hand was slightly shaking, and he could feel a bulging sensation almost as if he had been hit by something hard. His gloves appeared a little worn down. Also, there were some obvious signs of tears at the tip of his fingers. That was the part that had managed to touch the ball. Gritting his teeth, Shun then furiously smacked his hand on the ground. After the celebration ended, Hiro and the rest returned to their position. Hiro, however, was warned by the referee for his celebratory gesture. After all, He could have caused some disruption if he had broken the corner flag. So, he was told that his gesture was unacceptable. Hiro was aware of it as well, but he had merely acted on a whim earlier. It wasn't his intention to punch the pole. So, he just apologized and went back to his position. Beep. The game resumed with the referee's whistle. Coach Haruki looked at the other side, peeking a glance at the opposing coach. Now, what will you do? Will you continue playing the same way? He was curious about their decision. After all, initially, they probably wanted to win the game by preserving their lead. However, now that Hiro had equalized, he couldn't help but wonder if he was going to make some changes to their strategy. Park the bus didn't seem suitable given their situation. Well, it wasn't entirely unfeasible. After all, they could still opt for a tie. Then again, if they chose that option, they'd have to defend the score for almost an hour if we include the extra time. Then they could hope to win the match in the penalty shootout. However, even if they opted for that option, it was unlikely that they'd gain an advantage. After all, Naoto's track record in the penalty shootout was equally impressive, if not less than Shun's. Also, most of the opposing players were rather skilled. The skill difference between the two sides was already evident. For a moment, it appeared that they were bound to get knocked out of the round of 16. But since they had put so much effort into reaching here, they weren't willing to back down easily without putting up a fight. For the next 20 or so minutes, Kawasaki dominated the match. Hiro, with his uncanny ability to find space, tormented the opposing players, giving them nightmares without any break. He was like a magician that could appear and disappear at will. One minute, they'd find him in the flank. The next moment, he'd appear in the center almost as if he was teleporting. Kaoru could tell what he was doing. Almost all the time, he found him turning his head as if he was scanning the field. But at the same time, he never stopped moving even for a second. Just how was he able to scan the field while running and supporting his teammates at the same time? He found it hard to believe that he was doing all of it at once. Even Messi the genius had to pause to look for space. But Hiro, a 16-year-old, could scan the field without stopping. It was simply ridiculous. If someone had told him he could multitask such difficult tasks like it was normal, he might not have believed them. However, he could experience it firsthand. Did he improve even further in that short period that I didn't see him? He couldn't help but wonder. Kaoru was baffled upon finding the truth. It was hard to believe, but he didn't have any other option than to believe. Despite Hiro's brilliant performance, they struggled to find another goal. However, the constant onslaught of Kawasaki was straining the opposing players. Though they had managed to hold on until now, exhaustion was evident on their faces. Panting heavily, Kaoru turned to look at the scoreboard. 7 more minutes, huh? Huff. Although the fans were delighted by the performance that the players had put up on the field, the unchanging score was making them anxious. They hated to admit it, but the opposing side was putting up a fight worthy of respect. TCH, if it continues, the match will go on extra time. I thought that Hiro would win us the game, but seems like it's going to be difficult. The fans couldn't help but worry. By now, Hiro had covered more distance than many who had played since the beginning of the match. Even so, one couldn't find any signs of exhaustion on his face. It was almost as if he could run an hour more like he had been running until now. The stamina he possessed was so commendable that even the opposing coach couldn't help but praise him. Our players are already looking exhausted, but on the other side, he appears as if he hadn't even broken a sweat. Just what kind of ridiculous stamina does that kid possess? The opposing coach commented with a deepening frown on his face. Dark clouds loomed over his head, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. If his players continued to defend like this, he could come up with some strategy in the extra time. However, just as he entertained such thoughts, his eyes widened in horror. Chapter 537, Emperor's Cup 8. In the field, Hiro appeared to be accelerating at a threatening pace. Stop him! Instantly, his heart rate spiked upon seeing the acceleration of Hiro, and he couldn't help but shout. That movement gave him a foreboding feeling, as if something terrible was about to descend upon him and his players. At the moment, Hiro felt as if the world around him had slowed down. The people around him felt like mere bystanders. His heart was thumping at an abnormal rate, but he felt calm and exhilarated. It was like the feeling of adrenaline rush stimulating his senses. He could see numerous colorful threads running around the field. Those threads appeared to be guiding him, but he knew that each thread led him to a separate route. So, he had to be meticulous when selecting those illusionary threads. It wasn't his first time experiencing such a magical feeling. So, he wasn't intimidated or baffled by it. Rather, he was excited. Weaving through the field, Hiro accelerated skillfully, easily avoiding the obstacle in his way. The ball appeared stuck in his feet, as anyone who contested him for the ball failed to snatch it away. Upon closer inspection, you could see a subtle smile gracing his lips, making it seem as if he was enjoying the moment. Each stride he took seemed to take him closer to the post. At the same time, each stride he took evoked terror in the hearts of the opposing fans. They desperately wanted someone to stop him. Hiro, however, appeared unstoppable. With every opposing player he left behind, he felt incredibly excited. At this point, he could feel as if his heart would jump out of his throat. Shun, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel anxious. He knew that he had to be calm, but still, he couldn't shake the feeling. It wasn't the movement of Hiro that was making him uncomfortable, but it was the smile on his face. Seeing that smile, he couldn't help but associate him with some kind of demon. To him, it felt like he had come across a demon. That creepy-looking smile on his face was giving him an ominous feeling. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't. The more I look at him, the more he resembles a demon, he thought while revealing a nervous smirk. Then he braced himself to face him. He knew that he would come before him. It was his instinct that told him that he wouldn't be stopped. And as expected, he did appear before him. At this moment, it seemed as if Hiro was shrouded in an ominous dark mist, making him appear incredibly threatening. Then before he released the ball, Shun was met with a sinister smile. It was like looking at your reflection in the mirror at night, and suddenly your reflection reveals a smile on its face. Seeing that smile, he felt chills. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and he felt his heart shudder for a slight moment. Then again, he braced himself as he whispered under his breath, "Come, demon." A strange light flashed past his eyes as he strengthened his resolve. At the same time, a dark brilliance flashed past Hiro's eyes as he lifted his feet to shoot. He had already spotted a gap, so he released the ball. Bam! A clear, distinct sound echoed as he struck the ball. Shun dived with his arms outstretched, his eyes glowing with determination. It was just like how he used to face him in the training before. He was fully aware that Hiro would go for the corner. How can you score every time? It's like you could score for guaranteed from the penalty spot. It's rather simple. You just have to target the corners. Hiro responded in an aloof manner. It was what Hiro had revealed to him during one of their sessions. At that time, he spoke in a way as if he wouldn't be able to stop him even if he shared his secrets. This had been proven to be true until now, since he hadn't been able to block him much even after learning his secrets. But this time, it will be different. With his arms outstretched, Shun managed to land a touch on the ball. His eyes glistened with joy as he blocked Hiro's shot from close range. The ball rolled sideways, allowing him to relax for a little. Even with Hiro's acceleration, he wouldn't be able to get this ball. But before he could rejoice, Tatsuki came out of nowhere and slotted the ball from an almost impossible-looking angle. Goal! The stadium lit up with elation. People burst from their spots with their arms raised. Their collective roar sounded like a sound of thunder. An ecstatic atmosphere permeated the stadium as Kawasaki took the lead in the final minutes of the match. Shun, who had been so engrossed in Hiro, failed to notice Tatsuki. If only he hadn't been madly preoccupied with Hiro, things might have been different. But he felt that it was entirely his fault that led to this outcome. Intense guilt overcame him as he failed to refrain his emotions from showing. The opposing players were celebrating the goal. Amidst the ongoing cheers of the people, he tried to bury his emotions. He began to launch a flurry of punches on the ground in an attempt to vent his frustration. He was frustrated at his ignorant self. He knew that he could have prevented the misfortune had been a little sharp and open-minded. But because of his obsession with Hiro, he had cost him his team the goal and also the match. Most of his teammates were occupied with their own struggles, so almost none of them bothered to console him. After that humiliating display against Hiro, how could they hold their head high? Drowned in shame, they stayed rooted at their spot with their head lowered. But right at this time, Shun heard a familiar voice. "The match hasn't ended yet, my friend." Chapter 538, Emperor's Cup 9. Slowly, Shun tilted his head to look at the person. As he rolled gigantic silhouette of a person who stood tall before him, cast over him. Paragraph comment feature now on the web. Move Mao, shrouded in darkness. The face of the person before him appear over any paragraph and click the icon to add your comment. But without even needing to look at it, he could identify the P also. You can always turn it off/on in settings. Is it okay for you to be here? Shouldn't you be celebrating ends sounding a bit discouraged? Just here to check on you, thought you might be crying? The response of the person irked him slightly. His face flushed as he answered in a flustered tone, "Dream on." Got it. Hiro revealed a subtle, satiated smirk as he heard his response. He was delighted to find that he hadn't changed a lot. Then he stretched his hand to help him stand. "Then why don't you stand up for now?" "Yeah, it's far from over." Saying so, Shun grabbed Hiro's hand and propelled himself up. However, it didn't go as Shun had hoped, let alone put on a fight. Many of the opposing players couldn't even defend properly in those remaining minutes. Coupled with their dwindling morale and exhaustion from tirelessly defending until now, it became overwhelming for the opposing players, and in the remaining few minutes, they failed miserably. Hiro took advantage of their declining performance and scored another goal to secure the win. Just like this, the game came to an end. The final score of the match was Kawasaki 3 versus Yokohama 1. When did it all go wrong? Many opposing players couldn't help but ponder. After all, they were in the lead for quite a substantial time. Yet, the result wasn't in their favor. Wearing a gloomy expression, they looked at the scoreboard. Then they shifted their gaze to Hiro. It was when he subbed in. They automatically concluded that it was Hiro who had caused their downfall single-handedly. If not for him, they would be smiling instead. But the reality was right in front of their eyes, so they couldn't even deny it even if they didn't want to believe it. Good game. Shun walked to Hiro, extending his hand. Although he also felt disappointed by their loss, he couldn't bring himself to ignore Hiro and the others. After all, he would have done the same if he had lost. The defeat was disheartening, but he didn't have any regrets. He had given his best, so he couldn't even bring himself to whine. "You too," Hiro grabbed his hand as he said. "You have improved a lot." Shun let out a self-deprecating smile as he said, "Yeah, enough to be under your shadows, I guess." Previously, he had thought that he could at least follow him, but after witnessing him perform, he felt like he had already vanished from his sight. It felt like he had to climb over the gate of heaven to be able to reach him. Hiro felt so close and so distant at the same time. Though he was saying so with a smile, Hiro could tell that he thought otherwise. But even so, what was he supposed to say at such times? Hiro wasn't the best at consoling others. So, rather than saying something superficial to cheer him, he spoke his heart instead. "You're already doing great for someone your age, Shun. It hasn't been that long, yet you've already developed so much." Hiro's choice of words did more harm than good, as Shun couldn't stop thinking about one particular line. He said, "Someone your age." What did he mean by that? Did he mean that he was only good for someone his age? Knowing him, he probably didn't mean it as an insult, but it stung nonetheless. He let out a soft sigh as he said in a serious tone, "I understand what you mean, but you should probably refrain from consoling others. You're quite terrible at it." The two chatted for a while before Hiro was taken away by the reporters. This time, he couldn't avoid the interview even if he wished. After all, he was the MVP of the match. Well, considering how he had flipped the game, it wasn't much of a surprise that he had been selected as the player of the match. The post-match interview was intense, the atmosphere charged with excitement and tension. Hiro had scored 2 goals, and assisted in another, earning him the MVP of the match. Cameras flashed as reporters pushed forward, eager to ask their questions. Congratulations on your performance, Hiro. 2 goals and 1 assist. How does it feel to turn the game around like that? Hiro kept his tone measured, despite the rush of adrenaline still coursing through him. It was a team effort. We capitalized on the opportunities we had, and I'm glad I could contribute. But as the questions came, they quickly turned personal. Hiro, some people are questioning your decision to prioritize football over your father's health. What do you say to those critics? The crowd fell silent, the intensity of the question hanging in the air. Hiro's jaw tightened slightly, but he remained composed. I'm doing what I believe is best. My family understands that, and I don't feel the need to justify my choices to anyone. Another reporter chimed in. Your father's condition is serious. Do you think balancing football and family is the right call? Hearing him, he couldn't help but assume that they had pried really deep into the matter so much so that they might even know about the details of which he wasn't aware. Hiro's eyes flashed with frustration, though he kept his response calm. It's not an easy situation, but I'm focused on both my career and supporting my family in the best way I can. People will have their opinions, but I know what I'm doing. The tension grew as the questions persisted. Some reporters pushed harder, while others backed off, sensing the discomfort. Yet amidst the criticism, a few praised his professionalism. You showed incredible composure on the field today despite everything going on in your personal life, one reporter noted. How do you stay focused? Hiro paused for a moment before answering. Football has always been my escape. It's where I can clear my mind. Right now, it's about keeping that focus and giving everything I've got when I'm on the pitch. Although Hiro maintained his calm, he was in turmoil. There were instances where he straight wanted to throw the microphone on some of their faces. As he walked out of the interview, he snapped, "Those bastards! If you're that curious, then investigate who had put him in such a state." Chapter 539, World Cup Qualifiers. Time elapsed like the sand in an hourglass. September 5th, Thursday. The season had already changed, and it was starting to get cold. Winter was on the rise. Today, however, marked a historical event for Hiro. Though he had already debuted in a friendly match about to play his first ever World Cup qualifier match. Paragraph comment. Paragraph comment feature now on the web. Move mouse over any paragraph and click the icon to add your comma also. You can always turn it off/on in settings. Got it. At the moment, Hiro was seated inside the locker room. With most of the players gone, the locker room was in a state of mess. There were clothes scattered almost everywhere. Hiro, however, wasn't concerned about the mess. Neither was he concerned by the mixture of disgusting smells like the smell of the dirty shocks or the smell of the sweat mixed with adrenaline in the room. Even though it stung his nose, he was used to the smell. After all, it wasn't his first time being inside the locker room. However, he was still a little troubled about the match. Recently, the squad had undergone a major change. "Quite odd to see you looking so worried," Naoto said while looking at him. Just a moment ago, he was lost in contemplation, but upon hearing the voice of Naoto, he couldn't sit still. Raising his brow, Hiro responded, "Worried who, me?" Naoto was a little puzzled. Had he read it wrong? He couldn't help but second-guess his analysis upon seeing such a reaction from him. "You seemed troubled. It seems that he misunderstood me. I was just pondering about the dinner." Since Hiro mostly consumed diet food on normal days, a moment ago, he was contemplating dinner as it was his cheat day today, but he must have acted concerned without even realizing it. So, Naoto should have mistaken him. Hiro immediately realized that Naoto had merely misunderstood his gestures. But he couldn't bring himself to tell that he was thinking about dinner either. After all, he was about to play in an important match. So, how could he tell his peer that he was thinking about food at such an important moment? Hiro then suddenly got serious as he said, "I was just thinking about how many goals we would score against the opposing team today." Hiro's response left Naoto a little surprised. Was he always like this? Naoto couldn't help but think. Then again, he eased his expression as he thought. Who else but he dares to say such bold words before the match? How many are you planning to score? Naoto asked. 5 should be doable. The stadium buzzed with anticipation. The Japanese supporters who had traveled a long distance to support their team appeared excited about the match. Billowing the flags and banners, they cheered with an ecstatic smile on their faces. On the other hand, despite it being on their home turf, the opposing fans paled in comparison to the sheer passion showcased by the Japanese supporters. More than excitement, one could see anxiousness on their face. Well, it was understandable. After all, they were the weakest side. China PR, the 87th ranked team, was about to take on the 18th ranked team. So, it was natural for them to feel anxious. From the massive rank difference between the two sides, one can figure out the game's result. There might be some upsets like how Saudi Arabia, ranked way below Argentina, managed to win over them in a thrilling battle in the World Cup. So, one couldn't jump straight to a conclusion just because of the rank difference. However, Japan's previous records have been nothing but amazing. They had been dominating the matches like a conqueror who had set out on a conquest. Inside the tunnel, as Hiro arrived on the scene, many opposing players cast a wary eye on him. Though what met their gaze was a young individual with dark tousled hair, jade-like white skin, and innocent-looking eyes with a shade of hazel, they couldn't help but keep a wary eye on him. They were aware that looks can be deceiving. At a glance, you couldn't find anything to worry about him. But they had studied him thoroughly, so they were aware that he would give them a lot of trouble if left alone. Seems like you were quite famous globally as well. Naoto, who had come with him, couldn't help but remark on the stares he felt. Hiro naturally was aware of the stares, but he didn't find it bothersome. So, he didn't say anything about it. After all, it was only natural for a stronger enemy to get the attention. Those stares he got were merely a testament to his rising strength. But he couldn't help but feel slightly dumbfounded too. After all, he wasn't the only person they needed to be aware of. There were others like Kubo, Yamada, Indo, Minamino. So why only target him? It couldn't be that they thought of him as a bigger threat than the rest. I'm getting too full of myself. Just as the thought of him being more threatening than the rest appeared on his mind, he immediately discarded it. But it still feels good to be recognized. Hiro couldn't help but smile. You seem to enjoying those stares, Naoto remarked after noticing the subtle smirk that graced his lips for a mere moment. Naoto was familiar with Hiro's competitive spirit, so he didn't find anything strange about his laughing despite being targeted. After all, Hiro was the type of person who liked difficult situations. This brat, did he just smile while looking at us? The opposing players, however, didn't think the same. They felt that he was taking them lightly. It was as if they were ants before his eyes. Is he taking us lightly? Is he telling us that he isn't afraid of us? That involuntary small gesture of Hiro was starting to get on their nerves. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. The fact that he was looking down on them didn't sit well with them. Rage bubbled inside them like boiling tar. Intensifying their glares, they shot daggers at him. Even Naoto, upon noticing their sudden glares, couldn't help but feel intimidated. But when he looked at Hiro, he found him with the same calm as before. 540 World Cup qualifiers too. Amidst the intimidating glare, Hiro walked out of the tunnel like a king unbothered by the stares of the peasant. Seeing such calm composure, Naoto couldn't help but develop feelings of admiration toward Hiro. Just how was he able to maintain such calm against such pressure? At once as they walked out of the tunnel, they were met with excited cheers from the supporters. They were chanting all sorts of cheerful chants. With a demeanor unlike any other, Hiro followed the cue. Can you believe we've got a player who's only 16 here with us today? Are you talking about the Japanese number 19? Previously, Hiro played under jersey number 10 due to the absence of Yamada. But since he had returned, Hiro couldn't get the number. So, he chose the number 19. Takahashi Hiro. I wonder what kind of magic this little magician will show us today. I'm looking forward to his performance, and I'm sure the people in the stadium can agree with me. What were you doing when you were 16? The commentators were full of praise. Well, it was to be expected. After all, he was the youngest on the field today, and people always like to hype the young talents. The rise of a young sensation was always sought after in the world of football. Be it in the past, present, or future, football fans always get excited about the prospect of a future superstar in the making. As players lined up for the national anthem, Hiro wandered his gaze. It was as if he was searching for something. Then he lowered his gaze as he frowned. "Dad, I'm moving one step closer to my dream." If he had been well, he'd probably be present in the stadium. But even at the moment, he was still bedridden in a vegetative state. There wouldn't be any player in the world who wouldn't wish to play in the World Cup and win it one day. And Hiro wasn't an exception either. He had always longed to play in the World Cup. Although winning the World Cup was a far-fetched dream, Hiro hadn't ruled out the possibility. But to win the World Cup, you have to play in the World Cup first and foremost. So, right now, he was moving a step closer to his dream. Hiro wanted his father to witness this moment. But sadly, he hadn't awakened yet. So, thinking about his absence, he couldn't help but feel a pang of grief. "Look, it's Hiro," a young teen said excitedly while pointing at the screen. At the moment, a bunch of teenagers were gathered in a local cafe. Excitement could be seen on their faces. Among those teenagers was a young girl dressed in white and blue. Her jet black hair cascaded down her shoulder like a waterfall, and her innocent willow-like eyes that seemed to hold the mystery of the night sky exuded an innocent yet alluring charm. Though she didn't show it on her face, you could see a subtle anxiousness hidden beneath her deep eyes. Beneath the table, her hands were clenched into fists. "You can do it, Hiro Samaire. Doesn't he look even more charming on the screen?" A friend of hers whispered in an enchanted tone as she appeared to be charmed by Hiro's appearance. Samaire, however, was aware that she was merely teasing her. The girl who said those words to her was aware of her feelings toward Hiro. But she had been hesitating to speak her heart. So, she wouldn't leave a single moment to tease her whenever she got one. A subtle blush adorned Samaire's jade-like white cheeks as she said, "You might upset Akashi if you say so. Look, he seems to have already heard you." They turned to look at Akashi, who seemed to be in a distressful state. His brows were knotted into a frown, making it seem as if he was dissatisfied with something. "Seems like he's quite pissed about what you said," Samaire added. Beep. Just as the shrill sound of the referee's whistle echoed, the match commenced. Immediately, players of both sides sprung into action. It almost appeared as if he was their mortal nemesis. 17-29. With fluid, calculated movement, the Japanese players moved the ball forward. However, almost from the start, many opposing players flocked over Hiro. Their eyes were burning with determination. It was as if they had vowed to stop any ball from finding him. From the get-go, it became evident that the main target of the opposing squad was Hiro. Just what had he done for them to be so invested in him? It almost appeared as if he was their mortal nemesis. How could they be so cheap to deploy so many players on a young boy? Japanese supporters were enraged by the tactics of the opposing squad. Many had come to witness his brilliance, but it seemed like they wouldn't be able to see much from him today. Hiro, however, wasn't concerned by their strategy. After all, it wasn't his first time being targeted. Also, the more they focus on him, the more it'll generate opportunities for his teammates. Although it pained him that he wouldn't be involved in the goal contributions. Nonetheless, he wasn't a selfish player who only cared about his personal achievement. As long as the team wins, he will be satisfied. For a while, Hiro struggled to break free from the entrapment of the opposing players. But with his talent, shadow tactician, in motion, he maintained constant pressure on those players who stuck to him. Just the pressure alone was draining the opposing players. Hiro knew that he'd get his opportunity if he persevered, so he didn't panic despite being targeted by the opposing squad. Like a predator biding its time to hunt the prey, he awaited his moment in the dark while sharpening his fangs. Due to them being so vested in Hiro, it didn't take Japan that long to take the lead. Just within 15 minutes, Japan took the lead with Minamino's goal. Then again, in the 29th minute, he doubled the lead for Japan. By now, it became clear to the opposing squad that they couldn't solely focus on Hiro. Sure, They had managed to neutralize him until now, but at what cost? 541 World Cup Qualifier 3. Just as the opposing player loosened their guard around him to cover other areas of the field, Hiro left the encirclement. From the beginning, he had been waiting for this opportunity. So, how could he let go of such an opportunity? It was about time he bore his fangs. The constant pressure emitted from Hiro had already put a toll on their body. So, when he decided to act up, they couldn't bring themselves to act immediately. It was almost as if something heavy was pressing on them, making them unable to react. The feeling of immobilization was so strong that it almost felt as if an invisible force had chained them to their spot. With a clear, concise, Hiro darted his way to the goal. Kubo played an excellent through pass right in the center after detecting the presence of Hiro. He had passed him from behind, but for some inexplicable reason, he could vividly feel his presence. Bam! Without pausing to stop the rolling ball, Hiro attempted a shot at the goal from outside the box. The sheer power with which he had struck the ball almost gave a feeling as if he was venting his frustration. Well, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had finally exploded onto the scene. The opposing keeper couldn't even bring himself to react. Stunned, he remained rooted at his spot, unable to react. Although he felt something breezing past him, he couldn't tell what it was for a moment. From his posture, one could tell that he was prepared to make the dive. But for some reason, it seemed that he had changed his mind in the nick of time. It almost seemed like he had been turned into a stone statue, unable to move. Goal! A deafening cacophony of cheer descended upon the stadium as the people erupted in jubilation. However, Hiro didn't budge even an inch from the spot where he had shot. He remained at his spot with an indifferent look on his face. It almost made it seem like that he wasn't content with his goal. Many of his teammates rushed to him to celebrate the goal, and only when he felt their presence did he smile. As the game progressed, the opposing team trailed even behind. It was to the point that it seemed like the gap would only continue rising. In the first half alone, they ended up conceding 4 goals. The score at the end of the first half was Japan 4 and China PR 0. Their momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down even in the second half as they utterly dominated the match. Be it ball possession or attempted shots, Japan completely outpowered the opposing side. It was to the point that the opposing side couldn't even register 1 shot on target. Even breaching the defensive third of the opposing side was like scaling Mount Everest. On the other hand, the Japanese would constantly bombard them with threatening shots. The sheer difference in the level of the two teams was evident to the naked eye, and it would take a miracle for the opposing side to close the gap. In the 60th minute, Hiro completed his hat-trick, giving his team a massive 5-0 lead. "The beast has been set loose," commented the commentator. Well, it wasn't an overstatement. After all, he had been lying dormant for quite a long time at the beginning of the match. But now it was a different story. Hiro was simply unstoppable. It seemed like even if the opposition ganged up on him with their entire squad, he might break loose. The opposition's already hopeless face was now starting to get desperate. Their face had lost all their luster and right now appeared paler than snow. Especially their keeper, he couldn't stop spewing curses. Frustration was evident in his eyes. Just what the hell are you doing? How can you let him loose? Some of the opposing fans, despite it being their home ground, were already leaving the pitch. It was evident that they didn't feel like staying here any longer. As for the Japanese supporters, they were all ecstatic. On the sidelines, the opposing coach could be seen with a frustrated look on his face. Even the players on their bench weren't in a better state. With a face deprived of vitality, they watched the match with growing horror. Some could even be seen praying. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that their morale had hit the rock bottom and it would take a miracle for them to put up a fight. On the contrary, it was the complete opposite on the Japanese side. Manager Nanami, although he didn't appear jubilant, you could tell that he was content with the performance of his players. And the atmosphere on the bench was jubilant. It seems like we won't have any difficulty to win the match. So, I should probably let other guys, and Nanami thought as he cast a glance at the scoreboard. They were already winning the match. So, he thought of using the subs. It wasn't a strategic decision, but merely a decision to help other players gain the experience. "Sato, Tatsuki Maitoma, you guys are going," Nanami said firmly. By now, it was clear that it wasn't a fair match, but a complete one-sided domination. It was such a one-sided domination that it even felt like Hiro and the rest were bullying their opponent. Many of the opposing players had a dull and listless look on their faces, making it seem as if they had been tortured excessively. Their movement had already grown sluggish, and they were often making mistakes. Taking advantage of their exhaustion, Hiro again widened the score, scoring his 4th goal of the game. Since he had said that he would score at least 5 goals before the start of the match, he wasn't willing to slow down. It makes his 4th goal already, and there's more than 20 minutes left on the goal. Naoto smiled, while looking at Hiro, who was celebrating in the distance. Then again, his smile froze as he muttered, "Don't tell me." Chapter 542, World Cup Qualifier 4. Naoto stared at him with widened eyes. Don't tell me that he's serious about what he said earlier? Previously, when Hiro said that he'd score 5 goals, he had merely assumed it was a self-motivating speech. But right now, when he was approaching the aforementioned figure, he couldn't help but feel shocked about it. Just then an announcement resounded in the stadium. It was the announcement for player change. On the sidelines, 3 players of Japan queued, preparing to embark. Each looked like they were eager to get on the field. Just when you think that it will get easier now that many core players are gone, Japan could easily bring out other sets of superstars on the field. Well, Keira Maitoma had already earned a name for himself in the Premier League and was one of the recognized Asian players on a global scale. So, to be able to bring out players of such caliber from the bench was something to envy. The squad depth of Japan this time was truly amazing. It was like when Argentina could bring out players of excellent caliber from the bench like Lautaro Martinez, Paulo Dybala, and many more. There are teams in the world who lack one player of world-class caliber, and there are teams who could bring one after another world-class player, as if they were some cheap goods sold in the flea market. Hearing the announcement, the faces of the opposing players paled even further. Their ghastly pale face almost resembled someone who had seen a ghost. You could even hear them whining. It almost felt like that they had already given up on the match. And the opposing coach was aware of the dropping morale in the team. So, to counter it, he sent some reinforcement, making some changes in the squad as well. I know the game is a lost cause, but at least we shouldn't show such a pathetic side to our fans. So, I'm entrusting you with the responsibility to revive the fighting spirit of the team. Do you think you can do it? The opposing coach said to one of his players whom he was about to send out. It was a tough-looking fellow who appeared to be somewhat bald. From the looks of it, he seemed like he had intentionally shaved his head. After all, he appeared too young for someone to have gone bald so early. Although he had a robust body, it wasn't his body that made him seem tough. Rather, it was his pitch-black snake-like eyes that made him seem that way. Nodding his head, he asked solemnly, "Can I play it my way?" When he asked that, for a moment, it seemed as if the opposing coach was somewhat hesitant. It was almost as if he was reluctant to agree to his request. Then with a bit of reluctance, he said, "Have it your way." A cold glint flashed past his eyes as he let out a wry smile on his face. Then he prepared to step onto the field. From the sidelines, he stared at Hiro. Smiling, he whispered, "It's about time we cut your wings. Wei Zhen is coming." Is the coach serious about it? As they noticed the appearance of the monk-like player who was preparing to enter the field, the opposing player's expression changed rapidly. With a horror-stricken face, they talked among themselves about his involvement as some kind of taboo. For a moment, they even forgot about their despairing fate. Even the 6-goal lead that they were tailing became insignificant for a moment. At the same time, some rejoiced his arrival. Finally, someone who can save us. Just what took it so long for the coach to decide? Unaware of the malicious intention directed towards him, Hiro at the moment was cheerfully chatting with his teammates. "Leave some goals for us too," Tatsuki said jokingly as he approached Hiro. "Then score some if you're that eager." The match then resumed as both sides made some changes to their squad. Though he had made a few changes to the squad, the opposing coach appeared quite anxious. Sweeping his glance at the player who had entered just now, he mumbled with a sense of foreboding, Weighs in. The tyrant has entered the field. Just as he entered the field, Wei Zin's domineering presence dampened the mood of many players. When he started giving out commands, almost all of them submitted to his will without any resistance. They had suddenly transformed into a bunch of docile lambs. Just who was that guy? Many of the Japanese players couldn't help but feel curious looking at how he was reshaping the entire team. They were both curious and marveled at him. To be able to command so many people, it doesn't feel like this guy is just another substitute. It was clear to Hiro that this guy had a presence unlike any he had seen before. Before long, he had completely reshaped the team. While he was giving commands to the players, many players showed slight discomfort in their expressions. It was almost as if they weren't willing to receive his command. They even cast a helpless glance at their coach, hoping for him to resolve the situation. But even the coach would either avert his gaze or pretend he hadn't seen them asking for his help. It almost made it seem as if he was intentionally avoiding their plea for help. He seems like a big shot in the team. Hiro deduced, after experiencing the tension on the field, to be able to subdue the entire squad, he has to be someone extraordinary. But why haven't I heard his name before? Hiro couldn't help but mumble. There wasn't a single player from the opposing squad he could recall from his memories. So, he had assumed that none were any special in his previous life. But the appearance of this snake-eyed bastard completely altered his perception. It made him doubt his judgment. After all, he had only seen a handful of players in the world who had such a commanding presence. Even Hiro wasn't able to imitate it. Ding! The host has unlocked a new quest. Chapter 543, World Cup Qualifier V. All of a sudden, the system prompt rang in his ear. Hearing the prompt, he solemnly swept his gaze to the system panel with a bit of curiosity. The host has unlocked a new quest. Subjugate the Tyrant. The title of the quest sounded more and more like the title of a quest he'd see in a game. Nonetheless, it fueled his curiosity. Hiro was already amazed by the ability of Wei Zin to command his teammates. But now that he witnessed that even the system was referring to him as a tyrant, he couldn't help but feel even more curious about him. Such a grand title for someone completely unknown, the system must value him greatly. That's what he thought when he saw the title. Then he started reading the description with a hint of amusement on his face. Beat Wei Zin in a duel 3 times. Successfully tackle him 3 times. Score a goal after dribbling past him. There were actually 3 requirements to complete the quest. Hiro wasn't worried about the first and the third requirements, but he couldn't help but feel anxious about the second. After all, defending wasn't his forte. And by the looks of it, Wei Zin appeared to be a defensive midfielder specializing in defense. So, he found the second requirement a bit exaggerated. Frowning, he muttered, if it was only once, it might have been doable. But 3 times isn't a bit too much. Hiro felt quite skeptical about the second requirement. Even so, he couldn't avoid it even if he didn't like it. So, he steeled himself and proceeded to the reward. Reward. You can copy a talent of the highest caliber from Wei Zin. Failure. Temporary closure of the system shop for 6 months. The reward was definitively tempting. After all, from what Hiro could see, Wei Zin appeared to be an extraordinary player. So, he must possess some high-grade talent. Although the punishment didn't seem as excessive, lately he had been thinking of making use of the points he had accumulated to buy something from the shop. So, if he failed the quest, he might not be able to buy his desired item for a while. This saddened him a little, but it didn't appear that huge of a deal. Also, even if he wished to ignore the quest, he couldn't since it was mandatory. Letting out a soft sigh, Hiro muttered, "So I will see how it goes." Even though the clock was ticking, Hiro couldn't afford to be hasty. He could tell that Wei Zin wasn't a simple character, but he couldn't tell about how impressive he was. So, he tried to make use of his skill magic vision on him. Name, Wei Zin. Age, 27. Overall, potential, possessed talent. Hiro rubbed his eyes in disbelief. For an instant, He even thought that the system was malfunctioning when he failed to see through him. But no matter how hard he tried to look through him, it showed the same result. For some reason, it appeared that he couldn't see through him. That had only happened a handful of times before, mostly due to the target being too high level for him to use his skill. WEF. Frustrated, he couldn't help but cuss under his breath. If he said it loudly, he'd get reprimanded by the referee. And although it frustrated him, he was still conscious of what to say. Just when you need it, it becomes unreliable. After the failure to see through him, Hiro felt an extreme urge to lament the system. However, even if he made a fuss about it, there wasn't anything he could do. So, it didn't take him long to dismiss the matter. He couldn't afford to be bothered by it when he had a quest to complete. I guess there's only one way to find out, he whispered dismissively. Then he turned to look at Wei Zhen. Surprisingly, he was right before him, and he was staring at him with a nasty smile on his face. Seeing him so close startled him, and that nasty grin on his face sent chills. When did he get here? Was I spacing out for too long? I didn't even feel his presence. Several thoughts popped into his head as he subconsciously took a step back. But he immediately calmed himself. Did you see a ghost? Wei Zhen said, coming closer to him. It was another surprise that he could speak fluent Japanese. Hiro, however, didn't respond. Hiro's unresponsive attitude fueled Wei Zhen's amusement, and he couldn't help but reveal a bemusing chuckle. Kakik. What a weird guy, Hiro thought as he noticed him smiling weirdly alone. However, it didn't Hiro long to notice that the effect of his talent Shadow Tactician had almost no effect on him. The person was even smiling all the time while marking him. The game had already begun, and Wei Zhen had stuck to him like a parasite. It was as if Hiro was the host, and he was the parasite mooching off him. Previously, Hiro had wanted to test him. He wanted to test the water before setting foot in it. But after experiencing the attitude of that guy, he couldn't even bring himself to act. Something about him was making him uncomfortable. Even so, it didn't take him long to fulfill a part of his objective. He successfully managed to tackle him twice. He also managed to beat him in a duel once. However, for some while, after he had stepped on the field, it became difficult to score against the opposing team. Just how did this guy organize the team so accurately? The previously pathetic-looking opposition had somehow regained their vitality. No, it might be better to say that they had been resurrected to life. They still appeared as lifeless as they were before. However, their movement and positioning were more organized than before. Is your father well? Wei Zhen whispered while marking him. So, you're resorting to trash talking, huh? Hiro thought as he heard him. He could tell that he was about to talk shit about his personal life to get on his head. However, he probably didn't know that he was a tough nut to crack. So, he ignored him as if he were a breeze passing him. Chapter 544, World Cup Qualifier 6. Wei Zhen could try all he wanted, but he wouldn't care about him. In the end, he'd only be exhausting himself. It would be like talking to a wall. You have to be this tough to ignore your father. No wonder. Some people say that you won't even shed a tear when your father dies. Even now, Hiro remained unfazed by his slandering comments. Then he let out a nasty smile as he said with a hint of amusement. Or could it be that he's not even your real father? Although he was prepared to face his trash talks, it still stung nonetheless. But even so, he maintained his calm. However, Hiro could tell that it would get much worse if he stuck with him. So he tried to shake him off. Hiro tried to shake him off, but he wouldn't let him go. Probably. Your mother must have foo-ked someone else. No, she must have foo-ked a lot of men in her life. That'd be the only explanation behind you possessing so many talents. I'm sure you must have inherited all those talents. The more he heard him, the more he was starting to run out of patience. Despite Hiro's effort to remain calm, he could feel an inexplicable feeling welling up inside him. He could feel his insides churning. He felt as if he'd collapse if he didn't let that feeling out. Was it rage? Was it hatred? Or is it the mix of both? Since he was attempting to remain calm, his conscious mind was dominant at the moment. But he could feel his consciousness slipping away. His eyes were turning crimson, and he could feel his blood boiling. Any longer, and he might actually snap. Hiro had faced many trash talkers before, but he was on a whole other level. Hiro was well aware that as long as the referee didn't hear it, one was free to say anything on the field. Even so, this guy was really getting on his nerves now. Taking in deep breaths, he held onto his consciousness. But the guy wouldn't stop yapping. It wasn't only trash talking, but this guy also played rough. Just then, as Wei got the ball, Hiro, who was driven by his rage, made a risky tackle on him from behind. There wasn't any need for him to perform such a risky tackle, but he couldn't resist the urge to get one back on him. After all, he had been trash talking him since the moment he entered the field. Beep! The referee sounded his whistle as Wei fell hard to the ground. It was clear that Hiro had taken him out. Immediately, players from both sides began to gather around the place of collision. Enraged, the opposing players began to protest. Some even looked like they would pound on him for the tackle. Just because you play well doesn't mean you get to do anything you want. I've been tolerating you, Fu King Bit H. But now you're even starting to get violent because you struggled against him. If it weren't for Tatsuki and a few other guys protecting Hiro, he might have actually gotten beaten by now. The opposing players looked madly infuriated at him. Chaos unfolded on the pitch as the players of both sides clashed against each other. Even the fans couldn't bring themselves to defend Hiro. Although Wei Zhen was constantly marking him, they couldn't hear what he said to Hiro. So, just because he was struggling to shake him off, didn't give Hiro the right to perform such a rough tackle on him. Nonetheless, they had to defend him. After all, he was their star player. So, despite knowing in their heart that it was Hiro's fault, some still stuck with him. In the pitch, it was pure madness. The referee could barely prevent an outbreak from happening. He appeared to be on the edge. Just separating the two sides was mentally and physically challenging for him. And if it dragged any longer, who knows what would happen? With that thought in mind, he brought a card out of his pocket. Then he walked to Hiro and shoved a yellow card straight on his face with a warning. Hiro was muzzled. He couldn't bring himself to think straight. So, he didn't even bother looking at the referee. Neither was he concerned about the glares and the threats of the opposing players. Did I do that? Did I just let rage take over me? Hiro kept pondering about his actions. He could tell that he was enraged. But it wasn't to the point that he'd perform such a deadly tackle on another player. Sure, he irritated him greatly, but that didn't mean that he could perform such a career-ending tackle on him. After all, he had experienced such a scenario previously. So, how could he bring himself to exact the same fate on others? Even if he loathed that person, he wouldn't be able to do that. So, he was terrified by the prospect that he could perform such a deadly tackle under the impression of being blinded by rage. What if I had ended his career? Hiro kept doubting himself. Then he slowly turned to look at Wei, who lay on the ground with a face full of concern. For a while, he couldn't bring himself to look away from him. He felt guilty for his condition. Thus, he got the urge to apologize. He felt like he had to apologize, or else he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Even if it tarnished his reputation, he had to apologize. However, just as he was about to walk to him to apologize, he noticed a subtle grin that lasted, as soon as it appeared on the faces of other opposing players who were checking on him. Was it just an illusion? Hiro thought after noticing their grin. However, it made him think about their earlier collision. Sure, he had tackled him from his blind spot, but with how aware he was, he should probably have seen him coming. So why didn't he move away? Also, now that he thought about it, there was something even more strange. If I had tackled him then, why didn't I feel much contact? Unless he jumped on his own accord. Chapter 545, World Cup Qualifier 7. The realization struck him like a freight train. Thinking that he was worrying about a fox who was merely putting up a facade infuriated Hiro. Hiro had even prepared himself to lower his head, even though he hated him. But that sly fox was deceiving him. To think that he felt pity for such a person disgusted him. This cunning fox nearly deceived me. Hiro gnashed his teeth as he glared at Wei Zhen. 2. Hiro spat a mouthful of spit before turning to leave. Then he stomped away. I won't forget this, you cunning fox. Seeing him walking away, many opposing fans became even more agitated at him. His gesture was unsportsmanlike. That arrogant brat. Now that he can't do anything, he's finally shown his true colors. One of the opposing fans scoffed. Indeed, it seems that he has quite a nasty temper. Another chimed in. Now that the momentum was shifting to their side, the opposing fans looked more united than ever, and even their lost enthusiasm was starting to return. With that being said, they were more eager to support their players. As for the Japanese supporters, although they were still winning the game, they were starting to feel anxious by the growing tension on the field. They didn't want their star player to receive such a nasty reputation. All of a sudden, the atmosphere of the stadium shifted. Boo! The jeering sound filled with disapproval echoed in the stadium as the opposing fans started booing Hiro. The sudden shift in the atmosphere of the stadium drew the attention of almost everyone present in the stadium. It seems like almost every opposing fan present in the stadium has antagonized Hiro. Until just now, he had been having a fairy tale-like run. However, it appears that it's as far as he could go. You have to feel sad about him. The commentator couldn't help but remark on the sudden change in the stadium. It was as said by the commentator. If anybody saw the scene taking place in the stadium right now, they'd probably think that Hiro had antagonized the entire opposition. It truly appeared as if the entirety of the venue was against him. Upon hearing the jeers, Naoto turned to look at Hiro, casting a concerned gaze on him. Even though he was fully aware of the mentality he held, Naoto couldn't help but feel worried about him. The pressure was overwhelming to the extent that it even made him weak. So, how could a kid who's only 16 fare off against such overwhelming pressure? However, when he turned to look at him, he found something strange. He might be imagining things, but he definitely felt a cold aura leaking from Hiro. Hiro appeared like a predator. There wasn't even a shed of fear oozing from him. Rather, he appeared more confident than ever. It was like he was a wounded lone soldier bathed in blood and covered in wounds, walking with a striking presence in a scene of carnage and destruction. Those voices that were booing him were like the resentment of the souls that had died in his hands. With each step he took, he could hear them growing louder. He could palpably feel their resentment against him, but it didn't scare him. Rather, he felt comfort in it. Revealing a sinister grin on his youthful face, Hiro whispered under his breath, "The greater the commotion, the greater the satisfaction." Wei Zen's attitude might be the cause of it, but something had definitely changed in Hiro after he found out about his deception. He felt that he had been quite naive to be deceived by such a low level of acting. More than anything else, he felt disgusted by the naive mentality he had. There was already a lot going on in his life. Yet the people around him don't give him any break. They come after him one after another. Previously, he had assumed it merely as a fate. He had thought that it was due to his popularity. But now that he faced an opponent who was taking advantage of his silence, he understood something. It wasn't his fate, but rather his weakness that had brought him into such a situation. If only he had decided to act instead of remaining silent, the situation might have been different. If only he dared to fight back, it might have been different. The one who got himself into this situation was himself. Finally, Hiro realized the fact, and the one to get him out of this misery would also have to be him. There won't be anyone coming to his aid. He has to drag him out of this misery himself. An ominous intent flashed past Hiro's eyes as he vowed to wipe off that smirk from Wei Zen's face. "Just you wait, you cunning fox. Are you okay?" Tatsuki timidly asked him. There was an evident concern on his face, and he appeared quite worried about him. Hiro looked at him deeply before answering. "Let's play the best game of our life today." Tatsuki felt puzzled upon hearing him, but he also felt glad that Hiro didn't seem affected by the jeers targeting him. He was well aware of Hiro's mental fortitude, but he felt even more mesmerized when he saw the calm and collected expression of Hiro at the moment. Tatsuki nodded his head as he said with determination, "You're right. Let's silence this bunch of freaks." At the moment, Manager Nanami was thinking of substituting Hiro. After all, he had already done enough, so there wasn't any need for him to go even further than this. but he was also hesitating that it might affect him negatively if he brought him out so abruptly after he got booed. So, he couldn't bring himself to decide. Let's wait a bit more before deciding. Unable to decide, he put the matter on hold. He wanted to have faith in Hiro, and he wanted him to overcome the situation himself. If he brought him out, he would be depriving him of that opportunity. Chapter 546, World Cup Qualifier 8. Beep. The game then resumed with the opposition's free kick. Since it was quite far away from the opposing post, the opposition played it safe by playing a short pass to resume the game. There wasn't any need to take the risk. Also, although they had regained the momentum, they weren't thinking of pulling an upset. After all, it was almost impossible to score 7 goals in a matter of 20 minutes. In other words, they had already given up on the game. And as there's a saying, a person who doesn't strive for victory will never achieve victory. The sole purpose of the opposition was to put up a respectable fight so that they wouldn't face much backlash from their fans. If they could only pull 2 or 3 goals in the remaining minute, it'd be great. With that thought in mind, they planned to slowly build their momentum. But Hiro had other intentions. He wasn't willing to let them have their way. Even though they were already almost guaranteed to win the match, now that they had pissed him off, he wasn't willing to end the match with the present score. In those remaining minutes, he wanted to score as many goals as he could. Now he wouldn't be satisfied with just a victory. He wanted to demolish the opposing team, and he wanted to humiliate them. Instantly, as soon as the match commenced, he charged straight into the opposing territory like an enraged bull driven by madness. If it was only Hiro, it might not have gone well. But with the support of his friend Tatsuki, he seemed more composed. It didn't seem like he was mindlessly going after the ball like a dog running after the stick without any sense of direction, purely driven by the desire to get the stick. The sudden surge of intensity startled the opposing players. It was only 2 players, but both looked threatening. It was like they had come up against Yama. Previously, Hiro avoided collision as much as possible. But now, it appeared that he would even take on a person twice his size. Wei Zhen tried to catch up with Hiro, but he wasn't his match when it came to speed. The constant pressure from Hiro and Tatsuki created quite a lot of space for their teammates. Also, it created many opportunities. However, it was a double-edged sword. Since they moved out of their position to charge forward, they were bound to leave behind spaces. But the opposition could take advantage of those spaces only if they could remain composed against their constant onslaught. However, Hiro and Tatsuki simply gave them no chance to react. It didn't take Hiro long to collect one of the loose balls. Due to their constant pressure, the opposition was making countless mistakes. Capitalizing on their mistake, Hiro caught on an opportunity. Then, without slowing down, he charged ahead. At this point, he wasn't even concerned about the quest. All he wanted was to humiliate the opposition. The burning desire to score goals had completely overtaken him. It even felt as if he wasn't his real self at the moment. He felt more like a ferocious beast that was hungry for goals. Many people in the venue could vividly see a glimpse of the intent he was revealing. It was enthralling and intimidating at the same time. It almost looked like he was shrouded in a mixture of blood red and pitch black aura, making it seem as if he had awakened supernatural abilities. When looking at his close-up on the screen, they could see his thirst for goals. Those were the eyes of a predator that had fixated its gaze on its prey. Seeing the determination in those hazel eyes, the supporters of Japan couldn't help but feel enthralled for some reason. It was like an invisible force was attracting them to him. At the same time, when the opposing fans looked at it, they felt their hearts shudder. They felt as if they were in a nightmare, and he was the ghost of the nightmare after their life. Indeed, right now, Hiro had entered the zone, but the feeling he felt at the moment was different than what he normally felt when he entered the zone. It was a different feeling and different experience that made his heart pound to an unprecedented level. Hiro's heart beat like someone was beating a drum. Thump, thump, thump. With lightning-quick steps, he breached the opposing defense. Then, with a few simple touches, he made a fool out of the entire opposing defense. Nutmegging 3 defenders in a row and an over-the-top rainbow flick on the last one, he shot an impressive volley, scoring his 5th goal of the game. Both the bystander and the player who watched him were left in awe. They felt as if a new dawn was breaking on their side. As for the opposition, it felt as if an eternal darkness was approaching. The glimmer of hope that they had seen a moment ago had completely plundered. Many even felt as if they had awakened someone they shouldn't have awakened with their early jeers. He was threatening before, but he wasn't as threatening as he was now. The being of the nightmare was materializing right before their eyes, and they were rendered to mere spectators against it. They could only look at it with growing horror. Even his sixth goal didn't take long for him to achieve, as right after he scored his fifth goal, Hiro scored his sixth goal almost immediately. Then again, he supplied a brilliant assist to Tatsuki to increase their lead to 9 o'clock. The game has indeed turned into a nightmare for the opposition. And the scary part was that there were still 10 minutes remaining on the clock. What's more, Hiro didn't show any signs of slowing down. If you look at him closely, you could even see steam coming out from his mouth. It was as if he were telling that he had much more to give. Please stop it already. Please, I beg you, Lord. Please end the match. At this moment, some of the opposing fans had even started to pray. Their faces were full of despair, making it seem as if somebody had tortured them. Chapter 547, World Cup Qualifier 9. Even the 10th and 11th goals of the game didn't take long to come, as in a matter of a couple of minutes. Japan widened their lead to a staggering 11-0. By now, almost the entirety of the stadium had emptied. The opposing fans couldn't bear to see such a humiliating outcome. Even those who had remained appeared as if they were in great turmoil. Truly, it was beyond embarrassing. Yet still, it didn't look like the Japanese side would show any mercy. It looked as if they wouldn't stop until the final whistle. Especially Hiro, who had been tirelessly running around the field for a while. Even now, when they had achieved such a massive lead, there was hunger in his eyes. Continuing with his relentless pursuit, he chased after the ball even though it was the final minute of the game. Wei Zhen stood before him, appearing a lot different than how he appeared earlier. There was hardly any smugness left in his face. Furrowing his brows, he glared at Hiro, who was closing on him. "You King brat. How dare you ruin my moment?" With burning rage, he gnashed his teeth indignantly. You could vividly see blue veins popping in his forehead, and it looked like he was in great discomfort. Earlier, after he managed to infuriate Hiro, he had thought that he had him in the palm of his hands. But who could guess that Hiro would transform as such? He was extremely agitated at him. He had already begun to imagine the praise he would receive after the match. But Hiro, whom he had assumed to have full control over, suddenly assaulted his hopes like a massive hurricane, completely obliterating the dreams he had weaved. If it wasn't for the sudden change, he'd have been glorified by the entire nation. But with such a humiliating result, he might even get kicked out of the team. For sure, after this humiliating performance, what awaited their team was a major reform. Blinded by rage, he could no longer discern good and bad. At this moment, all he desired was to destroy the person who was responsible for his misery. With a burning desire to obliterate Hiro, he thrusted hard at him. It didn't matter to him whether he could snatch the ball away from Hiro or not. Even if it meant sending him on a stretcher, he just wanted to ruin this bastard who had spilled water on his plan. So, without any intention of touching the ball, he tackled Hiro. Hiro had foreseen the tackle, so he swiftly moved out of his way. But even so, he couldn't avoid the fate of getting taken out. Just as he leaped over Wei Zhen, he intentionally swept his leg up while Hiro was hovering above him. Any who had an eye could see that it was an intentional foul. Veer. Immediately as Hiro fell to the ground, a riot broke out in the stadium. Before falling, Hiro stretched his arms out, attempting to cushion the fall. But in doing so, he twisted his arm. Arg! Hiro billowed in pain. With his eyes shut, he rolled on the ground as an agonizing pain coursed through his body. The pain was so intense that he felt like he could pass out any instant. While he wailed in pain, he felt as if he was being poked by thousands of microneedles. Just from the pain alone, Hiro could tell that he had either broken a bone or dislocated his arms. The stadium got extremely noisy as the enraged Japanese supporters hauled indignant curses at the opposition, especially Wei Zhen, who had caused the incident. They didn't spare him any mercy as they cussed and cursed him without any stop. Some of the fans even looked like they'd jump out of the stand to personally beat Wei Zhen. As for the Japanese players, they were equally enraged. At this moment, the entirety of the team had become united. Even Naoto had rushed out to confront Wei Zhen. Tatsuki, who was near, was the first to react. As soon as Hiro fell to the ground, he immediately rushed to confront Wei Zhen. Shoving aside one of the opposing players who was trying to shield Wei Zhen, he directly headed to him. Then he directly grabbed him by his collar and began to jerk him vigorously while glaring at him with his bloodshot eyes. "You F-King bastard, I'll kill you." Wei Zhen couldn't even bring himself to resist his grip. Immediately, Wei Zhen's complexion paled as fear gripped his heart when facing the person who grabbed him by the collar. He began to sweat profusely and his heart pounded vigorously. Yet still, with a horror-stricken face, Wei Zhen tried to escape from his grip. At this moment, his primal instincts were screaming in alarm that this person before him was dangerous, and if he didn't get away from him, it might threaten his life. Wei Zhen could palpably feel the killing intent oozing out from him. This person really wants to kill me. He felt his heart shudder upon this finding. A chill ran down his spine as he felt the killing intent of the person holding him by the collar. Escape. I need to escape. Desperation clawed his heart as he struggled to free himself from Tatsuki's grip. But he just couldn't seem to free him from the bear-like grip of Tatsuki. He even wanted to scream for help, but words won't come out. Help. Tatsuki had caught him firmly, and he wasn't going to let him get away. He thoroughly wanted to beat this person to a pulp. Just then he caught a glimpse of Tatsuki preparing to punch him. Wei Zhen tightly shut his eyes, thinking that he would get hit. But just in the nick of time, somebody prevented him from experiencing the wrath of Tatsuki. Yamada arrived at the scene just in the nick of time and managed to drag Tatsuki away from Wei Zhen. If it wasn't for his intervention, Tatsuki might have punched a hole in his face. Even after not feeling the sensation of being hit for a while, Wei Zhen weakly opened his eyes. Chapter 548, World Cup Qualifier End. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed that the person who had grabbed him by the collar was being detained by another person. The sight relieved him, and he couldn't help but feel that he was saved. Finally, after confirming that he was out of danger, he eased his expression a little. It was suffocating back then, but finally he could breathe. He was glad that someone had come to his rescue. But just when he was rejoicing, a few other players washed over him like a tsunami. Even the barricade of his teammate didn't seem like it could shield him from the wrath of the infuriated opposing players. Just looking at their agitated face made his heart palpitate. Finally, when he saw a glimpse of the referee, he felt relieved. The referee, even though he was about to expel him from the game, appeared like a saint who had come to his rescue. So, he couldn't help but rejoice upon seeing him. He hadn't been this glad to see the referee. For the first time in his life, he felt deep gratitude towards the referee. Just what took you so long? He looked at the referee with his eyes sparkling with joy. As for Hiro, after watching his state, medical personnel had already arrived on the pitch to check on him. After examining him, they signaled for the stretcher. Manager Nanami, although disheartened and agitated, had to carry out his duty. So, when he saw their signals, he immediately prepared a substitution. With a heavy heart, he watched Hiro being taken out on a stretcher. He also felt a pang of guilt clawing on him. After all, they had already won the game. So, he could have taken him out to give him some rest. He felt that it was due to his mistake that Hiro was in such a state. He just couldn't help but blame himself. If only he had acted timely, he could have prevented the misfortune. Wei Zhen was taken out of the game as expected for the offense. Also, there were a few others who received cards for their actions. The game ended with the same score in the end. After Hiro was taken out, Japan didn't manage to score any extra goals, and thus the game concluded with Japan's victory. The final score of the game was Japan 11 versus China PR 0. The result evoked a sensation around many parts of the globe. But more than the result, the highlight of the event was the mesmerizing performance of Hiro and the brutal tackle that sent him to hospital. Even at the end of the game, the tension continued to linger on the pitch. Many of the Japanese players couldn't bring themselves to forgive the opposition for their nasty tackle on Hiro. Many players even refused to shake hands to celebrate the spirit of the game. Just like this, the game came to an end. But the aftermath of the game proved to be even more extreme than what one had imagined. The home players of China who had suffered such a humiliating loss were harshly criticized by both the fans and the media outlets. As for the Japanese team, they were praised for their performance. The video of Tatsuki grabbing Wei Zin by his collar after he fouled Hiro spread like wildfire and became an instant hit among the people. Although most of the people received it positively, there were a few who were against it. Many commended him for standing up for his teammate, while many called him short-tempered and unprofessional. There were both positive and negative reviews. However, it was mostly positive. Japan, unstoppable force. Rising star Hiro scores a double hat trick in Japan's 11-0 victory over China. How long will Hiro be sidelined? Hiro lay on a hospital bed, scrolling through the endless stream of headlines flooding the internet. The attention both fascinated and frustrated him in equal measure. As Hiro lay on the stiff hospital bed, his arm wrapped in bandages and supported by a sling, a steady stream of thoughts ran through his mind. The sharp scent of antiseptic filled the room, and the steady beeping of the monitor beside him was the only sound, save for the occasional rustle of sheets as he shifted to find a comfortable position. His phone screen glowed faintly in the dim light, displaying a barrage of articles and social media posts discussing his recent performance. Double hat trick, he muttered, eyes scanning the headlines. 6 goals in one game. Yesterday's match against China PR had been a resounding success. Japan had dominated the field with an overwhelming 11-0 victory, and Hiro had been the undeniable star. Yet, today, lying here in the quiet, the triumph felt hollow. His right elbow throbbed beneath the bandages. A sharp, agonizing pain had shot through it from the moment he had been fouled, leaving him unable to even lift his arm without a burning sensation that felt like fire coursing through his veins. The doctors had confirmed it. He had torn his tendons. How long? The question echoed in his mind, reflecting the words of every article he had read. How long would he be out? Could he afford to miss the crucial upcoming games? Would this injury haunt him forever? Fortunately, it wasn't his leg. After all, if he had injured his leg, it would have been much worse. Thus, he wasn't as pressed about it. If it had been his legs, he wouldn't be acting like this. Probably, he would have been plunged into despair. He had himself to thank for his quick decision. If he hadn't cushioned the fall with his hand, he might have to sit out of the game for who knows how long. Just then, while thinking about it, the door to the room creaked open, and Hiro looked up to see Coach Nanami stepping inside, followed closely by Naoto and Tatsuki. The coach wore a concerned expression. His usually strict and composed demeanor softened in the dim light of the hospital room. Naoto and Tatsuki, dressed in casual clothing, looked equally uneasy. Chapter 549, Hospital Visit. Immediately upon seeing their appearance, he hid the phone away. It wouldn't look good checking on the phone at such a moment. For some reason, upon seeing them, he tried to get up. It might be because he wanted to greet them, but in doing so, he totally forgot that he was injured. Only when he felt the discomfort did he realize that he had been injured. "What are you doing? You should be resting." Nanami rushed to him with concern, laced all over his face. Then he helped him lie down. After that, he raised the bed a little to make him comfortable with the remote. Then he stared deeply at Hiro before speaking. "Hiro, how are you feeling?" Hiro gave a half-hearted smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I've been better, coach." "That was some game yesterday," Tatsuki chimed in, trying to lift the mood. 6 goals, double hat trick. "Man, you were on fire." Although saddened, he felt the urge to lighten the dampened mood. So while suppressing his initial emotions, he spoke cheerfully. Hiro chuckled softly, then winced as the movement sent a sharp twinge of pain through his arm. "Yeah, I guess I was. But I wasn't planning on ending it like this." Well, he had foreseen the tackle, but he couldn't imagine that Wei Zin would cling to him with such desperation. Also, it might be due to his desire for the goal that led to this. If he hadn't been such short-sighted, perhaps he might have avoided the tackle. And to add to his already dampened mood, he had also failed the quest. So, now he couldn't even buy a recovery potion to recover quickly. Judging from the circumstances, he'd most likely get sidelined for the rest of the season. Fortunately, he could still make it to the World Cup if he managed to impress the selectors later. It'd most likely mean that starting next season, he'd have to start from scratch. Although he was worried a little, he wasn't greatly concerned about it. After all, once the restriction over the system shop gets lifted, he'd be able to access the system shop to exchange the point he had stacked. At this moment, Naoto, always the quieter of the group, stood at the foot of the bed, his gaze fixed on Hiro's injured arm. "Does it hurt a lot?" Hearing him, Hiro turned to look at him. "It's not fun, I'll tell you that much," Hiro replied, his tone light, but his frustration was palpable. "Doc says it'll take some time before I can even think about getting back on the field." Coach Nanami's brow furrowed, and he placed a reassuring hand on Hiro's shoulder. "You've done more than enough already, Hiro. Your health comes first. We'll manage, and when you're ready, we'll welcome you back." Hiro felt slightly reassured when he heard him, but he wasn't delusional enough to blindly trust his words. After all, he was aware of the cruelty in the field. Even if he had gotten injured while playing for the team, he wouldn't get selected if he doesn't perform well. The world discards the player who can't perform. It doesn't matter if you sacrifice your life for someone. Once you become a liability, they're quick to toss you away. So, although he could feel the honesty behind his words, he wasn't willing to put his faith in him. Hiro turned to look at him and then smiled meekly before responding. "I appreciate the concern, coach, but I know I can't be part of this team." Before Hiro could even complete his sentence, Naoto, exasperated, intervening to him, "You're a big part of this team." His sudden proclamation left the three present in the room startled, and they couldn't help but turn to look at him. Naoto then slightly lowered his voice before speaking in a gentle tone. "You're a big part of this team, but you don't have to carry it alone. We'll hold things down while you recover. No one's expecting you to be a hero every time." Tatsuki nodded. "Exactly. You need to focus on healing. We've got your back." For a moment, Hiro let their words sink in. He appreciated their support, but the weight of his injury still loomed large over him. The drive to compete, to push himself beyond his limits, was in his nature. And now, his body had betrayed him just when he was at his peak. Even now, he didn't want to accept the reality. But even if he wanted to deny the reality, it wouldn't change anything. So, he didn't have any other option than to accept the reality and think about the future. From the moment he had gained consciousness after the tackle till now, he had been pondering about the matter. One moment he'd feel that it wasn't that big of a deal, and another moment he'd feel that it was a huge deal. Especially the timing of the closure of the system shop. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but curse the system. If only the timing hadn't been this bad. He could resolve the situation as quickly as possible. But since he had to rely on his natural healing factor, there wasn't much he could do. However, right now, as he heard their concern, he felt at peace. He felt that unlike before when no one was expecting him to get back in shape, right now, there were people who appreciated him and loved him. It was really as the saying, when you've got someone by your side, the journey becomes much easier. So, he felt a subtle courage welling up inside him as he was introduced to their support. Finally, he revealed a genuine smile on his face and said, "Thank you, guys. I'll return much stronger than before." Seeing such deep camaraderie, Nanami couldn't help but smile. He could tell that with such players in the team, it wouldn't be a pipe dream to lift the silverware soon. But he was still a bit skeptical about Hiro. 550 press conference. As the flight landed, Hiro was met by a spectacular sight. Hundreds of people had shown up at the airport to receive the players. Many of them held banners wishing him a speedy recovery. If you scanned the crowd, you could even find some overwhelmed by emotion. They were shouting his name. Some revered him as a hero while some as their messiah. The number of people grieving for him was equally large. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was at the center of attention despite being in the presence of Japan's biggest superstars. The camera shutters flashed continuously with blinding lights, capturing his every movement in detail. However, unlike before, the reporters appeared more cautious than ever. It might be due to the cast on his arm. Hiro could palpably feel the love and support of those fans. As he stood there with a dumbfounded expression, overwhelmed by emotion, the doubts that he had been having seemed to vanish away. "What do you want to do, Hiro? Should we proceed to the bus directly?" Coach Nanami, who was right by his side, asked him. Hearing those words, he returned to his senses. Until a moment ago, he was overwhelmed by the massive support shown by the fans. Then he looked at the crowd before him before deeply responding, "No, I should at least address the support of these people who have come to support me." For some reason, he didn't feel like avoiding the reporters. Also, he felt if he avoided the interviews and proceeded straight to the bus, he'd be betraying the support those fans had shown for him. "Then let's proceed to the exclusive press conference," Nanami responded in a gentle tone. Due to the massive success of the team, there was already a press conference scheduled at the airport. Even if Hiro had refused to participate, other players would have attended the conference. However, since Hiro was the hot topic and the person the reporters desperately wanted to interview, Nanami had to pull some tricks to refuse the conference. But now as he heard Hiro's response, he couldn't help but feel relief. Nanami was well aware that Hiro disliked getting interviewed. Also, considering his present state, he had refused a request from the higher-ups to have him attend the interview before. In doing so, he had created a rift between their relationship. But if he couldn't even protect his players, what's the use of being a coach? Slowly, Hiro was led to the location where the press conference was being held. Meandering a few corners and walking a few hallways, they arrived at the location. A booth was set up with a table full of microphones. In front, the reporters were seated, talking idly and preparing the interview materials. They appeared to be quite high-spirited. Then a representative entered the set to announce the beginning of the interview, asking the reporters to ready themselves. All of a sudden, as the representative announced the commencement of the conference, it got eerily silent. Even the previous bustling atmosphere became heavy with tension. Immediately, countless blinding shutter lights flashed continuously as he walked in. At that instant, Nanami appeared slightly different than what he used to appear. It almost felt like looking at a different person. He wasn't pressured by the people before him who stared at him as if he were some sort of prey. Hiro had attended quite a lot of press conferences before as well, but this one felt slightly different somehow. It might be due to the presence of the international reporters. There weren't only domestic reporters on the scene, but there were also some international reporters present on the scene. They appeared equally eager and serious. Also, the aura with which they carried themselves completely set them apart from the reporters present outside. They weren't like those bunch of reporters who'd make a fuss over everything. As Nanami got seated, he greeted the people present there. "Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you all are doing well. But I'm sure you're not here to ask about the well-being of each other. So, without further wasting any time, shall we proceed directly to the questions? So, who wants to go first?" he added as he completed his sentence. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a lot of people raised their hands. Scanning through those raised arms, Nanami randomly pointed at someone. "Yes, you there with the glasses." A man dressed eloquently in a suit with a rather handsome-looking appearance stood. "Hello, I'm Nishida from NJK. Thank you for allowing me to speak." 11-0. That's the most we have scored in the last decade. There's no doubt that it was a marvelous display of attacking football, but it also cost us a rising superstar. Just from the nature of the question, one could tell where it was headed. It seemed that the man wanted to put Nanami in a difficult situation. A cold glint flashed past his specs as he slightly adjusted it while continuing with his question. "There are a lot of people who say that you could have taken him out of the game. That way, you would have prevented this unwanted risk. However, you didn't. So, what do you think about your decision?" The man was oozing confidence. When he asked that question, Hiro couldn't help but overlap the image of the reporter with a bloodthirsty lunatic charging at Nanami with a dagger. It has only started, yet the conference has already started to get heated. Just what's with this intensity? Isn't that person wholly blaming the coach? Hiro, who was at the backstage, thought. He even got a sudden chill. He felt that the question was a bit too intense. So, he couldn't help but cast a concerned look at Nanami. However, when he turned to look at Nanami, he found him with an eerie calmness on his face. There wasn't even a slight hint of panic on his face. 5:51 press conference 2. With a steady composure, Nanami began, "Before responding to the question you asked, I want to ask you something. Did you watch the full match?" "Yes, I did," Nishida answered firmly. "You must be lying." Nishida had actually watched the match in full. So, when Nanami called him a liar, it didn't sit well with him. With a slightly flustered tone, he responded gruffly, "I had watched the match in detail. From a moment Minamino scored to the Tatsuki's goal. I have watched the entire match. But what does it have to do with the question I asked you? You could have also watched highlights instead? How can I tell that you didn't watch the match highlights to prepare for the conference?" Every sentence Nanami spoke was getting on his nerves. But since he was a professional reporter, he couldn't bring himself to show that anger on his face. So, despite feeling frustrated, he remained composed. "Let's say I haven't watched the match. But what relation does my watching the match have to do with the question I asked?" Although he made it appear as if he retracted a step, yet still he charged at him with full force. Nanami, however, didn't appear to be in intention of backing down either. Then a cold gleam flashed past his eyes as he said steadily, "If you had seen the entire match, then you wouldn't be asking this question to me right now. From the moment Hiro earned a booking, you could have felt his thirst for the goal. If I, as a coach, had subdued his desire, then how could I bring myself to call as a coach? As a coach, your responsibility is to allow the players an opportunity to grow." Nishida stood rooted at his spot with a stupefied expression on his face as he heard Nanami's words. There was some punch to his reasoning, but how could he bring himself to accept it? Nishida was unwilling to accept his reasoning. However, before he could bring himself to refute, another person stood up with a follow-up question. With a calm demeanor, Nanami answered all their question earnestly. Usually, he would only take a few questions, but today he answered one after another. Even the reporters felt a bit strange about it. "So, can you tell us how long will Hiro be out?" Upon hearing the question, Nanami rolled his eyes at the backstage. Then he answered firmly, "Why don't you ask about it himself?" Earlier they were told that Hiro wouldn't participate in the conference. But now when they heard such a remark from Nanami, curiosity and anticipation surged in the room. "Hiro's here?" As the reporters began to discuss among themselves, it got noisy. Just then Hiro entered the stage. A commotion rose in the conference room as they saw his appearance. They were surprised to see him there. At the same time, they were excited beyond measure. Finally, they could get to interview the man of the moment. All of a sudden, the once peaceful room was plunged into madness. The camera flashed continuously, while at the same time, the reporters began to raise their voices. It seemed as if they had forgotten their etiquette. As for Hiro, he didn't show any drastic change in his expression. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he assumed his seat. "Everyone, please be seated." The staff urged the reporters to remain seated, as right now the reporters were competing among themselves to get Hiro's attention. Had they been informed about Hiro's arrival beforehand, it might not be this chaotic. However, since they weren't informed about it, they couldn't help but make a fuss out of it. Finally, after a while, the room quietened down and returned to its previous calm. But you could vividly see the excitement on the faces of the reporters. They appeared as if they were in a supermarket competing for the item in sale. "Seems like I thought too highly of them," Hiro thought with a nervous smile on his face. "We'll be taking questions now." No sooner had the representative finished speaking than the reporters raised their arms. You could vividly see the eagerness in their eyes. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Nanami let out a subtle sigh. Do these bunches not get tired? Answering their question one after the other, he had hoped to drain their energy to make it easier for Hiro. But seeing their enthusiasm, he felt that he had only drained himself. Observing the conference from a spectator perspective, Hiro was much aware of the personality of the reporters present before him. So, he didn't feel burdened to choose the person he felt much easier to handle. Scanning through the people before him, Hiro found something strange. Even those foreigners are stepping up? There were 2 reporters of foreign origin in the room, but previously they didn't stick out their arms until the end. It almost made it seem as if they weren't interested in interviewing Nanami. One was a lady reporter with brownish hair, while the other was a blonde guy with aqua eyes. Seeing those raised arms, Hiro couldn't help but feel curious. He felt curious about their purpose of visit. It wouldn't be merely to talk about the insignificant match. So what could it be? Even before they didn't ask much. Yes, you over there. Hiro pointed at the lady reporter with brownish hair who was dressed beautifully in formal attire comprising of a white shirt and maroon blazer. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak, said the female reporter in English. As she spoke, a stern-looking man beside her was about to interpret what she said. But before he could bring himself to interpret her words, Hiro interrupted him. Yes, what would you like to talk about? The lady appeared surprised and impressed for a brief moment, but she immediately composed herself. The reaction of other people present in the room was almost similar. They were surprised to hear Hiro speak fluent English. In a recent interview, Eric, your agent, had said that you've received a lot of offers from clubs across Europe, among which Manchester United are one. Many of the reporters' mouths opened wide as their eyes jolted to Hiro, displaying utter shock. 552 sidelined. Just the mention of Manchester United was enough to pique their interest. After all, it was one of the biggest clubs in the entire world. Although their form had been declining recently, it was an undeniable fact that they were one of the big 6 in the Premier League. So, if such a prestigious club showed interest in talent from their nation, it was bound to create a sensation among the people. With a mix of curiosity and surprise, they looked at Hiro and the female reporter, their eyes moving back and forth between the two. They couldn't help but look forward to their exchange. Hiro, however, remained composed as he answered, I don't know about the interested clubs. So, it might or might not be true. At the moment, my sole focus is to recover well and get back on the pitch as soon as possible. Since it was a sensitive topic, Hiro didn't want to talk about it. So, he intentionally tried to divert the topic elsewhere. After all, he could tell that Eric wouldn't have shared the information. The reporter before him should have acquired the information from another source. Although he couldn't be sure about the source, he could tell that it wasn't Eric. So, there wasn't any need for him to give himself out. As they heard Hiro's response, many of the reporters frowned. They were left visibly disappointed by Hiro's response. It seemed like Hiro wasn't as naive as they thought, and it'd be rather troublesome to make him open up. Even so, the female reporter couldn't bring herself to give up. She was reluctant to make him speak about the matter. I understand that recovery is your priority at the moment. But as you know, there are already players in Europe who are making headlines despite their age. Aren't you worried that you'll be left behind if you don't make your decision quickly? As she mentioned, while he was recovering, there were already many young sensations who were making headlines across the world. So, it'd only make sense if he acts upon it as soon as possible. However, even if he rushed things, who could guarantee that he'd do well later? With a year left in hand, he wasn't in any rush to make decisions about his future. Hiro looked her in the eye as he spoke confidently. Why should I be afraid of getting left behind? I'm not competing with them. They have their own path, and I have my own. It's not me against them, it's me against me. I hope that answers your question. After that, Hiro spent some time answering their questions. However, unlike manager Nanami, he didn't answer all of them. After all, he wasn't obliged to answer all their questions either. So, after answering a few questions, he left the stage. Although the reporters pressed him to answer a few more questions, he left nonetheless. After returning to the club ran a few medical tests on him to determine how long it had taken to heal. The results showed that he'd need at most 3 months to recover. Since it was already September, it meant that the season was over for Hiro in theory. After all, there were only about 3 months left for the season to end. Fortunately enough, they had been dominating the charts. Even if Hiro were to end his season now, it'd take a miracle for the player tailing him in the goal tally to catch up to him. So, it was almost guaranteed that he to win the top scorer award despite having played much fewer matches than other players. How did the result come out? Naoto asked as Hiro walked out of the infirmary with the report. Hiro revealed a subtle smile as he said, I'm done for the season." Upon hearing Hiro's response, Naoto and Tatsuki frowned. Their expression turned gloomy as a dark shadow loomed over their head. "Cheer up, guys. There's no need to be sad about it," Hiro said in an attempt to cheer the people before him. "How can you smile so brightly, Hiro? Aren't you upset about the news?" Naoto asked, albeit appearing somewhat heartbroken. It was as if he was the one suffering at the moment. Hiro let out a subtle chuckle as he said, "What's there to be sad about? You can't change the past. So, it's better to accept and progress than to get stuck in the mess. Don't you agree?" Seeing such a warm smile on his face, Naoto and Tatsuki couldn't help but stare at him. They were mesmerized by his attitude. It seemed as if he would remain unfazed under any adversary. So, if he wasn't making a fuss over the matter, how could they bring themselves to dampen his confidence? They let out an encouraging smile as they looked at him with reverence. "Indeed, it's just as you said. You just have to accept the fact and move on. Seeing you made me realize that you'd definitely come back even stronger. So, until then, let us burden the responsibility of guarding the spot that you've earned us," Tatsuki said firmly, determination flashing in his eyes. "Exactly, we'll guard the spot that you've earned us with our lives," Naoto chimed in. As he heard their resolve, Hiro's eyes glistened with joy. He felt that he could hold them accountable for what they said. Hiro nodded his head. "Then I'll leave the rest in your hands." After conversing a little more with them, Hiro left the facility. Since he'd be out of the sideline for the next 3 months, there wasn't any need for him to remain there. So, he returned home to be by his parents' side. The day he arrived home with a broken arm, his mother nearly burst into tears. First, it was her husband, and now it was her son. It seemed as if their family had been cursed. One after the other, calamity would befall their family. It took a lot of convincing to assure his mother. Well, it should have been Hiro who needed the consolation. But somehow, he ended up being the one providing the consolation. Chapter 553, Boredom. In the next few days, many people visited him after finding that he had returned home. Be it the neighbors next door or his old friends, he had to deal with many people. Some local reporters wanted to interview him. Fortunately, his mother came to his aid as he scared them away. Who knows how many more people would have shown up if it wasn't for her. To sum it all up, Hiro's days were rather hectic. Just like that, while dealing with the people, several days passed. Although the absence of his father dampened the atmosphere of the house. The sun, a blazing sphere, hung high in the azure heaven, illuminating the surface with its majestic radiance. A few wisps of clouds of different shapes and sizes floated freely in the vacant space. At this moment, Hiro was seated cross-legged on the floor. His gaze was fixated on the world outside the window. They must be training right now, he thought while dazedly staring at the azure heaven. Even though he had promised his mother that he wouldn't think about playing until the doctors cleared him, he couldn't stop thinking about football. After all, it was the only thing that he was interested in. So, how could he possibly bring himself to divert his thoughts elsewhere? Akashi and others would probably be in school. Being alone, he couldn't help but wander his thoughts. Just what should I do? I never thought that it'd get this boring. At this moment, Hiro realized that he had no other interests besides football. He didn't even have a hobby other than football. Even he couldn't bring himself to deny that he was the epitome of what people call a dull person. Should I watch some football? Once again, after being unable to figure out what to do, he returned to the familiar territory. Realizing that he again wandered to the topic of football, he shook his head, reminding himself that he had to think of other things. During this period, he wanted to take a break from football. But no matter how much he tried to think, he couldn't think of other things besides football. It was as if he was obsessed with football. The fact that he couldn't think of other things besides football irritated him. After pondering for a while, he threw himself on his back and lay on the floor. With a dull thud, he collapsed on the floor. As he lay there, he realized that the surrounding was rather silent. Although he found it peaceful, he also couldn't help but find it a bit strange. It might be because he was used to being near people, or because he was used to the hustle and bustle of the stadium. The silence, although soothing, gave him a rather strange vibe. Maybe I should use this time to study. Truly, he must have gone insane. Otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking of studying. After all, it was one of the things that he hated the most. Mom said that she doesn't want me at the hospital. She also forbade me from going out on my own accord. Just what the hell am I supposed to be doing sitting here? Hiro let out a disappointed sigh as he thought about it. The boredom was killing him. Then he turned to check his phone. All right, I haven't checked my balance till now. Shall we look at how much money we've got? Despite earning a substantial amount of money, Hiro didn't check his bank balance frequently. If I remember correctly, I should be earning 80 million yen annually. Also, the sponsor deals and others, if I consider all that, I should have roughly 60 to 70 million yen. Hiro mumbled to himself as he tried to estimate the amount of money he'd have in his account. But when he checked his account, he couldn't help but frown. Only 22 million yen. Did my account get hacked or something? Seeing the figures on the screen, he couldn't bring himself to believe. Hence, he counted multiple times to check if he had seen it wrongly. But it didn't matter how many times he counted, the amount remained the same. Panic gripped his heart as he confirmed the figure on the screen. He was well aware that much of the money had been spent on hospital bills. But even so, if he counted all that spent money, he couldn't bring himself to believe that he only had about 22 million yen left in his account. Considering how much he earned through brand endorsements and the salary he got from the club, even if he had spent a lump sum on his father's recovery, he still should have much more money than this. Mom couldn't have spent it all, could she? He couldn't help but link the disappearance of the money to his mother. After all, she was the one who managed his accounts. Even Ayumi and Eric weren't aware of it. So, how come he had so little money? It just didn't make sense to him. Then he checked the statement history. A substantial amount was deducted for tax, and the rest his mother had invested on a fixed deposit. It seemed that rather than losing money, he was gaining instead. Seeing that he hadn't lost any of his money, he felt relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but lampoon. You fool. How could you doubt your mother? Again, he found something strange, but wait a minute. It seems like the money that I have earned until now hasn't been touched yet. So, who paid for Dad's medical bill? As the realization struck him, he felt extreme guilt. Don't tell me Mom paid the expense out of her pocket. He always had the impression that his mother was a money grubber, but it seems that he had the wrong impression. As he thought about it, a feeling of guilt welled inside him, making him feel hollow from the inside. To have such a wrong impression of his own mother, how could he bring himself to call him her son? Chapter 554, Misunderstanding. To make up for thinking such lowly of his mother, Hiro decided to spend some money on buying a gift for her. After all, he had plenty of it, so he could spend as he wished. What use piling money when you can't even use it? He said determinedly. However, the sparks of determination didn't last long, as soon he was met with another problem. He didn't know what to buy. Frowning, he thought about it. But what should I buy? As he began to ponder, his expression became complacent. For a while, he thought about every possible thing that'd interest his mother. But even after racking his mind for a long, he couldn't come up with a conclusion. Unable to come up with a conclusion, he let out a frustrated sigh. Just what would she really want? Jewelry. Jewelry sounds good, but it'd do more harm than good once she finds that I spent money recklessly. I'd probably get scolded. As he thought about the outcome, he couldn't help but feel scared. So, he dismissed the idea of buying an expensive-looking gift. Although he didn't want to gift her anything cheap, he couldn't buy something extremely expensive either. As he thought about it, he found himself in a dilemma. Maybe I should just ask someone else. Since he wasn't able to come up with a decision, he thought about asking for someone else's help. But again, he found himself in a tough situation. He didn't know whom to ask. A few people came to his mind. So, he picked up his phone to contact those people. Buzz. The phone buzzed as he waited patiently for the person he was calling to pick up the call. Hello, Hiro. A feminine voice sounded as the call connected. Hey, Ayumi. Do you have a moment? Without beating around the bush, he directly went to the topic he wanted to talk about. Tell me what you want to talk about. I was wondering if you wanted to gift someone. What would you gift them? Hiro asked, albeit sounding a bit reluctant. Upon hearing the reluctance in his voice, Ayumi couldn't help but feel something strange about it. Why does he sound so weird? It was as if he was selecting a gift for someone important. What could make him so nervous? Wait, don't tell me. He's going to confess to somebody. Ayumi's eyes perked up as she came to a realization. Her fluffy, snowy white cheeks became red as she entertained the thoughts. But she couldn't be sure about it. So, she asked for confirmation. Is it for a girl or a boy? All right. I didn't tell her whom the gift was for. As Hiro heard her, he realized that he hadn't disclosed the person whom he wanted a gift. So, he immediately answered, it's for a girl. He merely assumed that she was asking about the gender of the person. He didn't detect any abnormalities in her question. Ayumi's already red face became as red as a tomato as she heard Hiro's response. Now, she was convinced that he was going to confess to somebody. After all, he was still in his teens. So, it was only natural for him to be attracted to a person of the opposite sex. Also, it was around the time that he found a girlfriend. As Hiro's manager, she should have actually shunned him for his decision to have a girlfriend. But she was much aware of Hiro's personality. So, she worried that he'd be a loner for the rest of his life. With that concern in mind, she felt elated to find that he was actually interested in someone that's not related to football. So, she was supportive of his decision. What type of gift would you want to look at? Something expensive or something humble? She asked. Although she was supportive of his decision, if he answered the former, then she'd dissuade him from getting into a relationship. Expensive gifts at such a young age would only indicate that the person is only after his reputation and wealth. And how could she allow Hiro to fall victim to such a person? She desperately hoped that he'd respond the latter. Something humble. The response brought great delight to her face, and she couldn't refrain from smiling. Her eyes glistened with joy and excitement at the same time her heart thumped rapidly. It was almost as if she had found great joy. With a cheerful tone, she said, "Then how about you buy her a dress or a necklace?" As he heard her, Hiro couldn't help but ponder. Upon pondering, a moment flashed in his mind. It was a memory from when he was in elementary school. In the flash of memory, he saw his mother, her silky smooth hair cascading down her shoulder like a beautiful waterfall. Her willow-like eyes seemed like a pair of amber pearls that glowed with faint radiance under the sunlight. In the white dress, she was dressed and fluttered like the wings of the butterfly, spreading a soothing calm. She appeared like a goddess who had descended from the heaven. Thinking about that moment brought great joy to him, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was like the moment had occurred only yesterday. It was so vivid and lively. A subtle smile formed on his face as his face lightened up without him realizing it. Hiro had made his decision. Ayumi was still talking about other options, but he had already made his decision. "Thank you, Ayumi. I have made up my mind," Hiro said in a cheerful tone. A subtle smile escaped Ayumi's lips as she answered, "Glad to be of help to you." Then Hiro hung up the call. It was still afternoon, so he couldn't head outside immediately. Also, he didn't feel like ordering the dress online. Just as Hiro hung up the call, Ayumi whispered, "Best of luck, Hiro. It'd be a little awkward wandering around the girls' section alone. So maybe I should ask a girl to come with me. But I can't ask Mom, since the gift is for her. So who should I ask about?" Hiro began to ponder. Ishikawa. Chapter 555, Inner Feelings. It had been a long while since the two last met. Also, other than his manager Ayumi, Ishikawa was the only other girl with whom he had a close relationship. So, it wasn't that much of a surprise when he thought of her immediately. Thinking about her, Hiro couldn't help but frown. I wonder how she's doing? Will she even agree if I ask her to meet now? Hiro sat there pondering. He might blame his schedule for the lack of interaction with her, but he couldn't run away from the fact that he didn't make an effort to make time for her. If he wished to, he could have visited her. But the reality was that he made no effort to meet her. Perhaps he had been so obsessed with football that he subconsciously regarded such interpersonal relationships as irrelevant. However, now that he thought about it, he felt guilty about it. At this juncture, Hiro had two options before him. Either he could run away from it or he could take action to right the wrong. In such a scenario, most people subconsciously lean on the former option. As for the reason why they lean on the former, it probably has something to do with human nature that prevents us from stepping out of our comfort zone. Hiro felt complicated inside as he thought about the relationship he had with Ishikawa. It was he who had approached her first, and it was also him who had ghosted her. Although Ishikawa never complained about it, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it and approach her as if everything was normal. Did I lose affection for her? If not, then why didn't I make an effort to win her? Hiro pondered if he had lost feelings for her. But then why do I think of her? Is it to comfort myself for the wounds I have inflicted on her? Different thoughts flashed past his mind as he thought deeply about the matter. Even though he thought and thought about it, he couldn't reach an answer. The more he thought about it, the more he felt confused. It was like he was getting sucked into a plethora of thoughts. Although he couldn't figure out how he felt about her, he could tell that he didn't dislike her in the least. With that much being clear, he resolved to meet her. Let's see how things unfold. The sky was dyed orange and red with the dying rays of the setting sun. From the eastern horizon, a velvety, pitch-black darkness rushed to blanket the entire sky. Inside a school building, students dressed in a mix of navy blue and white uniforms could be seen packing their bags. Some were gossiping, some were jesting, and some were cleaning. Looking through the window, you could see quite several people leaving the premises. Though the world outside appeared to be entering a state of slumber, it was rather lively inside the classroom. Filled with the excited chatter of the students and the liveliness of the youth, the room was buzzing with vitality. "Sumi-ri, let's go to karaoke," a girl with a ponytail said in an amicable yet cheerful tone. She had a bright smile on her face. Sumire, who was organizing her stationaries, looked stunningly majestic under the glow of the setting sun. The gentle golden rays of the setting sun fell on her, accentuating the fairness of her already fair skin. Her slightly long black hair hung freely, highlighting her features, and her obsidian eyes dazzled like the starry night sky. As she heard the call of her friend, she slowly tilted her head to look at her. Then, while revealing her pearly white teeth, she revealed a gentle smile. "Sure, let's go." Upon hearing Sumire's response, the girl with the ponytail revealed an elated smile on her face. Out of excitement, she even jumped on her toes. However, right then, Sumire's phone buzzed. She checked on her phone to find that Hiro was asking to meet her. While going through the content of the message, her cheeks started to redden. The smile on her face, however, started to fade away. "What's the matter, Sumire?" Seeing the expression of Sumire, the girl with the ponytail couldn't help but show some concern. For a while, Sumire just stood there without uttering a word. It was almost as if something in her phone had stunned her. Her expression darkened as she looked at Sumire. She feared that something must have happened to her. Then Sumire slowly turned to look at her. With an apologetic tone, she said, "Forgive me, Kaori. I won't be able to accompany you today." "It's all right, but did something happen?" Kaori, the girl with the ponytail, asked concernedly. A light blush appeared on Sumire's cheeks as she said in a low tone, "Hiro wants to meet." Kaori was one of her closest friends in the school, so she naturally knew about her affection for Hiro. So, when she heard that she was going to meet Hiro, a bright smile formed on her face. An overwhelming feeling of joy washed over her as she said excitedly, "You're going to meet Hai?" But before she could finish her sentence, Sumire covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking. They weren't alone in the classroom, and she was speaking way too loud. To prevent others from finding, Sumire had to shut her mouth. Fortunately, she was quick to react. Otherwise, Kaori would have announced it to everyone, and who knows how many of them would rush to her. As expected, many turned to look at them. Kaori realized that she was being way too loud due to her excitement. So, she immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Sumire. I didn't mean to." "I know you didn't mean to, but let's keep this between us, okay?" Sumire said in a gentle tone. Kaori nodded her head as she whispered, "I won't tell anyone." With lightning-fast speed, Sumire packed her bag. Then she bid her friend goodbye in a rush. "Then I'll be off. Best of luck." Kaori winked at her as she wished her luck. Chapter 556, Ishikawa. A hooded person with a black mask dressed in black stood around the corner of an alley, right beside the vending machine under the street lamp. Seeing the hooded individual, Ishikawa couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. There weren't many people around, and she couldn't help but feel skeptical about him. So, as she noticed the hooded individual from afar, she changed her path to maintain a distance from the individual. While keeping a wary eye on the individual, she walked. Her previous excited face displayed a noticeable change as she looked rather tensed. Why is he staring at me? She couldn't help but feel her legs weaken as she noticed the individual's stare. From the moment she had gotten close to the hooded individual, he kept staring at her. So, it further alleviated her fear. Her heart thumped the more she got close to the man. She even felt a desperate urge to run away. So, she hastened her steps. But she couldn't be too obvious about her fear. Who knows what the man would do to her if he discovered she was scared? So, she tried to put up a brave facade. However, as she got close to the man, he started heading her way. This further panicked her, and she started turning pale. She tightly squinched the bag in her hand and prepared to swing the bag if he took any action. Then the man called out to her, "Samire, who is this man? Is he a stalker? How does he know my name?" Different thoughts ran amok as her heart rate spiked when she heard him calling out her name. Perspiration trickled down her forehead and her palms became sweaty. She hastened her speed further, ignoring the man's call. "Wait, Samire." The man hastened his pace as he tried to catch up to her. Ishikawa, however, became even more scared. Out of fear, she started running away. "Who are you? Why are you calling my name?" The man chased her down immediately and caught up to her. Then he grabbed her by hand. Just as he grabbed her, Ishikawa felt a chill run down her spine. In a state of panic, she swung her bag while at the same time, she jerked her hand to try to free herself from the man's hold. "Leave me," she yelled. "Whoa, calm down." The hooded individual ducked his head as he avoided the blow. Then he immediately let go of her hand and pulled down his mask. "Samire, it's me." Ishikawa was ready to escape, but when she saw the person's face, her furrowed brows relaxed, and a look of relief washed over her. "What's you, Hiro?" she said. Hiro, however, appeared panicked, drenched in sweat. He looked at her fixedly while maintaining a safe distance from her. "Now, can you put your bag down?" he said. Even now, she still had her bag raised as if preparing to strike again. Although her expression had softened, she still looked fierce. "Oh, sorry about it." She lowered her bag. "But why are you dressed so suspiciously? You nearly scared the shit out of me." Ishikawa said. "I should be the one to say that." Hiro mumbled, albeit in a low whisper. "Did you say something?" Ishikawa felt that she heard something but couldn't tell what it was. Nothing. I just said that I can't walk freely now." "That makes sense," she murmured with a thoughtful look. "People will recognize you if you don't hide your appearance." "I am sorry. But still, can't you at least make a call or tell me beforehand that you'd be here with that appearance?" she nagged. Well, he couldn't refute. After all, he did look suspicious in that all-black attire. From head to toe, he looked like he was dressed in black, a pair of black boots, black pants, black shirt layered with a black leather jacket. On top of it, he wore a black cap and a black mask to cover his face. In every possible way, he looked like a suspicious person. Maybe wearing all black was a bad idea. He thought after hearing her. "I am sorry. I should have been more careful," Hiro apologized after pondering briefly. Now that she felt at ease, she couldn't help but take notice of Hiro. Although he looked suspicious in the beginning, he also looked stunningly good-looking. The leather jacket fit him perfectly, highlighting his broad shoulders and lean body. Also, the cap sat perfectly on his head, accentuating his facial features. Especially, the top unbuttoned part of the shirt that revealed his fair yet slightly tanned skin was a feast to the eyes. If one looked closer, they could even see part of his collarbone. He's got quite a noticeable Adam's apple, and his collarbone is quite defined. I wonder if he's got abs. Ishikawa, who had been staring fixedly at Hiro, couldn't help but blush as she thought about how appealing Hiro looked at the moment. Her face reddened as she thought while looking slightly embarrassed. "What are you thinking about, Samire?" From when did I start thinking such pervertedly? Come to your senses, Samire. Hiro was talking with her, but she who had been lost in her thoughts couldn't even hear her. Samire, are you okay? As she came to her senses, she was met with the sight of Hiro looking at her with eyes full of concern. Yeah, I'm fine, she responded in a hurry, her tone slightly embarrassed. Clueless as Hiro was, he said, You sure? You look all red. Are you having a fever? If you're not, okay, then we can go some other time. No, imukai. Let's go, it's getting a little late, she said alarmingly while attempting to divert his attention away from her reddened face. Although she was embarrassed beyond measure, she didn't want Hiro to find out that she had been having perverted thoughts about him. Upon hearing her, Hiro looked at the sky and said, Yeah, let's go. But where are we going? As they began to walk, Ishikawa couldn't help but ask. Chapter 557, Ishikawa 2. Since Hiro hadn't disclosed the purpose of their meeting, Ishikawa wasn't aware of his intention. So, she couldn't help but wonder if he had requested to meet her because he wanted to see her. We're going to the shopping mall, Hiro responded. Shopping mall? Are you going to shop for something? She asked, feeling a bit puzzled. Yeah, a dress. A dress? Ishikawa felt even more puzzled as she heard him. Does he need my help with picking him a dress? She couldn't help but wonder. Yeah, I want you to help me select a dress for a lady. A lady? Did I hear it right? She felt a mix of emotions such as shock, rage, and envy. There's a woman in his life. Her face became pale as she thought about it. At the same time, she felt a burning rage welling up inside her body that made her stomach churn. Yet she maintained a composed demeanor as she asked, A lady? Yeah, I am somewhat confused. I wanted to gift her a one-piece, but I think it wouldn't be appropriate to gift one piece to an older lady. So, can you help me find the appropriate dress? Hiro answered without putting much emphasis on his words. Heroes into an old woman. The revelation hit her like a freight train, leaving her utterly shocked and speechless. She had heard her friends say that some boys have weird fetishes, but she hadn't expected Hiro to be one of them. After all, he was only 16. Yet, he didn't seem interested in girls his age, but was interested in older women instead. If you think about it, it's weird and could be counted as a fetish. She wanted to deny it. However, as she ransacked her mind, she couldn't help but feel devastated. She'd rather prefer him to be homosexual than see him with other women. As she came to the realization, her face paled even further. For a brief moment, she even felt as if she had lost all her power. With a gloomy face, she walked like a zombie that was merely alive. The first guy I ever liked in my life has fetishes for older women. Now what should I do? Just why does it have to be him? I can't even bring myself to hate him. As usual, Hiro talked endlessly. But Samire, who had turned into a mere walking dead, couldn't even hear him. She felt heartbroken, furious, and envious all at the same time. For the better part of their journey, she only responded with a nod or a smile. If you looked closely at her eyes, you could see that her eyes had turned dull. As they walked inside a shop, they were greeted by a sweet-looking girl. Welcome to our shop. Are you looking for any specific dress? She had big dark eyes, and a sweet smile adorned her visage. Hiro took a glance at her and said, No, it's all right. Can we explore first? Sure, sir. Let me know if you need any help. Hiro and Samire then began to explore the women's section. They wandered around the section for a while until something piqued Hiro's interest. It was a bright cream colored dress with different floral imprints. It was light and eye-catching. Even from afar, Hiro could notice it. Upon taking notice of the dress, Hiro hastened his pace. Then he grabbed the dress and asked, How does it look? It's all right, Samire answered half-heartedly. It was almost as if she wasn't even interested in it. Is it bad? Hiro couldn't help but wonder after hearing her response. Although he found the dress appealing, he couldn't bring himself to accept the dress after witnessing her lukewarm response. He wasn't an expert in dress selection. Also, it was his first time selecting a dress for a woman. So, he put the dress where it belonged and then proceeded to explore. Hiro kept searching and found several items, but they didn't seem to appeal to Ishikawa. After a while, Even he started getting tired. Just why is she acting in such a way? Even he could tell that it wasn't his choice that was bad, but it was her who didn't like it. She appeared way too much uninterested. He had brought her to help him, but she wasn't providing any help to him. Rather, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that she was a burden instead. Just why is she hindering me? Hiro couldn't help but feel bitter about her attitude. Unable to take it any further, he decided to confront her. Meyer, is something wrong? No. Why do you ask? She responded. Then are my choices that bad? When did I say that your choices are bad? She said. No, you didn't. But from your reaction, it appears as if you aren't satisfied. Hiro responded, sounding a bit annoyed at this point, but he kept his composure, nonetheless. If somebody looked from afar, they'd think that these two were arguing with each other. Although Hiro didn't show it to his face, she could tell that he was annoyed. It should be her that should feel annoyed. So, why does it look like he's the victim? He brought her along to shop for another woman. So how would she feel? Yet, he dared to point the blame on her, acting as if he were the victim. Maybe she had expected too much from him, even though she didn't want to get angry at him. But for some unexplainable reason, she couldn't bring herself to suppress her anger. It might be due to her feelings toward him, but from deep within, she felt that she was being taken lightly. Why does he have to choose someone else instead of her? Was it her who approached him? Was it her who talked pleasant words to him? But now that she started to develop feelings for him, he abandoned her. Yet he dared to say that she looked unsatisfied. Then why did you even call me? She snapped. Although she appeared enraged, she also appeared to be on the verge of tears. Her obsidian eyes were red with grief. Chapter 558, Ishikawa 3. As Ishikawa poured out her emotions, Hiro's eyes snapped toward her, taken aback by the intensity of her sudden outburst. However, when he looked closer, he saw more than just anger. Her face was twisted with conflicting emotions, and though she seemed furious, her reddened eyes brimmed with unshed tears, revealing a deeper sadness. Did I say something wrong? Is this my fault? Hiro stood frozen, his mind racing to understand the cause of her distress. But no comforting words came to him. He remained silent, unsure of what to say. His silence only seemed to fuel her anger, as if she had been waiting for some kind of response from him. Ishikawa's mouth opened to say something, but she refrained from saying. Then she turned away to leave without uttering a word. Hiro was puzzled by her gesture. Even so, when he found her leaving, he rushed to stop her. Then he grabbed her hand and said, "Where are you going?" "Does it matter?" Ishikawa said, as she tried to break free from his clutch. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked. "No, you didn't. It's just I expected way too much," she responded, sounding in a way that seemed as if she was somewhat overwhelmed with grief. Although she tried to hide what she said later, Hiro, with his sharp senses, still caught the whiff of it. So, he couldn't help but ponder if he had done something that infuriated her. As he began to ponder, he recalled that earlier he was annoyed at her. So, he couldn't rule out the possibility that she might have been pissed because of it. He had heard that most girls were rather sensitive, but he hadn't envisioned that they would be this sensitive. Still, since it was he who had infuriated her, he owed an apology. So, he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. Earlier I got a little annoyed. I know it was me who had called you for help, but I shouldn't have tried to raise my voice out of discontentment. It's just that I wanted to buy a gift for Mom. So, I got a little annoyed after getting shunned time and again," he added. Even though Hiro apologized to her, she was prepared to leave. But when she heard the real reason why Hiro had called her, she froze in her tracks. The expression on her face changed rapidly. Her cheeks and ears started to redden, and she felt extremely embarrassed. It wasn't Hiro who had misguided her, but it was she who had misunderstood him. But now that she had caused a ruckus, how was she going to explain him? Her mind went blank, and her vision turned blurry. Slowly, panic began to set in, and she felt as if the world around her was starting to wobble. What do I do now? At this point, continuing with the act seemed the only plausible option. But if she did that, her relationship with Hiro would turn sour for sure. So, she couldn't even bring herself to walk away. Caught in limbo, it seemed as if she had no way to retreat. Right then the staff of the shop, who were alerted by the commotion, arrived at the scene. "Sir, ma'am, you can't disturb others like this." Immediately upon hearing the voice of the staff, Hiro let go of her hand. It seemed like he had garnered some unwanted attention. "Please, don't misunderstand us. We weren't fighting. We had a small disagreement regarding our contradicting choices," Hiro hurriedly tried to clarify. It would be troublesome if they misinterpreted the situation. So, with that in mind, he began to clarify about their situation. But he still feared about Ishikawa's cooperation. If she said otherwise, who knows what would happen to him? "Yeah, sorry about the commotion. We had a little disagreement regarding our contradicting choices." Thankfully, Samaire testified his statements. Hearing their testament, the staff gave a deep look. Then she left with a warning. "Even so, I'd like you both to keep it quiet here. You can't disturb others with your disagreements. I hope respected sir and ma'am would adhere to it." With that said, she turned to leave. Hiro heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Samaire. "I'm sorry about earlier." "No, I'm sorry about getting angry at you." Samaire apologized as well. Since they sorted the argument between them, Hiro didn't ask her anything further about the matter. He felt that it'd be wise to leave it at that than talk about it. The two then quietly shopped. The mood between the two after they sorted their short conflict was much more lighter and cheerful than before. Plus, Samaire was more cooperative. So, with her help, Hiro didn't take long to find the perfect fit for his mother. At that moment, he really felt glad that he had brought her along with him. If he had come alone, he might have regretted his choice. With her guidance, he bought the best possible gift for his mom. Along with the dress he bought, he also bought a necklace that didn't seem too extravagant. Coming out of the mall, Hiro couldn't refrain from expressing his gratitude for her. "Thank you, Samaire. You really helped me a lot today." A playful smirk adorned her visage as she responded. "Save your thanks for later. I didn't help you out of courtesy. Since I've helped you this much, shouldn't you treat me to a nice dinner?" Right now, she appeared quite bold, but he didn't dislike her boldness. So, he responded with a grin. "Then how about we get something to eat before we head home? Since you're a footballer who earns big bucks, it'd only be right for our dinner to be a little extravagant. Don't you think so?" she said in a playful tone. "Then lead the way," Hiro answered. Well, it's not like he lacked money. So, he didn't see any reason to refute her request. Also, he didn't want to spoil the mood either. After that short conflict inside the mall, she had changed drastically. It was as if she had started to open up. Chapter 559, Ishikawa 4. Following her lead, they arrived at a shop adorned with hanging lanterns, which gave a unique appeal to the shop. Most of its frame was carved with wood, and the sliding tatami door further accentuated its ambience. If one looked closely, one could see some silhouette on the door. Atop the door, a board hung high with "Midnight Ramen" written in bold letters. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, the ramen shop was like a beacon of light. Even the fragrance outside the shop smelled ridiculously appetizing. Since when did this place exist here? Hiro couldn't help but ask in surprise. Although he had spent quite a lot of time here, he hadn't been in this location. Also, the ambience of the place was rather serene. For him to miss such an amazing place, he must have been living under a rock. "Since before you were born," Ishikawa responded playfully. Now, it made him even more curious. If the place existed even before he was born, then why hadn't he encountered it till now? If he combined the age from his both life, he'd be well above 40. Yet still, he hadn't heard of this place till now. "Are you going to stay here and gaze at the shop all night?" Ishikawa asked after catching him staring fixedly at the shop. Then she pulled him inside the shop. There was already something ethereal about the shop when looking from outside, but as they entered the shop, he found it even more amazing. Colorful lanterns hung on the ceiling like stars in the sky, and the place was decorated with a few traditional paintings and flower vases. The paintings hung on the wooden wall made it seem as if they had entered an art exhibition instead of a ramen shop. Judging from its appearance, one would expect it to be crammed with customers. However, when Hiro swept his glance around, he couldn't find many customers there. Most of the tables were empty, and the number of people could be counted on hand. A shop of such stature receiving only that many customers. He couldn't help but find it rather strange. Maybe it's an exclusive shop, he thought. In front of Hiro, he could see a rather old-looking man with a clean-shaven face and a face covered in wrinkles. From the appearance of the old man, Hiro could tell that the person before him was the chef. While Hiro was analyzing the shop, wandering his eyes, Ishikawa walked to the counter. "Grandpa Yoshida, how have you been?" she said cheerfully as she leaned closer to the counter. The old man turned to look at her with a smile. "Oh, Samaire-chan, I am all right, but were you busy with your studies? It's been quite a while since you last visited the shop." Hiro, seeing the two chatting, couldn't help but feel curious. So, he walked closer to the two. Judging from their interaction, Hiro could tell that Ishikawa was familiar with the old man. "Yeah, I have been studying for the exams. So, I couldn't visit the shop much as of late. I hope you're not angry with me," Samaire said politely. "Young people should focus on their studies. So, I'm glad that you're a diligent student," Yoshida responded with a delightful smile on his face. "Is he your friend?" He couldn't help but ask since Hiro had been standing right beside her for a while by now. Ishikawa rolled her eyes to look at Hiro. Then a mischievous smirk appeared on her face briefly before it faded away. "I don't know him, Grandpa. He had been following me for a while. So I walked here. But he must have followed me inside as well," she whispered on Yoshida's ear. Yoshida, upon hearing that, his expression changed as he squinched his eyes to look at Hiro. An ominous light flashed past his eyes as he grabbed the pan before him. Hiro, however, was unaware of it. "Don't worry, I'll help you teach this stalker a lesson." Whispering such, he walked out of the counter. Pushing the cloth that hung on the door of the counter, he walked outside the counter and appeared before Hiro. Then he stood before him and glared at him. "Why is this old man looking at me like I have done something wrong?" Hiro pondered as he stood before him. Although he towered over the old man, still he couldn't help but feel uneasy when standing before him. "Hey you, why are you bothering her?" Yoshida asked in an intimidating tone. Upon hearing him, Hiro couldn't help but feel surprised. What was this old man talking about? When did he ever bother her? Hiro felt confused by his words. For a while, he couldn't bring himself to understand what that old man was talking about. Only when he witnessed the mischievous smile on Ishikawa's face did everything become clear to him. It seems like she was playing pranks on him. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder why she was so different from what he knew about her. She was like an entirely different person. Perhaps he hadn't known everything about her. Immediately, Hiro tried to reason with the old man. "Grandpa, you've got the wrong person. I'm not following her. You brat, you look so young. So, why do you resort to such methods? If you're a real man, you shouldn't make a woman uncomfortable." It appeared that he couldn't talk sense with the old man. Seeing Hiro in such a predicament, Ishikawa burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Upon hearing her laugh, even Yoshida could tell that something was wrong. "Samaire, did you set me up?" "Sorry, Grandpa. I was just joking. He's a friend of mine," Ishikawa clarified while still giggling. Yoshida got a little angry at her for playing such awful pranks. Then again, he immediately composed himself to apologize to Hiro. "I'm sorry, kid. I must have scared you." "No, it's all right." Hiro didn't want the old man to apologize after all. It was Ishikawa who played the pranks. Chapter 560, An Old Fan. As things sorted, Yoshida left to prepare their order, leaving the two alone. Hiro and Ishikawa sat in one of the front row seats, chatting while awaiting their order. Steam oozed out of the counter window that led to the kitchen. Soon after, Yoshida arrived, carrying 2 bowls of steaming ramen and a few complimentary side dishes. "Here's your order. If you need something else, give me a call." Hiro was a bit puzzled when he saw the amount of dishes Yoshida had brought out. He recalled perfectly that they had only ordered ramen, but why were there so many dishes? "Sir, I think you've got the wrong order." Hiro couldn't help but exclaim. "Did I?" Yoshida said with a confused look on his face. "You did," Hiro remarked. "We only ordered ramen." Yoshida let out a hearty laugh as he said, "Huh, don't worry. It's on the house." Ishikawa smiled as she said, "You're too kind to us, Grandpa." Hiro was about to refute. Even though he probably did it out of kindness, He felt guilty to receive so much from him, but he couldn't bring himself to refute. Don't worry. Young people should eat more, and you and your friends have helped me a lot. So it's the least I can do. Yoshida responded humbly. But I don't see Akashi and others lately. Even before, he looked a little troubled. Is everything all right with him? Yoshida asked. While the two chatted, Hiro felt as if he didn't belong to the place. Those two were way too familiar with each other, and it seemed that Akashi and others also often visited the shop. It wasn't his intention to eavesdrop on their conversation, but since they were talking so close to him, he couldn't help but overhear. After conversing for a while, Yoshida turned to look at the door and frowned. Ishikawa managed to catch the sight of him frowning. Are you waiting for Yuki? Yeah, she said that she'd be studying in the library, but it started to get dark, Yoshida said concernedly. Usually, she always returns on time, but today, I don't know why she's taking so long to return. Don't stress about it, Grandpa Yoshida. I'm sure she'll return a while. Ishikawa tried to cheer him. I hope so, he whispered. Right about Yoshida was about to leave, somebody from behind said, Yoshida-san, can you turn on the television? The match is about to start. Yoshida, despite the feelings of concern swirling inside him, put on a facade as he forced a smile on his face when he greeted the man who requested him. Sure. Just a moment. Then he turned on the television above the counter window. Oh, we are playing today, Hiro mumbled in surprise as he saw the name of the team displayed on the television screen. He had almost forgotten that Kawasaki was playing today. Boy, are you one of Kobe's fans? Yoshida, upon hearing Hiro, couldn't help but interrogate. No, Grandpa, he's also one of us, Ishikawa interrupted in a hurry. A pleasant smile, one that resembled the aura of spring, blossomed on Yoshida's face as he said, It's always pleasant to meet fellow supporters of Kawasaki. Hiro's lips twitched as he witnessed such rapid change in his expression. This person should have been an actor. He couldn't help but think. Right now, we are the top of the league. We're also looking favorably to win the Emperor's Cup. We're also doing well in the AFC Champions League. There's also the matter regarding the new Club World Cup. Yoshida spoke with great pride. Then again, his expression changed drastically as he said with a frown, but right when everything was looking good, one of our best players got injured. To hear that he was the best player from someone else's mouth from so close, Hiro couldn't help but feel proud. But I'm sure they'll do well. After all, we still have Naoto, Tatsuki, and Erzen with us. We also have elite defenders in our team that have maintained a steady form, Hiro said, trying to cheer the old man before him. Although the old man felt a little relieved, he couldn't easily shake the uneasy feeling. Indeed, we've got them, but without Hiro, it'll be a little difficult to maintain our current position. But you sure do know a lot about our club. I'm convinced that you're a devoted follower. Yoshida praised Hiro, but then again, he fixated his gaze on him as he added, But why do you sound so familiar? Instantly, Hiro became flustered as he heard him. He didn't want to reveal his identity. So he began to speak in a flustered tone. I get that a lot. People normally tell me that I sound like someone in their circle. Is that so? The old man gave him a deep look before retracting his gaze away from him. After that, Yoshida got engrossed in the match, and he didn't pay any attention to Hiro. At times, he heard his excited voice, while at times he heard his frustrated yells. Hiro could tell that he was a devoted football enthusiast who enjoyed watching football. After all, he was like that too. Is something wrong? Hiro asked Samaire after finding her giggling for a long while. How does it feel to be praised by a person you have just met? She asked. Was I that obvious? Hiro thought as he heard her. Maybe he hadn't noticed it, but he had been acting differently since he heard his praise from Yoshida. But Samaire, who was sitting right next to him, noticed the glee in his eyes and the subtle blush on his cheeks. It feels good, he answered humbly. I see. But why didn't you reveal your identity? I mean, there aren't that many people here, and he's one of your biggest fans, so there wasn't any need to hide your identity. Samaire said, feeling a bit curious about Hiro's actions. If I had done that, he wouldn't have been able to focus on the match now, could he? Hiro answered. Truth be told, he didn't have any idea why he didn't reveal himself. So, he made an excuse on the spot. It was a blatant lie with a confident face. Chapter 561, The Shop. However, he looked so convincing that any would mistake him for telling the truth. It wasn't just that he seemed convincing, but he also sounded convincing. Ishikawa couldn't notice anything different. So, she believed what he said without thinking much about the matter. Also, I wanted to enjoy the delicious food he brought in peace, Hiro added. Indeed, the food here is quite delicious. Also, it's rather peaceful here. I couldn't agree more. Hiro nodded before continuing to slurp the noodles before him. The slurping sound was muffled by the sound of the television reverberating in the shop. But why is it so vacant? I mean, with such good-tasting food and ambience, shouldn't it get a ton of customers? But there are so few people here, Hiro had been feeling curious about it for a while. So, now that they were talking about the shop, he couldn't help but bring in the matter. Around many places, people would visit the business just based on its attraction and appeal. So, it was rather strange to find such a good place to get so few customers. Though he was concerned about the lack of customers, Hiro wasn't bringing up this matter because he wanted to be surrounded by people. Rather, he enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere of the shop due to the lack of customers. But for a business to flourish, it needs to attract customers. At the same time, if a business doesn't receive customers, it's bound to get ruined. A momentary hesitation flashed in her eyes as she heard Hiro. Then she said with a soft sigh, "It's because of some hooligans." "Huh, hooligans?" Hiro repeated. "Yeah, some people keep disrupting the business. They come in a group and threaten Grandpa. Sometimes they even injure him or break the furniture," Ishikawa said, her tone indignant. Probably due to such repeated disruptions, the customers got too scared to visit and it negatively impacted the restaurant. Hiro deduced. Then why didn't he complain about it to the police? Hiro asked. Once he tried, but they became even more agitated. Also, the police couldn't do anything to them. She answered in a helpless tone. "I know that there are times when the police can't do anything, but to be able to get by despite engaging in such grave offense, is someone influential behind it?" Hiro pondered. "The police couldn't do anything?" Hiro asked. "Yeah, they have ties to a big criminal organization, and rumor says that they're supported by politicians. So, even if Grandpa Yoshida complains about the matter, nothing changes." Ishikawa's voice started to crack as she said. It was evident that she felt infuriated at those bunches that troubled the shop owner. Plus, she was also aggrieved by the sufferings the shop owner had to go through. But Hiro couldn't understand why those bunches targeted such an old man without any reason. There must be more to it. So with that thought in mind, he asked, "But why are they troubling him like that? Are they causing a ruckus for no reason whatsoever?" Now that he asked, Samaire became even more hesitant. Grandpa Yoshida borrowed some money from a person during the pandemic. But it's not like he's running away with their money. So, can't they be a little considerate and let him pay? A lot of time has passed since the pandemic. So, even if he had borrowed quite a substantial amount of money, he should have been able to pay it up. But he hadn't paid the money till now? There's something more than what eyes could meet and what ears could hear. Hiro felt a bit skeptical when he heard her. "You said that this shop existed even before I was born, right? So, what made him want to borrow money from someone else? I mean, shouldn't he have earned enough?" It didn't matter how he thought about it. He couldn't bring himself to agree with what she said. He could tell that there was definitely something more to it. Ishikawa became even more reluctant as she heard him. For a while, she couldn't bring herself to speak and remained utterly speechless. It's because his son wanted to start his own business. So, he needed money. Just then, while Ishikawa was hesitating to answer, another voice chimed in. Following the voice, Hiro found a rather fair-looking girl with jet black hair and hazel eyes standing before him. With a thin frame and innocent-looking face, she glared at Hiro with her fiery eyes. Although she appeared gorgeous at the moment, one could clearly see that she wasn't in a good mood. However, when Samaire turned to greet her, the look on her face completely changed. "You're here, Yuki." "Yeah, Grandpa told me that you have come," she responded in a cheerful tone, displaying an amicable smile on her face. "Yuki, let me introduce you to my friend over here," Ishikawa said amicably. "I know, he's Takahashi Hiro." The one who you and others talk about a lot. Yuki cut her short as she revealed Hiro's identity casually. Although Hiro had lifted down the mask, he had his face covered enough. Yet to be able to recognize him so easily was an incredible feat. Hiro's eyes opened wide in marvel as he listened. Even Ishikawa revealed a look of surprise as she found it baffling. Her observation ability couldn't be taken lightly. "How did you know it was him?" Ishikawa asked in surprise. "You wouldn't be here with other guys alone. Also, the broken arm and his physique," she answered nonchalantly. It wasn't just her observation skill, but her ability to deduce and analyze was also incredibly sharp. The more Hiro heard her, the more he was amazed by her. To be able to deduce accurately with only a few simple cues, Hiro could tell that this pale-looking girl before him possessed some extraordinary talents. Marveled by her, Hiro slowly lifted the black baseball cap he wore and revealed his face. "As you said, I'm Takahashi Hiro. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hiro greeted her politely with a smile. Chapter 562. The Shop 2. Since they were in a chamber-like location surrounded by paper walls, even if he were to reveal himself, he wouldn't get found out by others. Also, he had already been found out, so there wasn't any point in hiding his identity. With that thought in mind, Hiro revealed himself to greet the girl before him. Yuki, however, wasn't impressed by Hiro's gesture. Previously, whenever he was seen in public, people would flock to him. However, at this moment, he felt as if he was an ordinary person before her. Unaffected by Hiro's fame, she responded to his greeting in a cold, indifferent tone. "I'm Uzumaki Yuki, the granddaughter of the owner of this shop. If I'm not being too blunt, then can you tell me more about what you said earlier?" Hiro asked politely. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it." Before responding to him, Yuki sized him up. Then she looked at Ishikawa, as if she wanted to confirm something. "To invest in my father's business, my grandfather sold many of his assets, but fortune played pranks on him as just when his business was starting to bloom, pandemic struck. However, after selling many of his assets, my father somehow kept the business afloat despite the perilous situation. Even so, it didn't last long. So, we had to borrow some more to sustain the business. My father genuinely believed that once he got through the crisis, he could pay off all the debts. And my grandfather didn't want his belief to die. So, he borrowed some money from the local loan sharks at high interest. However, until now, she was fluently interpreting the words without any trouble. But all of a sudden, she paused. Even her face showed a drastic change. She appeared to be in great distress. Yet still, she continued. "However, just when it seemed like everything was going to be all right, my father and mother got involved in an accident that took their life. All of a sudden, it got eerily silent around them for a brief moment. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of the television and the passionate cheers of Yoshida. Hiro could guess what happened afterward. "I'm so sorry." Hiro was about to say something to console her. However, she cut him short. "But it's all right, because I'm going to stabilize our life." She spoke with conviction, making it seem as if she meant what she said. "We might be buried in debt right now, but we will emerge out of it. We won't remain buried for long," she continued, her eyes glowing with determination. It seemed that he didn't need to console her. With such an attitude, she could face the fiercest of the storm and emerge victorious. If someone can remain hopeful even in such a perilous situation, they're bound to find the light at the end of the tunnel. Hiro was thoroughly impressed by the determination possessed by the girl before him. She didn't look older than him, yet she possessed such an unwavering attitude. So, he refrained from saying anything that evoked sympathy. Instead, he agreed with her. "If it's you, I'm sure you'll be able to do it." Hearing those words, she squinched her eyes and looked at him with a hint of skepticism. "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Immediately, Hiro denied her accusations. No, I'm just saying what I felt. No, what I meant is that I'm saying that I get the feeling that you'll be able to do it." "Arg, no, what am I saying? That's not what I meant." Hiro kept on ranting with a flustered tone. Seeing such a reaction from Hiro, Yuki let out a soft chuckle. "PFT. Huh. Chill, I'm joking. I wouldn't dare to say those words before her." Hiro felt puzzled. He couldn't tell who she was referring to. Was she indicating to Samaire? Ishikawa's face reddened in embarrassment as she heard her. So, she quickly pinched her to make her realize how far she had gone. Yuki, upon getting pinched, winced in pain before realizing that she had made a blunder. She had assumed that the two had already started dating after seeing the two together. But it seems like she had misunderstood the situation. So, she immediately corrected herself. What I meant to say is that I have promised her that I wouldn't act chummy with anyone before I stabilize our family state. So, I can't say those words before her or anyone else. She made it sound so convincing that Hiro couldn't bring himself to doubt her. Seeing how close she was with Ishikawa, it wouldn't be an entirely false statement. Yes. She promised me that she wouldn't act chummy with anyone before she reached her goals. Ishikawa was quick to aid her. Is that so? Then I must commend your determination. Hiro felt nothing but reverent toward her. To be able to make such bold convictions in a world where people of their age are so distracted was something extraordinary. There were only a handful of people who shared the same determination and conviction. Although Shun had been a bit distracted in the beginning, later he had the same flames of determination burning in his eyes. The three then cheerfully chatted for a while. It's getting late, so should we head home now? Hiro asked. Well, they had been conversing for a long time, but they still had to go home. If they had dropped by the place in the daytime, Hiro would have stayed. But he still had to drop Ishikawa home. And if he delayed further, her parents might worry about her safety. So keeping those thoughts in mind, he suggested leaving the place. Yeah, he's right, Samaire. It's getting really late. Yuki nodded in agreement. The three then stood and left the table. Outside the chamber, Yoshida was still engrossed in the match. Glancing on the screen, he found the score tied. The score was tied with each team scoring a goal. Just what are you doing? Pass it to the flank. Arg, why are you passing in the center? Yoshida couldn't help but exasperate. Chapter 563, The Shop 3. Seeing him so worked up, Hiro couldn't help but smile. That man, although old, was oozing passion for the sport. Lately, he hadn't found such passion among the fans. So, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say that Yoshida was one of the few rare souls with an unrivaled passion for the game. Sir, how much do we owe you? Hiro called out. Engrossed in the game before him, Yoshida hadn't noticed the presence of Hiro. Only when he heard Hiro's voice did he see him. With a rather agitated and disappointed expression, he turned to look at Hiro. That'd be 2,000 yen. Hiro rummaged through his pocket and took out a couple thousand-yen bills. Then from the stash of bills, he handed 2 1,000 bills to Yoshida. Here, you go. Yoshida kept the money and said, See, I told you before, they're playing extremely terrible. Previously, we would have been dominating the game, but look at us now, Huff. We can't even move the ball steadily. Hiro let out a soft chuckle before responding. I'm sure they're giving their best. So, we should also be a little patient with them, shouldn't we? Yoshida didn't seem pleased by Hiro's reasoning. After all, he was accustomed to seeing his team winning. So, how could he be satisfied with a tie? That's the issue. We don't have a lot of time on our hands. The season is coming to an end, and with such a performance, we might bottle the league. He expressed his concern. Do you truly think that we might fail to win the league? Hiro couldn't resist the urge to ask. He could tell that Yoshida was a passionate supporter. But after hearing what he said, he couldn't help but feel curious about his faith in the team. It's not that I doubt the players, but I can't help but worry about the team. After all, I'm well aware that some of our starting players will be leaving soon. So, I can't help but feel worried about our future performance, Yoshida said with a frown. From what he heard, Hiro could tell that Yoshida was a devoted follower of the team. However, right now, he was merely worried about the future of the team. It might be because of the recent rumors that are circulating all over the internet. After all, there were quite several rumors regarding Hiro's possible transfer. Hiro nodded his head as he said solemnly, Indeed, it's as you said. In a few years, there'll be some players leaving the club. But still, I can assure you that you don't have to worry about their performance for a short while. Yoshida, although found a gentle solace in his pleasant words, couldn't bring himself to trust Hiro's words. He squinched his eyes as he looked at him, with eyes full of skepticism. How can you be so sure about it? Certainly, you can't trust the words of a stranger, Hiro mumbled. Then, Hiro lifted his cap and pulled down his mask to reveal his face. But what if it came from me? Do you still doubt the credibility of my words? Yoshida's eyes widened in surprise. You're Hiro. His withered face revealed a shock as he found it hard to believe that the player he liked watching was standing right before him. I understand your sentiments. But as I said, you have to be a little patient, Hiro said with a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Yoshida couldn't be bothered about the talks of the future. There were so many things he wanted to ask him, and now that he was present before him, he couldn't resist the urge to ask those questions. Yoshida rolled his eyes to look at the other customers who were watching the television in an alert. Fortunately, they hadn't noticed it was Hiro. Upon confirming that he hadn't been noticed, he pulled him away. Hiro followed his lead without any hesitation. Is it true that you'll be out for the entirety of the season? He asked, his tone laced with urgency. Hiro gently nodded his head. It's true. Immediately, disappointment washed over him, and he contorted his face in disappointment. Arg, why does it have to be you? While maintaining the smile on his face, Hiro said, Honestly, I'm rather glad that it was me. I can't imagine watching others suffer. Hiro meant what he said. It wasn't a bravado or a facade. After all, he possessed the system that could create miracles. You've got quite a magnanimous heart, Yoshida praised. But aren't you infuriated at that Chinese player who got you in such a situation? Hiro answered immediately without any hesitation. I'm not angry at him. He did what he had to, and I'm doing what I have to do. Yoshida looked at him deeply in a daze. He couldn't seem to understand his sentiments. How could he forgive someone so easily after they inflict such a grave injury on him? Yoshida couldn't understand. If it were him, would he have been able to forgive the person? He thought for a while and figured that he wouldn't be able to. But Hiro didn't even blame the person for the injury when the person blatantly fouled him. Sure, he had experienced many things in life. But still, if somebody had intentionally sabotaged him, he wouldn't be able to forgive that person that easily. It's not only the way you play, but the way you think is also different, Yoshida mumbled. Well, even if I want to take revenge on him, what good would it bring? The incident has already passed, and I've already punished him with the goals I scored that day, Hiro said with a mischievous grin on his face. It's not that he wasn't infuriated at him. Rather, he had been greatly infuriated by Wei Zhen's antics, but he had already delivered the punishment befitting the rage he felt. So, he didn't have any lingering feelings. Yoshida burst into a hearty laugh as he heard him. Ha ha, so that why you aren't infuriated at him? Hiro responded with a grin. I'm not a sage, you know. Chapter 564. A moment beside the riverbed. Time elapsed like the grains of sand in an hourglass. With each passing day, the temperature fell, signifying the arrival of winter. During that period, Hiro routinely went for a checkup. Prioritizing recovery, he avoided any task that would hinder the recovery. Although he found it a bit troublesome, he heeded his mother's words to stay away from football. However, it didn't mean that he totally ignored it. Though he couldn't engage in it directly, he studied the gameplays of others to broaden his knowledge. It took a whole 2.5 months to remove the cast. Because of the cast, he had a lot of trouble in his daily life activities. Especially, wiping his butt was a pain in the ass. Fortunately, during this period, his father regained his senses. The recovery of his father wasn't the only thing that took place during that period. Taking advantage of the resting period, he managed to improve the relationship that had turned sour due to his absence. In this period, after losing to Al Hilal, one of the giants in the Saudi League, Kawasaki was knocked out of the AFC Champions League. They were also knocked out of the Emperor's Club after losing against Kashima Antlers in a thrilling showdown. Fortunately, they retained their lead in the league. In short, a lot of things had taken place during his recovery period. Right now, Hiro was seated on the grassy riverbed beside the river. The sky was painted with orange pastels with the sun nearing the horizon. A silhouette of birds could be seen floating above the setting sun. The slanting rays of the setting sun fell on his face, giving a golden hue to it. In the gentle breeze, his hair, dangled freely. As for his eyes, it shone like amber under the light. At the moment, Hiro's figure seemed like a character straight out of painting. Do you always enjoy watching the sky? Ishikawa, who was seated right beside him, couldn't refrain from asking. She had been watching him for a while, yet he seemed as if he was lost in thoughts. With his gaze fixated on the horizon, he mumbled softly, "I just find it soothing to watch the sky. Tomorrow, you won't be able to witness the same scene." Ishikawa felt puzzled when she heard him. "What do you mean?" "The sun will set again tomorrow. So, why won't you be able to witness the same scene?" "Indeed, the sun would set tomorrow too, but you won't be able to witness the same pattern of the sky. The hue might be brighter or the clouds will be sparse, but the moment you are witnessing right now, it won't come again." Suddenly, what was he talking about? Ishikawa stood there staring at him, trying to comprehend the meaning of his words. Even so, she couldn't comprehend what he was trying to convey. So, she asked, "I don't get it. Are you talking about the sky, or is there any hidden meaning behind your words?" Hiro slowly turned around to look at her and said, "What I mean to say is that we should enjoy the present." Earlier, she had been talking about him leaving, and she had been looking sad since then. So, he wanted to remind her that though they would be parting soon, they were together right now. So, they should cherish the present. That was the message he was trying to convey. As Ishikawa realized what he meant, her eyes dilapidated. "Is it because I've been talking about his departure? So he's reminding me that we shouldn't be depressed about the future, but cherish the present." Then she curled her lips to reveal a subtle grin. "Indeed, it's as you said." Just then a ball came flying their way. The ball was about to hit Ishikawa. Fortunately, Hiro reacted quickly and prevented the ball from hitting her. "I'm so sorry," someone apologized. At the moment, beside the riverbank, some people were playing football. From the looks of it, they appear to be training. "You idiot, I told you that you shouldn't mindlessly kick the ball." Another person scolded the one who just apologized. "Just kicking the ball with power will cause it to go astray." Hiro, however, couldn't be bothered by them. Turning to look at Ishikawa, who appeared to be startled, Hiro asked, "Are you okay?" She nodded her head as she responded, I'm fine." While he was focused on her, the two boys rushed to them to apologize. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to hit you." Hiro hadn't paid any attention to them before, but as he looked closely, he found the boy before him quite young. Then he took a quick glance at the field and again rolled his eyes back to him. "Was it you who shot just now?" The distance from the post was quite far, so he couldn't help but wonder how that boy shot this far. Well, if it was him, he wouldn't have any difficulty shooting this far. But for a boy so young, he couldn't help but find it strange. Immediately, the boy started whining. "Yes, sir, but I really didn't mean to shoot at you." Moisture began to accumulate in his eyes, and even his voice started to crack. The boy looked terrified. Seeing how terrified the boy before him was, Hiro panicked. Was I too harsh? Did I sound intimidating just now?" Hiro's mind raced with thoughts. I didn't mean to scare you. I was only asking if you had shot with such power." Hiro tried to clarify, his tone ridden with guilt. "Stop whining already," the other boy with spiky hair who had accompanied him scolded. "He's not scolding you." "But what if something bad had happened?" the boy who appeared to be on the verge of tears said. For a while, the other boy with the spiky hair tried to console him by scolding him. Nonetheless, it seemed that the two had a rather close relationship. It almost reminded Hiro of the days he played for Okami Elementary School. Revealing a bemusing smile on his face, he watched the two. Just then his gaze fell upon the crest on their shirt. "Where do you guys study?" "Ukami Middle School." Chapter 565, A Proud Senior. Indeed, the crest seemed familiar. However, the name, although similar, sounded a bit unfamiliar. As far as he could recall, there wasn't any Okami Middle School. Hiro's eyes opened wide, his mouth agape. Did you say Okami?" he questioned. The boys before him nodded their heads in agreement. "Yes, we play for Okami Middle School." They had a rather proud expression when they answered. It was almost as if they were playing for some famous football club. Upon hearing them, Hiro turned to look at Ishikawa, as if demanding an answer. "It was opened about a year ago," she responded in haste. Considering the recent fame of the school, It wasn't a strange occurrence for them to expand. However, he wasn't aware of it, so he couldn't help but feel surprised by it. After that, Hiro's eyes drifted back to the boys before him. A subtle smile blossomed beneath his mask as he looked at those boys proudly. Though short, he did graduate the elementary school from there. So, he could be regarded as their senior, shouldn't he? Then he asked, "Can you show me your shot?" The boy appeared a bit reluctant as he said timidly, "But I'm not good at it." "It doesn't matter. I just want to see how you shoot. So would you show it to me?" Hiro continued, his tone gentle. The other boy pestered him. "You can't sully the name of our school, Hiroshi. Let's show this brother." Even with the pestering from his friend, Hiroshi continued to be reluctant. He appeared to have little to no confidence in him. Nonetheless, he couldn't bring himself to refute Hiro's request for some reason. "Would you like to go with us?" Hiro asked Ishikawa. "No, I'll stay here." She politely declined the offer. Then Hiro and those boys headed to the field. Did Hiroshi get scolded by that man? One of the boys speculated as he saw Hiro accompanying the boys who had gone to apologize. "We need to tell the coach. Where is he?" Many of the kids began to panic upon seeing the sight of Hiro. Well, seeing how scared Hiroshi looked, they couldn't help but worry. "Daiki, who is he? Is he here to reprimand us?" One of the boys asked the spiky-haired boy. "I don't know, but don't worry, he isn't here to reprimand us. He only wants to see Hiroshi shoot," Daiki assured. Upon hearing him, the other kids felt at ease. It's not that they were afraid of getting reprimanded by Hiro, but they were afraid to get reprimanded by their coach. Fortunately, he wasn't there, so they felt at ease. "Still, why does he want to see Hiroshi shoot?" one of the kids asked. "Do you think he's a scout?" Although Hiroshi lacks in technique, he's got power. So, maybe he wants to see his power. Maybe he was sent to sneak on us by other schools? The kids there ran their imaginations wild as they speculated different possibilities. "Hiroshi, can you shoot with all your strength?" Hiro asked the boy as he prepared to take the shoot. Just like Hiro had asked him, Hiroshi took the shot with every ounce of strength he had. However, it went over the bar. The ball traveled far as it covered a lot of distance. Hiroshi frowned at the outcome. "Just why can't I shoot properly?" Hiro cast a complacent look as he thought. His power is indeed impressive for someone his age, but he lacks in technique and confidence. Without these two, you can shoot as hard as you want, but the ball won't listen. "Hiroshi, can I ask you something?" Hiro asked the boy. "Answer me honestly. What do you think before shooting?" Hiroshi answered anxiously, "Think that the ball would go astray again." When someone admits defeat, even before trying, that person is bound to fail. With that thought in mind, Hiro immediately recognized the main reason why this poor boy couldn't shoot well despite possessing impressive power. And from the gossip he heard around him, Hiro could also deduce that he was influenced by the words of people around him. They ridiculed his attempt. So, he might have subconsciously started to believe their words that he lacked talent in shooting. After all, children are like water. They take the shape of the container they are put in. So, Hiroshi might have started to believe that he couldn't shoot well after hearing him. "Can you shoot again?" Hiro asked politely. Hiroshi, however, appeared reluctant. Probably because he didn't want to humiliate himself any further. So, he refused Hiro's request. "I'm sorry. I can't do this again. Maybe I don't have a talent for shooting after all. Maybe I should stick to being a defender," he added, albeit in a low whisper. Hiro couldn't find the right words to console him. Even if he were to say something motivating, he might forget. "It's all right. You don't have to force yourself if you don't want to," he said politely. After that, Hiroshi stepped away with self-doubts clawing at him. He couldn't even bring himself to meet eyes with others. He slowly faded into the crowd. "Would you mind if I shoot a few shoots?" Hiro asked the young keeper before him. The young keeper didn't think too much of it and readily agreed to Hiro's request. It didn't matter how he looked at him. Hiro didn't look threatening at all. Although the mask he wore made him appear a bit mysterious, there wasn't anything more to it. Rather, seeing the thick layer of bandages wrapped in his arm, he looked injured. "But it wouldn't be fair for me to shoot from such a close distance," Hiro said. Then he further enlarged the distance between him and the goal. He went way beyond the half line and said, "Would it be all right if I shoot from here?" The young goalkeeper couldn't help but look at him weirdly. You can come more forward if you want to. You don't have to go through such length. After all, although he might seem young, he was already participating in the matches against adults. So, even if Hiro were to shoot at him from the penalty spot, he was confident enough to stop him. What's that guy doing? Does he think that he's Ronaldo? The other kids couldn't help but ridicule Hiro. At this point, many even assumed that he was either drunk or a lunatic. Hiro, however, couldn't be bothered about their puny remarks. They were nothing but mere whispers to his ear. No, it's all right, Hiro yelled. Chapter 566. Lesson from a Senior. While Hiro prepared to shoot, some passers-by came to a halt as they got intrigued by the scene before their eyes. For some reason, they felt curious. Hiro raised his arm, hinting to the keeper that he was about to shoot. The keeper, a rather young fellow with a towering height, pulled his gloves as he fixated his gaze on the ball. Although the shot wasn't significant to him, he wouldn't perform haphazardly. It wasn't a real match, but he won't let his guard down. Why are you making a fool of yourself? He thought as he stared fixedly at Hiro. The next moment, however, his face displayed a drastic change. His eyes dilapidated as panic began to set in. But before he could even bring himself to react, the ball passed him. Any who watched Hiro at that moment were momentarily stunned. Their eyes displayed deep shock with a hint of astonishment included. Then a collective roar echoed as they shouted in disbelief. What was that shot? Hiroshi, who was immersed in self-doubt, was startled when he heard the collective roar. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he had missed Hiro's shot. So, he couldn't tell what was going on. What happened, he asked. Did he score? Daiki looked at him and nodded. Rin couldn't even react. Upon hearing him, Hiroshi's gaze darted to Hiro. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of shot had he displayed to garner such a reaction. But based on their reaction, he could tell that it was an incredibly astonishing shot. Sadly, he couldn't witness it. So, he felt a pang of regret. Just at that moment, he heard the voice of the keeper. Sir, let's try it again. Can you shoot just once again? He seemed desperate, almost as if he was begging the man before him. Hiro nodded as he said, Sure, let's do it again. The keeper then kicked the ball high above. It was a pinpoint pass to Hiro. The ball soared high in the sky before dropping. Just as the ball hit the ground, he raised his foot to trap the ball beneath his foot cleanly. It was a precise control that showcased his ability. What the heck? Was it a fluke? How could he control the ball so easily like that? Upon seeing Hiro's first touch, many were left in awe. They were once again astonished. Many even couldn't help but think it was a fluke. Is he some sort of big shot? That explains why he's hiding his face. Many even began to assume that he was some big shot. Speculation began to float all over the place as the people ran their imaginations wild. The field was starting to get extremely lively. A lot more people were stopping to take a look at the commotion. The sideline was starting to get crowded. Run, the young keeper, gulped his saliva as he thought. He isn't any ordinary person. My gut is telling me that this person before me is someone extraordinary. Previously, he was underestimating Hiro. But after experiencing the horror of Hiro, he had come to realize that Hiro wasn't any ordinary person. Even more, after witnessing Hiro's first touch, he was sure that he was a hidden expert. So, he couldn't pass up such an amazing opportunity. The next shot was even more impressive, and once again the young keeper couldn't save it. Though, unlike the previous time, he was able to react better. Still, he couldn't save the shot. Even so, he wasn't willing to surrender. So, he begged Hiro to shoot some more. Hiro gladly took on his request without any sort of hesitation. But it wouldn't be good to interrupt their training. So, with that thought in mind, after the fourth shot, he asked, Does anyone want to learn how to shoot? At once, many yelled enthusiastically, Me. I want to learn. I want to learn too. Hiroshi, however, couldn't bring himself to speak. Around the field, different gossip was floating about Hiro. Some had even started to speculate if the person in the black mask was Hiro. Many volunteered to learn, but seeing Hiroshi silent, Hiro couldn't help but extend a helping hand. What about you, Hiroshi? Don't you want to learn from me? Hiro figured that the boy needed a light push. So he took the initiative to ask him. For a brief moment, Hiroshi couldn't bring himself to answer. It almost looked as if he was in some sort of inner conflict. Then, pursing his lips, he said, "Please teach me how to shoot." It was more like a plea for help. Nonetheless, it warmed Hiro's heart. "So," he said with a light smile, "sure, let's go." Ishikawa watched the entire scene from the sidelines without interrupting. Even though she had limited time with him, she didn't want to interrupt him. After all, he seemed to be enjoying the moment. "You're really in love with football, aren't you?" she thought with a subtle smile on her face, staring at Hiro. For some while, he taught the kids their shooting techniques, helping them improve their shooting. With Hiro's guidance, many felt as if they could shoot better. "What do you think is the most important thing to shoot properly?" Hiro asked. "Isn't it technique?" Some answered a bit differently. However, almost all of them answered the same. "Technique is important, but it isn't the most important," Hiro said. "It isn't technique? Then what could it be?" The kids felt confused. They ransacked their mind, thinking about every possible answer. Yet, they couldn't convince Hiro. After a while, Hiro said in a deep tone while sweeping his gaze through them, making his determination clear, "It's confidence. Without confidence, you won't be able to shoot. Only when you're confident about your shot will the shot become complete. For example, if you convince your mind that you can shoot, well, then more than half the work is done." Many displayed skepticism on their face as they heard him. If even you can't trust yourself, then how can the ball trust you? Chapter 567, Meeting Endo. Just then someone dressed in white arrived on the field. The person came in unannounced and said, "Exactly. If you can't trust yourself, then how can the ball trust you?" White jacket and white cap. He had a rather short frame. "The coach is here." Hiro turned to look at the person. Just as his eyes landed on the individual dressed in white, he immediately recognized the person. "So you were their coach," Hiro thought while staring at him. "Coach Endo, we weren't slacking. This gentleman before us was teaching us the fundamentals of shooting," Rin, the young keeper, clarified. He feared that the coach would get the wrong idea, seeing them gather there standing idly. So, he clarified before he got the wrong idea. Endo looked at Hiro as he said, "Yes, I know. Thank you for helping our players." He thanked Hiro for the lesson. "Ah, you don't have to thank me. I was only sharing the things that I had learned." "I'm sorry for interrupting the training session," Hiro answered. "It's all right, but can I trouble you by continuing what you were saying? I was fascinated by your words, and I'm sure the kids would also appreciate it," Endo asked generously. Seeing how he talked, Hiro could tell that he hadn't been found out. So he continued the act. "If you say so." Then Hiro turned to look at the kids. "As I just said, you must be confident to shoot properly. But confidence isn't something that can be achieved easily. You might think you're confident, but it doesn't mean you're confident." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" "Then how do I tell I'm confident?" The students felt puzzled when they heard him. It was as if he was talking in riddles. As they talked among themselves, it got a bit noisy. "What I mean is that you have to train your mind in a way that confidence comes naturally. After all, you can't take forever to take a shot, can you? Even without thinking, your subconscious mind should feel it," Hiro said. Despite trying his best, it wasn't helping. The kids before were still as puzzled as before. Many of the terms were new to them. "Sir, I don't get it." "Indeed, we can't take forever to shoot. After all, a momentary hesitation can cost us the game. But if the feeling comes naturally, then does it mean that some of us don't possess it?" one of the kids asked. Endo couldn't help but commend the kid. "Indeed, you've thought about it well. Confidence isn't a resource limited to only a few chosen ones. Unlike many other talents, it's one of the fewest talents that everybody possesses." Hiro looked at the kid and answered, "It does come naturally, but it doesn't mean that you can't train it. You can train yourself to be confident." "But how, sir?" some kids asked curiously. "How do you get good at something?" He followed up with a question. "Isn't it by practicing?" Some kids answered, although they appeared a bit hesitant. Indeed, repetition is the key. However, if you blindly repeat without ever improving your mistake, then you won't improve. You excel in the wrong method. We get it. But what if we can shoot well in the training, but can't do it in real matches? Just as I've said a moment ago, repetition is the key. You can shoot well in the training before you have trained yourself to shoot well in training. But to shoot well in matches, you need to take your chances in real matches as well. Hiro said as he slowly walked to the ball before him. You need to overcome your fear. Sure, a few shots would go astray and you'd get criticized. But you need to overcome your fear of getting criticized and focus solely on your goal. Remember, you don't grow in your comfort zone. Only when you step out of your comfort zone will you grow. Just as he finished his sentence, he rushed to the ball and shot a powerful shot. Hiroshi stood there in silence, pondering over Hiro's advice. You require courage to change yourself. Am I a coward? Now, then shall we continue the training? Endo stepped up to organize the players. After that, he assigned some individual drills to the players and walked to Hiro to thank him for the advice he had given the players. Those were some good advice, he said with an amicable smile on his face. But why do I feel like I've heard your voice somewhere? Also, it's strange how you remind me of someone I know. Upon hearing him, Hiro rolled his eyes to look at the people in the surroundings. Then he revealed himself before Endo. I've got to say, you got quite a keen insight. Endo's eyes widened in surprise. Then a bright smile formed on his face as he said, in an elated tone, Hiro, you're here. I knew that you were Hiro. How have you been? What about your hand? Hiro stared at him, a bright smile adorning his visage. I've been all right, and I've also recovered. But how have you been, Senior Endo? You never mentioned that you started coaching. Endo pulled him closer in his arms as he said, just like you, I'm doing great. Yeah, it was a little random. So, I couldn't get the time to inform others. For a while, the two talked, diving deep into their past experience. Hiro hadn't seen Endo for a long time, so he wasn't aware of the things taking place in his life. But why didn't you contact me? Hiro asked. Endo, upon hearing this, frowned as he said, while revealing a self-deprecating smile on his face, I was caught up with university. Plus, aren't you a busy person? From how he reacted, Hiro could guess that he felt guilty about contacting him. However, the fault partly lies with H as well. After all, he yelled, didn't either. Can the initiative? Yeah, I'm sorry. I have been so caught up with the schedule, Hiro apologized. Talk. Why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong. But I'm really glad to have met you here, Endo responded. I'm glad too. I thought that I could meet you in the league, but I couldn't find you even after searching for you. Are you still playing University League? Endo's frown deepened when he heard that. He was well aware that Hiro wasn't trying to mock him. Even so, he felt disheartened when he heard that question. I've stopped playing football. Now, I only coach, he said with a self-deprecating smile. Hiro was shocked to hear those words. So, he couldn't help but inquire, what? You stopped? But why? You're such a good player. So why did you stop? A year ago, I injured my wrist. And to a goalkeeper, their hand is everything. Right? Endo answered. Hiro's complexion paled as he heard him. He felt as if someone had carved a hole in his heart. Frowning, he said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked it. Endo, revealing a bright smile, tried to console him. Don't worry about it. I'm glad that you asked. But it is what it is. There's no need to cry over a spilled milk. Hiro was shaken by the news of Endo's career-ending injury. He had always held him in high regard. So, when he heard about Endo's early retirement, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. However, now that he heard him, everything made sense. The reason why he never heard about the name Endo, despite the talent he possessed in his previous life, it was all because of a career-ending injury that forced his early retirement. Helpless, he could only mourn his loss. There wasn't anything he could do for him. But maybe there was something he could still do for him. Senior, can you gather all the players? Hiro asked. Sure, Endo responded, albeit looking a bit puzzled. He wasn't aware of what he was trying to do. Nonetheless, he gathered the players around. What's happening? Is that gentleman going to say something again? The kids talked among themselves, puzzled by the sudden call. Hiro stood in the middle beside Endo. Then as everybody gathered, he cleared his throat too. Speak. I'm sorry for interrupting your training, but can I share something with you guys? It won't take long. "Do you know Hiro?" Hiro asked. "Who doesn't know him here?" "Any who doesn't know him must be living under the rock." The kids answered. It seemed that Hiro was quite popular among the kids. "Then what are you about Hiro's performance?" Hiro asked. "Obviously, he's the best. Is there any need to ask such an obvious thing?" "Exactly, he's the best player in the league right now." Once again, the kids there unanimously shared the same sentiment. "Then what if I tell you that very player whom you regard as the best player struggled against?" "Your coach?" Hiro asked. The kids couldn't believe Hiro's words, and they started ridiculing him. "There's no way the Heat have struggled against our coach. With all due respect to the coach, I can't believe your words." Chapter 568, Final Match of the League. Their reaction didn't surprise Hiro. After all, it was well within his expectations. Then he slowly removed the mask and said, "Then what about now? Do you still doubt the credibility of my words?" "What? It's Hiro." Upon the revelation, the surrounding was plunged into turmoil as the kids exclaimed deep shock in their faces. Their eyes opened wide, their mouth agape, and their entire being shook with a mixed feeling of surprise, joy, and disbelief. Immediately, they ran to Hiro and surrounded him. Wearing an exhilarated expression, they clung to him as they began to ask for his autograph. Many asked him to sign their jerseys while many begged for a photo. The uproar immediately caught the attention of other passersby, raising their curiosity. "What's happening over there?" Intrigued by the commotion before them, they got closer to inspect. Just as they got closer, at the center of the crowd, they caught a glimpse of Hiro. "It's Hiro," one of the individuals shouted. Immediately after that, more and more people rushed to the scene. Hiro, however, remained calm despite the pressure. "I tell you all, Senior Endo is one of the finest keepers I've seen." Hiro continued to vouch for Endo even while receiving their request. Endo could see through Hiro's intention. The reason why he was vouching so dearly for him was to help him build his reputation. Since Endo had to retire early, he didn't have the opportunity to build his reputation. So there'd definitely arrive a time when he'd get questioned for his lack of achievements. But with such great words from him, it'd help him establish his prestige in the squad. This would definitely make his work a lot easier. Seeing through Hiro's intentions, Endo couldn't help but feel thankful to him. There wasn't any need for him to go out of his way to say those words. "Thank you, Hiro," Endo whispered as he expressed his gratitude. In a stadium teeming with passionate fans, the match was in full throttle. The thunderous roar of the crowd echoed throughout the arena, vibrating through every corner and crevice. "Come on, let's go. Push forward now." The tightly packed stands were alive with the electrifying energy of the supporters. On the field, the team clad in blue and black stripes surged forward in attack, while their opponents, dressed in red, desperately fell back to defend. At the moment, Hiro was seated in the VIP lounge, observing the game from the stands. He had a solemn look on his face, and his eyes that were looking at the field was full of unwavering focus. Can they take advantage of this opportunity? Erica was seated right next to him asked. Since it was the final game of the season and he had some free time, Eric had returned to Japan. So, at the moment, he was accompanying Hiro. Hiro calmly swept his gaze before answering. The opposing number 4 would likely interrupt the play. Number 4. Eric darted his gaze to find the opposing number 4. He wasn't anywhere close to the ball, so it was highly unlikely that he'd intercept. Eric, upon seeing the positioning of the aforementioned player, didn't believe that the play would get interrupted. So, he spoke with confidence. No way. It'd lead to a goal. "Let's see," Hiro mumbled. Eric, although skeptical about Hiro's claims, fixedly stared at the pitch, observing the movement of the players with unwavering focus. On the field, Erickson passed the ball to Shota. Shota, making use of his quick feet, got past his marks, and then made a brilliant through pass to the flanks. The winger who had been awaiting the pass easily collected the pass. Then, with a burst of speed, he charged forward without stopping. Until now, Eric couldn't see any possibility of the opposing number 4 intercepting the pass. This further bolstered his confidence. and he couldn't help but look at Hiro with an expression that oozed unwavering confidence. "See, I told you," he remarked confidently. Just then the sudden disappointed sigh coming from the stand caught his attention. So, he immediately rolled his eyes to the pitch. Indeed, as predicted by Hiro, the ball was with the opposing number 4. He couldn't understand how it all happened. So, feeling puzzled by the scenario, he turned to look at Hiro. With a puzzled expression, he said, "What happened? How'd he get the ball?" The opposing number 4 tricked everybody. He made it seem as if he couldn't mark Tatsuki, but he had intentionally left him unmarked. So, when the opportunity arrived, he bore his fangs that he had kept hidden until now, Hiro calmly answered. Capitalizing on the opportunity, the opposing team immediately launched a counterattack, catching the players of Kawasaki off guard. The counterattack ended with a goal as they took the lead in the game, disappointing almost the entirety of the stadium. In today's match, the supporters of Kawasaki completely overwhelmed the visiting supporters. The goal scored by the opposing team sent ripples throughout the stadium as the opposing fans burst out of excitement. Their collective energy surged, muffling the disappointed sigh of the opposing fans. Cheering on their players, they expressed their emotions fully. Even so, Hiro didn't look worried. Calm and collected, he continued to observe the celebration of the opposing players. "Aren't you worried?" Seeing him unfazed, Eric couldn't help but ask. "Why should I be worried?" Hiro responded calmly. "Your team is losing and only 15 minutes are remaining on the clock," Eric said. "A lot could happen in 15 minutes," Hiro responded with the same calmness as before. Eric could only agree with him. After all, it was as he said, a lot could happen in 15 minutes. "Well, even if they lose this game, you have already won the league. But for the opposing side, their future depends on it. So, it's only natural for them to play with such intensity," Eric added. Kawasaki had already won the league, so this match was of little to no importance to them. But for Sapporo, who were battling relegation, this match was of utmost importance to them. Chapter 569, Grand Ambitions. The stadium echoed with fervent cheers, but it was the reaction of the opposing fans that truly stood out. Leaping and shouting, they erupted in celebration after the goal, their joy palpable. Some looked as though they might leap out of the stands, while others were visibly emotional, tears welling up in their eyes. The opposing players mirrored their supporters' exhilaration, gathering together to revel in the moment near the section filled with their fans. United in celebration, they shared the thrill of the goal. On the other hand, the Kawasaki players wore expressions of frustration, clearly disheartened by conceding the goal. Every now and often, the cameras drifted to the stand where Hiro was seated. Even now, when a full celebration was taking place, Hiro could be seen on the screen. I'm sure Hiro wasn't expecting such an outcome after such an arduous battle against injuries, the commentator said. "By the way, Hiro, have you made your decision?" Eric asked. "Now that you've got only a year left, it'd be better if you decide." Immersed in the atmosphere of the stadium, Hiro had been looking at the stands. But upon hearing him, he retracted his gaze. "I've thought about a few clubs," he said with a complacent look on his face. "Oh, let me hear." Feeling intrigued, Eric asked. Well, with how loud the stadium was, they could freely discuss without alerting anyone. "I'm thinking about choosing a mid-table team. So, I'm not sure if you'd agree with me," Hiro said. Hearing him, Eric couldn't help but ponder about it. After all, Hiro had piqued the interest of a few top clubs. So, if he selected those teams, he'd be able to collect silverware much earlier. However, he was unlikely to get regular game minutes there. So, he also had the thought of pushing him for a mid-table team. But he hadn't expected that he would make that decision without being told. "Let's hear the names," Eric urged. Hiro made himself comfortable on the seat before answering. "Right now, I've set my sights on either Brighton or Real Sociedad. Those were some good options, especially Brighton. With the coach of the team favoring young talents, Hiro could get minutes under him. However, he couldn't help but feel concerned. After all, it takes a while to get acclimated into the Premier League. Also, Brighton already possessed quite a few playmakers, so the competition was rather tough there. As for Sociedad, Kubo was already playing there. Although he had great chemistry with him, still, it was highly unlikely that he'd take his spot. Should I risk it? Eric thought. Although he wanted Hiro to develop steadily and safely, he also wanted to see him succeed. So among the many options, he was fascinated by the offer from Borussia Dortmund. Not only would he get playing minutes, but the league wasn't as physical as the Premier League. So the chances of injuries would have halved over there. The managers over there are patient too, although the salary they offered was way less than the clubs from other leagues. But still, compared to the opportunity he'd get over there, it wasn't any major issue. Those are some good options. But tell me honestly, what made you want to choose those leagues? Eric asked, staring fixedly at him. Now, how was he supposed to say that he had always dreamt of playing in those leagues? The invitations from Kubo and Mitoma were a part of his reason, but the main reason why he chose those teams was because he had always dreamed of playing there. As a young fan who grew up watching Ronaldo and Messi, he always had that dream of playing for either of the clubs. Even though he maintained his composure, Hiro was panicking inside. I just thought that they'd be a good team to develop, as both of them support younger players, Hiro answered calmly. Indeed, they're a great team. But have you researched their roster? Eric asked. Yes, I have. I know the competition is tough, but I can overcome it, Hiro said with conviction. Sure, it was mostly due to his dream, but that didn't mean that he hadn't done any research beforehand. You can do that only when they give you enough minutes, Eric responded with a disappointed sigh. He could tell that Hiro hadn't thought thoroughly about it. He had gotten his hopes high for nothing. So, he couldn't help but frown. Hiro was dumbfounded by Eric's response. Indeed, it was just as he said. For him to overpower his competitors, he'd require regular playing minutes. After all, who knows if he could instantly produce a miracle? What if it takes him time to acclimate? By then, wouldn't he be dropped? Then what do you suggest? Hiro asked. Truth be told, Hiro actually wanted to join a top side, but he figured that he'd be asking too much. So, thinking realistically, he wanted to join a mid-table club. Then he'd spend about 2 or 3 years there to prepare for a big money move. In simple words, he was actually thinking of those teams as nothing but mere stepping stones to his success. Even though some players would be completely overwhelmed to receive offers from such teams, Hiro thought of them as stepping stones for some reason. Maybe he might have started to get cocky because he possessed a cheat-like system. After all, who in their right mind wouldn't dream about winning the Champions League? It's the greatest achievement in club football, and Hiro also dreamt of lifting the trophy. However, he was also aware that he couldn't rush the process. So, after all that thinking, he had decided to go with a mid-table team. If you trust me, then maybe we should actually risk it all and go big, Eric said, his eyes glistening with determination. The way he said those words made it seem as if he was really serious about it. Go big. Hiro couldn't help but repeat. Yes, although it'd be a little hard to get their attention, I'm sure I can pull this off. So what? Do you say, Hiro? Eric asked. Clearly, Eric was an ambitious person. Chapter 570, Season End. Hiro was fascinated by Eric's proposal. After all, who could resist the temptation of playing for a top team? And Hiro, who had been dreaming of playing in one of the top teams, wasn't any different either. But even so, he had to be realistic. Sure, with Eric's help, he might get into a top team. But the opportunity wouldn't amount to anything if he were simply loaned out. Top clubs hiring talented young players and sending them on a loan wasn't anything new in the world of football. It's alluring but risky at the same time, Hiro answered after pondering deeply. Indeed, the risk is high, Eric nodded. But I can guarantee you, Hiro, I won't let you sink. If something happens, then I'll immediately come to your aid, he added, his tone assuring. Most would choose the humble route where the player develops from scratch. But Eric, who believed in Hiro, didn't want him to waste more of his time in developing. Sure, if Hiro chose the humble option, he might go on to be the star of that team. However, that'd leave him out of the podium for a while. But if he could shine in a bigger team, he'd receive the limelight right away. It wasn't the best option. Seeing the resolve in Eric's eyes, Hiro couldn't bring himself to reject the proposal right away. Can I think on it a little longer? Eric nodded. Yeah, think about it. I'll be waiting for your response. The two then shifted their focus to the match. As the match progressed, the battle became even more heated. The opposing team who were fighting for their spot seemed to have resolved that they'd rather collapse than accept defeat. So, until the end, they fought valiantly. Kawasaki couldn't penetrate their defense, and the match ended with them losing. Beep. The referee sounded the final whistle, bringing an end to the thrilling match. At once, as the opposing players heard the final whistle, they erupted in jubilation. Some collapsed on their knees. Some even started to shed tears. Overwhelmed with happiness, their fans rallied, cheering the players. The iron wall they had erected remained unbreached until the end. Sapporo has achieved the unimaginable. They have vanquished the champions to secure their spot in the league. The stadium was a cauldron of emotions, as the emotions of the opposing fans clashed with the emotions of the home fans. Hugging and cheering, the opposing players celebrated their victory. After a little while, Hiro stood to enter the field. "You're going?" Eric asked. "Yeah." Then he left the VIP booth and headed to the field. Just as he entered the field, the cameraman followed him. Noticing Hiro on the big screen, the disappointed fans of Kawasaki were brought back to life. Seeing him, hope was kindled in their heart with him by their side. They could look forward to the performance of the team next season. However, Hiro didn't head straight to his team. Rather, he walked to the opposing side. The opposing players felt confused seeing him walking toward them. They couldn't see through his intention. Was he there to find trouble with them? Just as Hiro got close to their captain, he congratulated, "Congratulations on your victory." Hiro's gesture confused many. At the same time, it infuriated many of them. How could he congratulate the opposing side after a loss? Gnashing their teeth, they glared at him with their bloodshot eyes. Even so, due to Hiro's popularity, they held back from scolding him. "I'm sure many of the fans wouldn't be pleased with such a gesture from Hiro," one of the commentators commented. Indeed, congratulating the rival team after such an outcome isn't something the fans would appreciate. But you have to remember that Sapporo was battling relegation. So, I can understand why he commended their effort. Another commentator chimed in. "Now that you mention it, I think I understand what you mean. It's only right to commend a performance worth commending." Upon listening to the words of the commentators, people couldn't help but think again. A team battling relegation, defeating the reigning champions to secure their spot in the league. Indeed, it was a praiseworthy feat. The loss was disheartening, but their performance was praiseworthy. Upon realizing this, the fans stood from their seats and began to applaud. Initially, the applause could barely be heard. However, as more and more people joined in, the sound of the applause increased gradually with time. Soon, the entire stadium was reverberating with the thunderous sound of applause. The opposing fans, upon experiencing such an honor, were brought to tears. They were thoroughly touched by the gesture of the people present at the venue. The captain of the team looked back to find Hiro. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to experience such honor. Looking at the young boy, he couldn't help but feel grateful. At the same time, his respect for Hiro soared. To have such influence at such an age. "You're extraordinary, Hiro." After a short while, a group of officials made their way onto the field, carrying the coveted trophy. Despite losing the match, Kawasaki had already secured the league title, and the post-match celebration was inevitable. The result of the game had no bearing on the pre-arranged festivities, so the team would still be crowned champions. As soon as the trophy appeared, the atmosphere in the stadium shifted. The fans, who had been subdued by the defeat, began to perk up, their eyes now glued to the silverware glinting under the stadium lights. The trophy was an impressive sight, a shield-like design, gleaming in polished silver, reminiscent of the iconic Bundesliga trophy. Its broad, circular shape bore intricate engravings, and the center held an emblem of victory, symbolizing the hard-fought battles throughout the season. The edges were adorned with subtle patterns that reflected both the tradition and prestige of the competition. As the trophy was paraded towards the podium, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. The earlier disappointment was quickly replaced with cheers and chants, celebrating their team's triumph over the course of the season.